Nation, it is a new dawn and a new day, which means another stop for the Flesh and Blood World Tour in 2025. We are in Kansas City. My name is Bryce Platz, and in the booth next to me is my cohort in commentary, my comrade in Riz. It's Elly Bird. What's up, Elly?
You can just call me a friend. You don't have to say Riz.
Oh, okay, fine. I thought I was being,
You're
relatable.
relating to my generation.
Yeah.
Okay,
Here,
okay.
give me you one of those. Does that make you feel better?
So, on the docket for today is some games of Flesh and Blood from what I've heard.
And at very high stakes, Elly, because it is the calling, which we will be giving you coverage of all weekend long. But that is not the only thing on offer. We got a Battle Hardened and a ton of amazing side events as well. But the world of Flesh and Blood keeps on trucking. It is going to be a really heavy day because, Elly, we've got over 400 players in this room, 421 to be exact. And we're going to have 7 rounds of Swiss today, 5 rounds of Swiss tomorrow, and of course, that illustrious top cut for only 8 of the most best players in the room.
So in the spirit of the upcoming set, Super Slam, you got us in here for 15 rounds of cage matches brought to you.
And you know that we're going to go 15 rounds, very strong. We've got immensely good games for you on lock, but also Stonewall Gauntlet. Going to get a peek at that in just a second, but there's also some cold, hard cash on the line, Elly. $5,000 to first place, $2,400 second, third through fourth, $1,200, fifth through eighth, $750, ninth through 16, $400, 17th to 32nd, $250 USD, and that all adds up to $20,000. And not to mention, we've got gold, cold foil legendaries and PTIs for everybody that makes the top 8. That is a lot of juice.
First place takes home that Stonewall Gauntlet, but everybody else who makes top 8 does get a blind bag gold cold foil legendary.
And card game players do love to gamble, don't we, Elly?
They sure do. A lot of people rip them and see just what they've gotten from any of the legendaries in the game, and there are some quite sweet cards in there. I personally, my whale, my chase is gold foil Grasp of the Arknight.
But you know everybody is looking for that gold cold foil Stonewall Gauntlet because it also comes with the bragging rights of winning a calling. There are some other stories to be told here, and that relates specifically to the heroes of Rathe. Kano, Drakai of Aether, one of the first 8 heroes in the game, is currently in the lead to make Living Legend. Those hollowed halls. He's sitting at 849 points. Next up is Phi Rising Rebellion. Someone you really like to sleeve up every single set, Elly.
I love Phi. Phi and I have quite a fraught relationship. I really like to, every month or so, say, oh, maybe he's sick this time. Like, what if he's sick, though? And pretty rarely is he sick. But I do have word that there are 2 Phis in the room with us today, so maybe someone's going to bring him a little closer. Something I just want to say about the current LL leaderboard is 2, 3, 4 years ago, if you told me that all of Arcane Rising would be up to LL before any of Welcome to Rathe, I would have called you insane.
You think so? Really?
Yeah, for sure.
I would agree with you. But how long was Dash IE sitting at the top of that leaderboard?
Sure. Dash IE was kind of the exception to the rule with Arcane Rising. She
fair.
came out hot, but like that set has really made leaps and bounds in terms of hero quality, especially compared to like 2-3 years ago. There's a point in time where you would have told somebody to pick up Bravo because he would never be bad.
And bad he certainly is not, sitting at 769 points here. He is 3rd in line for the Hallowed Halls of Living Legend. I don't suspect that we're going to see any points for Bravo this go-around. There are a couple in the room. But you know, the showstopper is not exactly the premier guardian in the format at the moment. So maybe he's still a safe pick for a little bit if you've got yourself your tectonic plating and your crippling crushes. But my eyes are turned toward 9th place, 483 points, is Victor Goldmane High and Mighty, who has been doing mighty well at some of these tournaments recently, thanks to that cheeky little expansion card, Visit the Goldmane Estate. Nepotism reigns supreme whenever you can cast that card and cash in daddy's money for a bunch of might tokens.
And with those might tokens, we may just see a mighty beatdown in our round 1 here, where I believe we do have Mr. Bandana Boy himself, Aggro Blaze 96, Zack Phillips, playing the high and mighty man on the horse himself, Victor Goldmane.
Well, there's a lot of support coming to you in terms of amazing games, but there's also more support from the Flesh and Blood World Tour. We have got plenty of upcoming events for you. 2025's World Tour offers 120 iconic destinations and a total of $1.5 million in U.S. cash on offer. That is a lot of scratch, Elly.
That is a lot of scratch, and it is a lot of events. This doubleheader weekend of Copenhagen, August 22nd to 24th, with a calling and a battle hardened in good old Phoenix, Arizona. Here
Those are
in
very
the
different
States.
places.
They are very different places. They're very far apart, which shows you the amazing reach of the Flesh and Blood World Tour. And speaking of its reach, the next week you've got Orlando, Florida, with another battle hardened, followed by Manila and Munich the first week of September.
You know, taking it back to Orlando, Elly, I've got my eyes on that one because that is one of the few proving grounds that players will have in a highly competitive environment to get ready for that World Championship in Philadelphia, which will be featuring Living Legend at a Tier 4 event for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah, I'm quite excited. It's the first time
Ever.
At
That's
a tier
what I mean.
4.
It's been the longest time possible.
Infinity is the longest time imaginable, Mr. Platz. And speaking of infinity, that's what the power level of Living Legend is, and I'm quite excited to see how that format shakes out at the World Championship in Philadelphia.
With every single one of these intense ban lists that we see, boy, howdy, does it get crazy with that Living Legend format. We are, those are the upcoming events for us, folks. We've also got Team Classic Constructed on offer in Paris. The first time we ever did that was here in US, but we're taking it on the road.
Yeah, that same weekend, we also have a Classic Constructed calling in Shizuoka, Japan, which has some very cool exclusive pummel promos alongside being the release weekend of Super Slam. So it'll be a lot of people's very first opportunity to play a competitive event with the cards from that set.
And before that, of course, we got the world premiere in Montreal. That's September 12th to 14th. That's going to be the real first time a lot of folks get their hands on these cards. They're going to be busting open packs, seeing things for the very first time, and, of course, doing some suplexes in the ring as well. If you can't make it to some of these amazing world destinations, we've got some homegrown events as well, Elly. Skirmish season is coming right back up. August 16th to the 31st. You don't have to wait much longer. Go and enjoy a lot of your maybe lesser played formats in Flesh and Blood. We're going to have Blitz, Living Legend, and a whole host of good stuff on offer as well. We got Flying High promos, Cerebellum processors in the cold foil, and a full art Scurv stowaway in the cold foil for the grand prize.
An exciting format you failed to mention was Crack Shuffle Play, also on offer this skirmish season, where everyone can play some Crack Shuffle Play with Mastery Pack Guardian to take your crack at winning any of these awesome cold foil promos, or your participation prize if things don't shake out your way with these Flying Highs, one of my favorite cards from High Seas.
Is that right?
Bolton card.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense. You happen to have a Bolton spoiler coming up, do you not, Elly?
We'll find out in September.
Okay, killer. All right, here are the formats for you folks. Blitz, Living Legend, and Crack Shuffle Play. All incredibly fun. Maybe not the peak of competition in this game, but man, is Flesh and Blood a good game, no matter how you are enjoying it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the previous top 8s. We're going to set up this metagame. Boy, howdy. I'm looking at calling Singapore, and I am going straight to our winner of PT Amsterdam, Shoma Yamamura versus Michael Fung in the finals there. There's a whole host of recognizable names in this leaderboard, and also a couple that I've never seen before. Andrew Wheelborn on Fang Drakaya Blades. That guy is slipping into top 8s everywhere.
Speaking of slipping into top 8, so there's 2 copies of Arachney slipped through the cracks in this top 8. One of those players is in the room with us today, Peter Bedensik, along with Michael Fung, our finalists. So Shoma may not be here with us today, but we want to see if Michael wants to make another run at the finals and maybe take it home this weekend.
No, our winner from PT Amsterdam is not here, but there is so much talent in this room. Someone else that is not here with us is CYK Lionel, who took down the Classic Constructed Calling in Auckland. An amazing player in his own right. You sometimes call him CYB Lionel, but he is a Dash.io player. He loves to go fast. None of that life gain slow nonsense for him.
Hey, nothing wrong with counting your blessings any day of the week.
Oh, that's right. And look at this, another sneak of Fang Drakai of Blades. I'm not plugging that for any particular reason. I don't like that hero more than most other people.
We played a game of Flesh and Blood last night, Bryce. What hero did you play?
It might have been Fang Drakai of Blades, but you can't prove anything.
Okay.
Besides that, besides the 2 copies of Slippy in this top 8 as well, this is a pretty darn diverse top 8. In both of those callings, those classic constructed callings.
Yeah, we've got 7 heroes here, and I believe, was it 6 or 7 in the calling?
It was 7 as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty incredible stuff. Hoping that we are going to see as diverse of a metagame once again today here in Kansas City. And wowee. This is what we're looking at. Again, 421 players here, folks. Most represented, of course, are Gravy Bones, Arachney, Slip Through the Cracks, Ira, and Verdance. Probably not a surprise to most people, except for maybe that Syndra, hovering a little bit below Verdance. Besides that, Elly, what strikes you?
So something we've seen throughout the high seas metagame is Gravy and Arachney kind of jockeying back and forth for this first place slot. And at Singapore, I actually believe that Arachney was more represented than Gravy. So there's a little bit of push and pull there between the community. Maybe people jumping from one deck to the other. Kind of a pretty... I think people really like to assign the title of best deck, but it really seems like there's at least 2 solid options on offer in this metagame. Dash.io has made quite the resurgence here, matching Syndra as perhaps the 2 premier quote-unquote aggro decks of the format. Also, Acilio right there. That's a hero that got quite a bit in the High Seas expansion slot in the form of 1 very strong card, a 0-cost Shock.
Well, if you talk about answers to the best 2 decks, if we are going to assume that they're Gravy Bones and Arachney, and I think you are absolutely right about that, Acilio and also the Warriors, I think, are well positioned to attack this meta if you can ride through a full day of seeing nothing but Gravy and Slippy. So Acilio can accelerate that game plan super fast. He can snipe anybody out of anywhere, and if Gravy's just going to dirtle around and raise his undead boys, you better believe there's 1,000 watts of power that are going to take care of him without too much trouble. The Warriors, however, are going to grind it out in a little bit different of a way. Sure, Assassins have a lot of disruption in their package, but overall, the numbers favor Warrior, especially when you are playing this game of block a little, swing a little, block a little, swing a little. And also, when we go back to Gravy Bones, it's pretty much like playing a game of Left 4 Dead from back in the day. Just sniping zombies this way and that. Warriors do it very well.
Warriors do it very well, and so does Ira, someone also in the top 3. She may not be a warrior herself, but she is a dual-wielding hero using both her weapons with Go Again to clean up those allies efficiently, and thanks to the lovely Ninja legendary Mask of Momentum, draw cards while doing so. If you had to ask me why or what those 31 Ira players were thinking when they registered that hero, they were thinking, I want to find Gravy Q Bones.
Q? What's his middle name?
I don't know. Graveyard Q Bones.
I would like to say it's Quinn.
Graveyard Quinn Bones.
All right. Speaking of dark horses now, Elly, let's turn ourselves down to the, maybe 1s, 2s, 5s of. Because I am sitting next to you, my eyes dart directly to the 1 copy of Sir Bolton, Breaker of Dawn.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is he in a good position here?
I wish him luck.
We've also got 9 Kanos, which are going to do a very similar thing to Acilio, but in a very different way. They're going to look to high roll pretty much anyone that they sit down across from. What do you think about these 15 copies of Victor and 14 of Prism?
talk about people who want to sit down and high roll the person across from them. I think both of those heroes are also on a bit of a higher variance game plan. Prism, I think, struggles a little bit with decks that are both capable of being proactive and putting a lot of pressure on her while having some amount of poppers, so she has a little bit of matchup variance there. And Victor has a fair bit of matchup variance in that he struggles a little bit with action points. He's not so good at running defense reactions, but if you can just keep winning your clashes, you will find yourself taking the gold all the way home to the bank and to the winner's circle.
All right. Folks, we've talked the talk, and now it's time to walk the walk. Let's walk ourselves on down to the feature match area for round one. It is going to be someone that the community might recognize. We've got Aggro Blaze. I don't even know his name because I know him as Bandana Boy at a certain point. Zack Phillips on the left side of your screen versus Ash Buck, one of the most Hollywood names I think I've ever heard of in my life. Victor Goldmain, High and Mighty versus Arcane Marionette. Elly, break it down.
Right. Okay.
So I was just talking about how Victor occasionally struggles to run defense reactions, and Arcane Marionette is a hero that I think some people have struggled to understand a little bit, but I know one of the more popular builds is this dagger pump build, kind of popularized by Tao Tao Chu, and that deck, when your opponent does not have any defense reactions, gets to play the game like a rabid freaking animal, Bryce. You just constantly surprise them with tricks in the reaction step.
Tao Tao is a local of mine, if you can believe it, and yeah, it's an absolute terror. It had me really hating my life for a good little bit. But leading off here, it's 40 plays 39 as a dagger is already connected on the Arachnid side of the board. Victor already taking a little bit of bloodshed here and also becoming marked. Pain in the backside blocked out there, but Hunter's Clave coming in, Savor Bloodshed, 5 power, and also threatening an on-hit of draw a card.
Yeah, the flick knives utilized on the very first turn of the game is pretty interesting. Imagine Ash wants to clear that slot up, get that free mark, and open himself up to finding a copy of Orb Weaver Spinneret or perhaps a retrieve card somewhere in the 60 cards.
For now, it's just transforming over into Arachnid Redback, as the first roll of the game transforms our standard Marionette into one of the Agents of Chaos. Going to be able to cash in that hero ability on Redback to give go again to a stealth card.
Yep. All right, so go to my turn.
As an attack reaction and give it +3.
40 plays 39 as it passes over to Zack, who was forced to block with one of his daddy's houses on the first turn of the game. Never something you want to see, but these assassin matchups are going to go a little bit faster than Victor would normally like, so I don't think we're going to be seeing, you know, any visit the Goldmain's estate for like 10 mites or anything like that. That's typically a long game kind of thing.
Bit of an awkward hand here for Zack off the rip. Not a single blue available for him. 2 Golden Suns and an Enlightened Strike to cover the 5 cost for this Spinal Crush. Seems like the best his hand could muster.
Spinal Crush, an amazing card against assassins who want to go a little bit wide. Probably better suited for the other assassin in the format. Arachnid slip through the cracks, but hey, Marionette has a little bit of go again at his disposal, and especially when he is transformed into Arachnid Redback, gonna put a hamper on this turn, but already cashing in that Mask of Deceit to choose which of those demi-heroes he wants to transform into. It's Arachnid Tarantula.
And I believe we will see exactly why, as he has a copy of Kiss of Death in his hand. So he's immediately snapping that off to find a proactive and aggressive start to this game.
An extreme value play is this Arachnid Tarantula. One of those demi-heroes that people don't often like to transform into until all of our marionettes have been transitioning to this very dagger-centric build. It's going to be a value train on the side of Ash Buck this turn. 37 plays 39, and he's got 3 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal.
Savor Bloodshed leading off while his opponent is marked, holding an Orb Weaver Spinneret and a Kiss of Death. This is an absolutely massive copy of functionally Snatch hitting the combat chain here.
And that potentially suspect flick of the dagger on turn 0 is looking genius at this moment because Orb Weaver Spinneret now has an open slot to equip a Graphene Callista. For now, it's Kiss of Death. Gonna get it save first. 10 go again. On hit, draw a card, lose 2 life.
Spinal Crush doing its job, maybe not getting that crush effect, but forcing a card out of Ash's hand here, making it quite a bit harder for him to make use of that hero ability by making him block with an assassin card so he doesn't have anything to discard here. And speaking of some shiny new cardboard, there is Test of Iron Grip from Mastery Pack Guardian. Both heroes are going to clash, and the loser is going to discard a card.
And goodbye. Winning the clash is Aggro Blaze, but unfortunately,
There's
Ash
no card.
left no cards in his hand. It's a just a nick in the arsenal, so that's not going to come out to play here. It's just going to be a lot of damage. But Zack finding another awkward hand in terms of playing, but very well suited to block out that what should have been a power turn for Ash after committing that all-important headpiece.
Gotta be pretty happy you blocked with that spare card in hand there, as that clash would have shut it down pretty hard.
Miller's Grindstone making its first swing of the game. I absolutely love this card, Elly, especially in this matchup. When it connects, if it connects with Ash, both players are going to clash, revealing the top cards of their deck, of course. If Zack wins that clash, he gets to mill Ash's deck by 1 card. If Zack loses, however, and he only has an Aura Magus with which to reroll, then that hammer is going to get -1 for the rest of the game.
My favorite thing about this weapon is that it is unconditionally 4 attack power in the late game, where the text matters a little bit less.
Unconditionally, as long as you haven't lost a clash with it earlier in the game. So 1 damage is going to connect. The clash goes wild. No attack on the side of Ashbuck, and 1 attack for Zack Phillips. Shelter from the Storm goes into the graveyard. Bye, bye, bye.
Shelter is a brutal thing to lose here against Guardian. You want to be able to block efficiently on their large crush threats.
And Zack has drawn himself up a pretty solid Guardian hand for the first time this game. Ash, however, thumbing a Bonds of Agony, a Persuasive Prognosis, and a Codex of Frailty. A little awkward when you are the marionette.
Not as awkward as it may seem. Ashbuck's arsenal is a copy of just a nick to line up nicely with those Black Tech Whispers and Flick Knives on his side of the board. He cashed in some of that armor, and we're going to see the rest of it used on this turn, more than likely.
Right now, it is 2 on-hit go again from this Bonds of Agony, of course, because the Arachne Marionette hero ability will give +1 to any stealth attack that is attacking a hero that is marked, which Zack remains from the first turn of this game.
And should it connect, like you said, it gains go again. You thought Bonds of Agony was a scary card. Wait until it refunds an action point in the resolution step.
And Zack, even though he's got himself a pretty good hand, you've got to respect that Bonds of Agony. Probably going to want to block with that Chokeslam in hand, because the last thing you want to do against Assassin is lose all of your Chokeslams for the rest of the game.
So there's an interesting difference here between Arachne Marionette and Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. The go again is unconditional for the 38 life Arachne, but Ash has to get over the top here. Zack is functionally blocking 9 here, which is what this would be going to thanks to Gauntlet of Iron Will's trigger. Ash isn't going to be able to go over the top here with just Flick Knives, Black Techs, and Justinic. So functionally, Zack has lit 2, maybe 3 cards of Ash's on fire because he's just not going to get to make use of them.
Mr. Buck is probably going to be forced to take a bit of an IP penalty here. It's not the worst situation, Elly. It's not great, don't get me wrong, but at least he has another 1 power locked and loaded in hand for the next turn with that Persuasive Prognosis. Instead, however, Ash decides, I just need to get rid of it, clear my arsenal now, probably try to make use of this Codex later on.
And Codex is more than likely why he is clearing the arsenal here, just to get it gone, so that he is capable of using the Codex on a future turn without a reaction clogging up the arsenal zone.
Interesting. Breaking Black Tech Whispers is Ash Buck. Did we get our math wrong, or is Ash having a little bit of an issue here?
No. So this was at 2. Instead of gaining 5, it gained 4 to go to 6. And then when you break this, is going to give it +3. And so it is going to go up to 9.
Oh,
so we're just
it's going to go up to 9, which does mean that it is getting over by 1.
That works.
So Ash,
Arachne Marionette.
yeah, Ash is in the clear here because that Bonds of Agony started at 2. Essentially, the Gauntlets of Iron Will are a little bit negated here. Quick Dodge Flexors, however, pitching a red is going to come out onto the combat chain for Zack Phillips, identifying the moment where these boots are a really interesting use case. You can either use them on a super wide turn and get a lot of value off of pitching a blue, or in the case of Victor, who can't really run any defense reaction cards because it messes with his clash game plan, can just stuff a Bonds of Agony once per game.
These boots are made for blocking, and that's just what they'll do, Bryce.
They literally just did it. And out comes the Miller's Grindstone once again. Unconditional for Clash on hit. Ash has also transformed himself into Arachne Funnel Web. Going to be coming for that Arsenal next turn, except it's not going to be there, Elly. There's no Arsenal card for Zack Phillips on this turn, so maybe losing a little bit of disruptive potential on that Funnel Web.
Thankfully, Ash is going to be able to force Zack into having an Arsenal with that copy of Codex of Frailty in his arsenal. It's possible we'll see the rare, quote-unquote, fair assassin turn where Codex is the card led with.
Okay, but he's thumbing that blue. And it's Persuasive Prognosis led off with here, coming in for just one, because we are no longer Arachne Marionette. We are Funnel Web. But Ash does have himself a fair bit of reaction potential in the hand. It stains the red back, take up the mantle, and I believe Tarantula Toxin. Yes, indeed. So there's plenty of ways to get this over the top and unlock a little bit more damage, a little bit more disruption. Ash is going to be able to convert this hand because I tend to think that Zack is going to be blocking with something.
I think Tarantula Toxin just needs a speaker built into the card so that whenever your opponent blocks and you have Tarantula Toxin, the first thing they hear is, wrong.
Mistake!
Wrong.
It's another clash, though. Test of Strength is going to reveal the top card of each player's deck. If Zack wins this clash, which he does very handedly, 8-1, he's going to create a gold, and because of Victor's hero ability, when he creates that gold, he's also going to draw a card. Boy, howdy. That is Value Town.
The least wrong block possible into Tarantula Toxin is one where you get a card back and still cover the base power of that Persuasive Prognosis. There's some punishment on offer here still, as this jumps up to 4 and likely becomes another card in Ash's graveyard. I suspect it'll be Bonds of Agony. Couldn't connect last turn, so we'll get to 2 of 6 copies here.
I think Zack is taking a look at this card. He's going to ask a judge real quick because he wants to make sure that Bonds of Agony still gets the buff and the on-hit effect if the reactions are played before Bonds becomes before Persuasive Prognosis becomes a copy of Bonds of Agony.
The answer is yes. Bonds of Agony does retroactively see those attack reactions.
There is no out for Zack here. He is going to be in agony, bonded, of course, by his opponent, Ashbuck, unfortunately. We will proceed back down to the match floor once that is all cleared up. But, man, sticky situation for Zack here.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see Bonds of Agony connect basically ever. But it's just, Take Up the Mantle makes it so difficult, especially when you don't have those defense reactions in your deck to really respect any attack becoming Bonds of Agony while you're marked, because if you just keep folding your hand, they just get to hold you at gunpoint, keeping that Take Up the Mantle in hand, and keep going for it.
Nasty stuff. We're ready to head on back down. Let's get there and see how Zack navigates this really rough blocking decision. That Bonds of Agony is up to a whopping 10, Elly. 10 on 1 block here, so taking 9 will be Zack Phillips all the way down to 29. And also, show us the hand, Zack, because Ash gets to choose a card from it and banish it, and a lot of other copies in the deck.
Thankfully, it looks like there are no duplicates in this hand, but you don't want to lose all 3 copies of an important card like Rouse the Ancients.
No, indeed, or Thunderquake for that matter. That is just a highly efficient blue when it comes to the late game. Cranial Crush and Thunk are probably not going to be on Ash's list of banished targets. I definitely think if I am in his seat, I'm looking towards the Rouses and the Thunderquakes, because Victor, just because he has that draw engine, turn over turn, makes use of Rouse the Ancients better than any other Guardian out there.
And then Rouse the Ancients is like a go again tech.
Oh, this blue doesn't quite get me there on Rouse. I think I'll just draw a card with this gold.
And the other thing for Ash is that if he leaves the Rouse the Ancients in the hand, Zack is not really going to be able to resolve it on this turn. So you could be thinking about what is the scariest thing that I could face on Zack's turn cycle. But when you're facing off with a Guardian with a fistful of blues, it's not the most scary thing in Flesh and Blood, that's for sure.
There's 0 Thunks in my graveyard.
Believe the choice may be Thunk here, Bryce.
Very interesting.
Looking to take some of that Clash equity out of Zack's deck, or maybe not. He's taken the Rouse. He's taken the Rouse. Senses have returned to him, and he takes all 3 copies of Rouse the Ancients out of Mr. Blaze's deck.
And honestly, I think Aggro Blaze came out pretty well here. The last thing you would want is a duplicate in the hand, like you
Yep.
said, Elly, or, for instance, one of your very few red cards that push damage in Guardian, or perhaps a Clash card. That could have been really devastating.
Hello.
Taking a look through the deck is Ashbuck, as is his right, because Bonds of Agony allows you to banish the one card from the hand and then 2 other copies from the deck or
Hello?
graveyard.
I believe that was exactly 1 copy of Rouse the Ancients in Zack's deck. Ash having been a little bit smoke screened by Zack's hand there, dealing only 1 card of deck damage straight out of the hand and leaving him with 3 cards, but the follow-up is going to be Codex of Frailty.
A lot of equity can be gained by knowing your opponent's game plans and also being familiar with the finer points of some of the deck lists. I do think it is generally assumed to be correct to only be running 2 Rouse the Ancients in Victor nowadays. Especially when you've got to make room for extra Clash cards that just came out in Mastery Pack Guardian. That Test of Iron Grip, boy howdy, is that
true.
a house of a card. But it takes up deck space.
It does, and it takes large attacks out of your deck with which to power that Rouse the Ancients by revealing them.
So this Bonds of Agony did not have Go again because, of course, we were Arachne, Funnel, Web. So
It actually did because of that Stains of the Red back. I think
You're
Ash
so right.
chose instead to just hang on to the Codex, knowing that Zack's hand isn't that good to begin with. The biggest thing on offer here is going to be a 6 for 8 with functionally irrelevant text.
functionally, it could be... No, we have not drawn up a copy of Savor Bloodshed, so you are right. It is going to be fairly irrelevant here. Cranial Crush does say, on Crush, deal 4 or more damage to a hero. When you deal 4 or more damage to a hero, they can't draw cards during their next action phase. Arachne Marionette is not a hero that is wont to do that unless, of course, they're able to pair it with the power card Savor Bloodshed. And even that would be difficult here when Ash finds himself with a single copy of a dagger and it's not even a Hunter's Clave. So accepting all of the damage here and becoming crushed is Ash Buck. 29 plays 24 as we pass over to our Assassin.
Thankfully, we're going to resolve that issue of lacking daggers with this up sticks and run hitting the table. Likely going to purchase back a copy of Hunter's Glaive from the bin.
The purchase is made, Elly. Hunter's Clave comes back from the graveyard to floating at the ready to swing that very same dagger and get that pesky mark back on Victor Goldmane. And yet, here it comes, coming in for 5 as this Hunter's Clave has piercing as well, so Zack is not going to be wanting to block with equipment here, but he is ready to do so with cards from hand, and I think that's because he's drawn himself up yet another clunker. It's 4 reds in the hand for Zack Phillips.
Thankfully, they all block 3.
You are not wrong about that. And if there's a class in Flesh and Blood that likes to block, it is definitely Guardian. Ash, still sitting on that Codex in Arsenal. A bit of an awkward spot for it to be in Assassin, if I may be so bold. I wonder if he might be thinking that he should have cashed it in on the previous turn. And yeah, keeping 2 cards in hand as he draws back up.
Pitch this to activate tectonic plating.
Looks like this turn is just going to be make a Seismic Surge and pass.
Sometimes it is okay to pass to Guardian with cards in hand. Even if they have 4 or 5, you can dare them to do something with them, especially Victor, who might have a healthy helping of Clash cards or reds. Has he drawn himself
I believe he
another
has
one?
found another 4 red hand here, Bryce. Thankfully, he has Enlightened Strike to bail the hand out a little bit.
Not just that, a test of strength as well. And when blocked with, if he wins the Clash, he's going to be able to draw himself a card, and there's got to be a lot of blues left in that deck. But he's going to have to face down yet another Bonds of Agony.
Ash does have the reacts to power it here, looks like. Take up the mantle, shelter from the storm, and a copy of Concealed Blade in the hand. So, paired with those flick knives, that is a reasonably large attack here. I can't imagine he will change away from Bonds of Agony with Take Up the Mantle, but it is still +3, assuming his opponent is marked.
These hands are really lining up well for Ash, besides the fact that he has had to pass on a little bit of value by taking self-inflicted IP penalties. But this is not normal, Elly. You don't just often draw into perfect hands with Bonds of Agony to enable that fearsome text.
Oh, really?
Not usually. I mean, it feels
My
like
Slippy
it
opponents
happens.
do it all the time.
Okay, so the first clash is lost for Zack Phillips this game. He is going to cheat, as Victor is allowed to do, instead revealing a Thunk off the top after putting that Trounce to the bottom. Thunk, because it wasn't banished from Bonds of Agony,
thought about taking the Thunk.
Is going to generate a Might token in addition to being drawn off of that Test of Strength. Zack feeling really good after that one.
Blocking 10, I think it's too big for Ash to go over. And Zack has managed to hang on to that E-Strike in his hand, likely capable of at least returning 7 damage on his turn.
Flicking Knives anyway is Ash Buck. 1 damage comes across for Zack Phillips. And he is marked once again. 24 plays 28. But what is Ash going to do with the rest of this hand? If he passes here, which he does,
like
that is
just looking for the
5
roll.
cards he has left in his own hand this game.
More than that, I believe. 7.
Is it even more?
He's passed with 2 in hand.
And now 3.
And then
what
2
was the
again.
other time?
There was 2 again.
There was another 2? When you talk about a game like Flesh and Blood, which often favors the player that wins turn cycles over and over and over again, like a game of Hearts, for instance, where you're taking tricks, this is not a great spot for Ash. Nevertheless, the life totals are fairly even. 28 plays 24, but Zack is coming in with his first attack action card in a while. It's Command and Conquer for 7. Thank you, Thunk.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play your first attack action card in 4 turns, it's pretty good for it to be Command and Conquer, much less one that is buffed while your opponent has very little armor left that they are willing to block with. 2 pieces of Blade Break 1 remain on the table for Mr. Buck, but both of them are pretty integral engine pieces to the deck. Not very attractive to block with, and Ash is stuck with a defense reaction in hand. If he wants to cover this Command and Conquer up, it's going to be expensive.
And Ash is probably feeling the heat after not playing that Codex of Frailty earlier on in this turn, accepting all of the damage. Command and Conquer connects. Down to 17 goes Ash, and goodbye Codex of Frailty, one of the power cards in Assassin, just blown up by that Command and Conquer for 7.
You have to wonder what the plan for that Codex was, given that Ash passed with it in Arsenal 3 turns in a row.
Definitely not something I would expect, but perhaps feeling like he has to find power cards. He has to find big turns in order to get over the defenses of Zack, who has been pretty darn stalwart in the entirety of this game.
I think
Up 6 and run resolved here.
I think one of the bigger problems for a lot of decks into Marionette and Arachne slip through the cracks is that they really struggle to be willing to drop almost their whole hand on blocks on a prospective Bonds of Agony and still be able to do something, but Victor is quite good at giving up the vast majority of a hand and still being able to do something. At the worst, a 1-card 4 thanks to Miller's Grindstone. The consistency that the Guardian suite has, even with the class lagging behind in power level for quite some time recently, is still perfectly displayed here. Victor fully glad to just do some blocking and grind away with that Grindstone.
Zack feeling pretty good to take some damage here, it would seem. Orb Weaver Arachne Orb Weaver activated here on the side of Ash Buck at instant speed. Going to discard an Assassin card from the hand, make a Graphene Callistra, and be able to swing with it. The unfortunate thing for Ash in this case is that his hands are full. There's a Hunter's Clave and a Graphene Callistra already, but that is the primo loadout for Arachne Marionette for the majority of the game, because you can always pitch a blue, swing 1 dagger, swing the other. Blocking with 1 card here is Zack Phillips, taking 1, mark removed, down to 22, and Zack has got some heat right here because he is going home to daddy and asking for some money.
This is the privilege the Assassin class often gets to work with. You're over here saying, oh man, up sticks and run doesn't equip anything. That card is, so sadly, a 0 for 4, Bryce.
But you have to pay after that. It's devastating. It's not like a Bolton card where you just go 0 for 4 on its face.
0 for 4 pass. You wish my cards attacked for 4, bud. They attack for 3 on a good day.
Visit the Gold Main Estate is going to generate a gold token, 3 mites, and also draw Zack a card, because you can't forget that Aurum Aegis counts as a gold. So Zack does have the faded 3 gold tokens after resolving that card. Going to be able to generate mite tokens as well. But that's not all he's doing on this turn, folks. It's E-Strike, go again as the chosen mode, 2 floating, and still a Seismic Surge with which to work. So the follow-up here could be something like a Crush the Week if he was able to draw it off of Goldmane Estate.
I believe the last card in Zack's hand is either a Thunk or a Wallop. One of those blue Clash cards that you play just for the density of powerful effects when flipped off the top. I suspect the follow-up may be a gold activation or Tectonic Plating into Hammer.
Not a bad follow-up here. Could not resolve that wall-up because it is a little bit too pricey with what he had in that pitch zone. 4 after 5 is A-OK for Zack. He is in a very comfortable seat for Guardian. He's got a little bit of a life buffer. He's got his engine online. He's going to have 3 Might tokens popping next turn and perhaps some disruption as well for Ashe. Ashe going to have to stem the bleeding here.
And perhaps the most important thing he has on that side of the table is that adorable summer alt art, Victor Gold.
Gotta love him, right?
Inflatable Victor.
100%. And does look like Ashe is... Okay, the block card is drawn back because it was a to the point. Would not have covered up that Miller's Grindstone completely. Also committing the Fiendal Spring Tunic when we still have a lot of flesh and blood to play, Elly.
Yeah, not wanting to take those hammer swings anymore, either valuing life total or cards in deck as we get a little bit further into this game. Multiple 1-cost reactions in the hand, it looks like. Oh, just the one. The 2 sides to the blade, hitting the pitch zone with a to the point and a Tarantula Toxin in hand. Here comes the buzzer.
Headbutt is the block on this Graphene Calyssra. Zack already knows about this to the point because
Say it with
was...
me. Wrong.
Tarantula Toxin is the follow-up, of course. So, unfortunately, Headbutt is going to block for 0 here. And also, Graphene Calyssra is going to get buffed up by 3. A total of 7 going to connect with Zack Phillips' face here. Could have been even a little more if Ashe elected to flick that Hunter's Clave and mark his opponent, but deciding to hold on to that all-powerful $80 dagger for a little bit longer.
Beginning of my action phase of Seismic Surge pops. Sure.
Drawing back up is Ashbuck. Life parity has been reached here. 15 plays 16. 3 mites pop, of course.
Bit of a tome activation here, drawing 2 off of 1 card with Riches of Trapaldani. Activating a gold will draw a card as well as Victor Goldmane's Hero Text, generating a gold, which will, or rather, gold generation off of the Fabled will trigger Victor Goldmane's Hero Text and draw a card, but 5 cards in the hand, many cards drawn. The best he can muster is Cranial Crush. Thankfully, not quite so pathetic as it could be, thanks to those 3 mites generated on the turn prior. 11 is still quite a hefty chunk of Ashe's remaining life total, but you're definitely looking for something a little more premium like a Spinal Crush, a Command and Conquer, or perhaps even that game-closing Golden Sun.
Yeah, no disruption there. He did have to pitch 2 Golden Suns on the first turn of the game, which was a little bit unfortunate for him, but 15 plays 8. He's dealing a lot of damage here, and he's going to be feeling very good when that 3rd copy of Golden Sun rears its ugly head. Ashbuck has drawn up a bit of a dream hand here. It is a 1-power attack. It is Mark of the Black Widow, not another copy of Bonds of Agony, but, you know, lick your wounds because you got 2 Justin Nicks in hand as well.
3-card 11, definitely nothing to be sneezed at. Sadly, Zack is not marked here. Curious if Ashe will commit that Hunter's Clave for the mark effect or just try to take the stable route and not give up his dagger. Depends how much disruption he wants to offer here, but it looks like a test of Iron Grip is going to hit the combat chain from Zack's side of the table, maybe denying Ashe the opportunity to use one of those Justin Nicks in the hand.
Boy, howdy. It's a 2-card block here. Test of Iron Grip being one of them. What is the clash going to reveal? Macho Grande versus Leave No Witnesses. Oh, goodbye, Justinic. 4 block plus an additional 5. That is a 1-card 9, Elly, if I have ever seen one.
Not only is it a 1-card 9, that is 7 blocked. So if the other Justinic were to be played, this wouldn't come over. Looks like Ashe is going to be forced to just arsenal that card in true Guardian fashion. The day is saved by none other than Macho Grande, the reliable Guardian staple for years since its introduction in Everfest.
A Seismic Surge pops, and it is the perfect time for it because Golden Sun now costs only 3. A 2-card 10 overpower, popping a gold, of course. Ashe it's not all bad for him. because Assassin runs a lot of reaction cards, he's probably still going to have the opportunity to clear up a good portion of this damage, but this is exactly what Zack wants to be doing here. Ash, however, just blocking with the action card. I know there was a reaction in that hand, had the opportunity to cover more damage, but decides not to. Instead, proceeding down to 1, a very scary proposition against a Guardian who is known for dominate and overpower.
Looks like Ash just wanted to play out what remains in the hand. That's a blue Reaper's Call, a Leave No Witnesses, and a 2 sides to the blade. Perhaps looking to lead with Hunter's Clave, pump it with...
Instead, leading with the Reaper's Call, just trying to get value on Justinic, I think, and potentially pitching that Leave No Witnesses to play the 2 sides of the blade. Ash is definitely feeling the heat here. He knows that he has to make something happen or die going into round 2. Tectonic Plating is the block here, possibly for Zack Phillips. I find it hard to give the edge to any player besides Bandana Man in this situation.
15 times his opponent's life total.
Pretty nasty.
With some armor on the board, this Justin Nick is not disruptive. Zack is pretty much only concerned about his life total right now.
Oh, but after the Flick Knives, it's 14, so now he's in the game for sure. Justin Nick coming out after that. Up to 7 is this Reaper's Call, and there's the 2 sides to the blade as well. Up to 10. Blocks are only 2. Does Zack have anything else to say about it?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, banish and then mark, or sure. Yeah, as I'm blocking 2 on 10.
Confirming the on hits here.
I take
Zack feeling very comfortable with this damage that's coming through. Down to 7 he goes when his opponent is at 1. Even a swing of that Miller's Grindstone is going to put Ash in a miserable position because there goes your endgame supremacy in terms of Flick Knives.
Yeah, so you get a disable. Yep. And then I'm still
Looks
marked.
like the ideal scenario here
Yep, sounds good.
for Ash is going to be hitting a 6 and finding that Arachne Trapdoor, but that isn't
That's-
what
oh, yeah.
occurs here. No free extra blocking power. Ash has found instead Arachne Orb Weaver for the 2nd time this game.
But he drew up his trap, so that's nice.
He did draw the trap. You do wish it was a 5th card in the hand, though. You do wish it was a 5th card in the hand. But Macho Grande here to close the game
And
like it did a
good-
turn prior.
Goodbye. Move over, Peck Perfect. There's a different card with a muscled, mustachioed mommy on it, and that's Macho Grande to close this one out. She's not mustachioed. I was conflating the 2 arts, but nevertheless, it gets the job done.
Great job, Bryce.
Thanks, Elly. I am very happy to be here, and I know you are as well. And this is only the beginning of the excitement because we have so much more Flesh and Blood to play. And so do you at home because we've got yet another season of local game store hype coming up. It's Pro Quest Yokohama. If you want to get out to Japan and play it out with the best of the best, you can do so. But first, you got to win yourself a Pro Quest October 4th to November 9th, 2025. There are so many prizes on offer here. I've got my eyes on those promos, Elly. Look at those beautiful swing bigs and overcrowdeds.
Yeah, get yourself down to your local game store and play a Pro Quest so you can play at ease new promos.
I had to tee you up for that. I know it was a lot of fun for you to come up with that one, and I'd love a dad joke as well. I happen to be one. As my co-caster mentioned, you can play at ease, swing bigs and overcrowdeds, and stuff all of those codexes back in your assassin opponents' mouths. That's ProQuest Yokohama coming up October 4th to November 9th. It is going to be a laugh riot and a suplex of a good time. So get out to your local game store and find yourself an event. We are going to go to a break real quick, but we got to give a little bit of a plug, Elly. There is a coverage mainstay coming up next. One of my absolute favorite moments of the booth was given to me by our next competitor. It's going to be Eugene C. on Rhinar. Don't go anywhere. There's going to be more swinging big and more flesh and blood after this. We promised fireworks, and we started off with it in round 1, but there are more to be had. One of our competitors I saw resolve a sand sketch plan on Rhinar while tutoring out Blood Rush Bellows and throwing caution to the wind. Wowie. It's going to be amazing. His opponent, of course, is well-known as well. It's Matthew McInnis, who is feeling very confident on Gravy Bones' Shipwrecked Looter. So, you want to just get into it? Should we just go watch some Flesh and Blood?
We go straight into a game of Flesh and Blood here,
straight into the game of Flesh and Blood. Elly, it is Matt McInnis on the left side of your screen. Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter versus Rhinar, Reckless Rampage. Eugene is just a brute mainstay from his early days in the game. He is also a bit of a probability man. He just plays good numbers whenever he can. And who better to do that with than Rhinar, a man that rolls dice as much as humanly possible.
Speaking of rolling dice, on the very first turn, Eugene discarded an Agile windup to get that Intimidate, and just going straight off the rip here with 2 Intimidates turn 0, we are going to see some damage come across on the first turn of the game.
Matt may be thinking, hey, those cards don't block anyway. This one, however, that you left in my hand does, albeit for a little bit. Savage Feast is going to connect here for 4, turn 0, leaking 4. That ain't bad for Rhinar, but definitely not his ceiling.
Unfortunately, the card Eugene found off the top, thanks to that Savage Feast, was a copy of Blue Wrecker Romp. Eugene, though, pretty happy to arsenal it.
Kind of an insane choice here, perhaps thinking that he can just shrug off a Conqueror of the High... Elly, is that a Nimby in
I
the
was just about to say, I've known Eugene to include some really fascinating cards. I got to cover a game of his at Memphis earlier this year where he was playing Freewheeling Renegades, and he is showing no signs of stopping. The second set of 4 cards he has drawn this game includes a copy of Nimby. God knows what that's for in his deck.
So folks, just if you're not familiar with the interaction, Nimby tutors out a card called Nimblism, which is a non-attack action card that buffs your next attack that costs 1 or less. If there's one thing I know about brutes, they don't run cards that cost 1 or less very much. We did see one on turn 0 there, but that is the exception to the rule, not the rule itself. Conqueror of the High Seas coming out for Matt McInnis, and Eugene probably thinking, it's a Blue Wrecker Romp in my arsenal. I would really like this to hit right now.
Yeah, like, damn. Okay.
Right now, 8 go again. There are 2 blues in the pitch, but is Matt going to be able to follow up with that Swabby? He doesn't quite have the resources to both resolve the Swabby and swing the Swabby, perhaps thinking that Brute is not as good at clearing allies, but, I mean, that's just a Mandible Claw on Eugene's side of the board.
Yeah, those Mandible Claws, when a card is discarded, especially thanks to those windups from heavy hitters, a little bit more of a recent addition to the Brute arsenal, though it's been a while now, are actually quite good. I mean, it's the same thing as a Searing Emberblade, really, at killing a 3-life ally.
Leave it to you to make the Searing Emberblade combo.
That's one of my favorite things. If I ever want to point out to, like, how good Fab's flavor design can be, it's that Mandible Claw in KO and Searing Emberblade in Fi are mechanically the same weapon, but they feel so different.
They really do. Now that you mention it, like, I would never put them in the same league, but the text on them is pretty darn similar. Eugene really wanting to protect that Blue Wrecker Romp here, or perhaps just thinking that this hand won't come together. So instead trying to cash in some value on defense. 2 blues and the first block on Scabskin Leathers is going to clear up that Conqueror of the High Seas pretty nicely. But how does Matthew McInnis want to continue this turn? He has Dead Threads available to him. Instead, just going to go ahead and draw a card, plunk it in Arsenal, leave Swabby in the bin for now, and pass back over to Eugene.
Did you happen to catch what he drew there? It looks to me like
so
a sunken treasure, but I imagine he would not be arsenaling that.
That would be clinically insane. Even more insane than Sand Sketch Plan, tutor out Blood Rush Bellows. Agility token is popping for Eugene C here. Gonna send that Nimby, and he laughs too. He laughs to Matthew McInnis, his opponent, saying, I bet you didn't expect this. Nimby is gonna get go again. Thanks to that. Oh, genius. Instead, not probably going to cash in a red Nimblism for value. Instead, just looking for extra resources whenever you can as Rhinar. That's not a bad plan.
Yeah, that's going to let him swing a Claw or send this Wrecker Romp in his arsenal. Perhaps a slightly more acceptable use of that card when the card you're discarding is functionally free. Even though it won't intimidate, since Eugene has 0 6s in his hand presently. That new Armory deck Rhinar card would be quite nice in this hand in the place of that Smashback Ailhorn.
There is plenty more to talk about Armory decks, Elly, but we've got to get through this game first. For now, it's 3 go against Matt McInnis. He takes that 3 readily. Down to 33 he should go, yes. Eugene, still without any blood drawn on his side of the board, is instead going to smash back that Ailhorn, drink a beer, and get himself a new agility token plus a might token, leaving that blue Wrecker Romp in the arsenal to rot for now. Mandible Claw just going to be another 3 to Matt McInnis, and Eugene has bought himself a 10-life lead this game.
I think off the rip, I wouldn't necessarily expect Rhinar purely on a power level axis to be this commanding into Gravy Bones. And then I also think that the cards included in Eugene's deck make me feel that way as well. But I've never met anyone who is more of a flesh and blood mad scientist than Eugene himself.
I actually didn't expect him to be here, and I'm a little starstruck. I'm going to have to find him in between rounds and give him a hug, because that moment in, oh my gosh, what was that calling? Kobe was just magical. Blocking with the Balance of Justice here, though, is Eugene C., a card that has come back into the format thanks to Gravy Bones and all of the cards that he likes to draw. For now, it's just blocking 2. Let's go ahead and take a look at Matt's equipment suite, because I've just noticed he loves gold so much that he has dripped out to the 9s in gold foils.
Yeah, the Hook and the Mage Master boots, both gold foils that extended our Dead Threads and Balance of Justice. Too bad that we've retired that gold foil Balance of Justice. Otherwise, I'd say completing his equipment suite is what he's here to fight for today.
Card drawn here is Blood in the... Oh, excuse me. Discarded there is Blood in the Water.
I believe what he found off the top was Call to the Grave. Possible that the rest of this turn is going to be that Swabby played. Maybe we'll see that Call used. I don't think I caught a glimpse of what's in Matt's arsenal here. Maybe not going to play that Swabby. Instead, play out this Call. Search his deck for another ally so that he can use these resources a little bit more efficiently.
And Eugene, sizing up his opponent, has found himself an Eye of Ophidia. This man is not afraid at all to run misses.
Look at this hand, Bryce.
Rhinar.
I want you to look at this hand. Look at this hand. I see Reckless Swing, Smashback Ailhorn, Eye of Ophidia, and Blanche. And what's Eugene's arsenal right now?
It's Blue Wrecker Romp.
It's Blue Wrecker Romp. I just wanted to, you know.
Nevertheless, he looks incredibly confident here. I have to imagine that with the number of reps this man has on Rhinar, this is a situation he's been in time and time again. If there's anybody who can navigate this, it's Eugene C.
Eugene has that completely unshakable brute player demeanor. Oh, Matt did arsenal with Sunken Treasure. That's just a block card in his arsenal.
No,
it's a sloop. It's a sloop. Oh my God! I saw like the top half of the card and I was losing my mind.
No, Matthew McInnis is good enough to not deliberately lose the game on the spot. Swiftwater Sloop coming in for 6 go again here. It's in the red, of course. 2 blues in the pitch zone, activating High Tide and providing the go again to the sloop. And gonna see if can draw the first drop of blood from Eugene's life total. Still sitting 30 to 40 comfortably in the hands of our first green man of the game.
Right. As I was saying, he has that unshakable brute confidence. I have fully watched this man completely straight-faced roll a 1 and go,
Yep.
Pass. Your turn. So, like, if you think he could be shaken by a hand like this, that's not even in the realm of possibility.
Live by the die and die by the die, does Eugene C. He's going to be facing down a Rigor Mortis after this, because even though Matt has put an ally in the grave and thus enabled Dead Threads, not going to be enough to resolve Swabby and swing Swabby. He's also already resolved an ally from the grave, so Compass's Go Again clause has already been used.
Using the Balance of Justice. I thought he was blocking again with it, just for funsies. Finding a swing big off the top. Eugene with 6 cards in hand to work with, a might and an agility. Suddenly this hand looking a little bit more attractive than it did just a second ago. That Blanche also represents a pretty relevant on-hit in this matchup. I imagine what Eugene's thinking on here is whether or not he wants to give Gravy that piece of gold. When Gravy has 4 or 5 on the board, it's very different from when he has 0, because you can deny him both card draw via pitching resources and use of his hero ability.
This is actually the most stressed I've seen Eugene this game. It's when he draws up a really good card. I think you're right. He was thinking about blocking with this hand, and now he's like, oh boy, there's no way I can block with this.
Dude.
Blanche into swing big? Are you kidding me right now?
Blanche for 8, swing big for 8.
I'm gonna pop my gold.
Popping a gold is Matthew McInnis. Going to see if he can probably just reset that arsenal. I think it was a chart the high seas that I saw off the top there. A fantastic turn starter, but only if you haven't been hit by Blanche, Elly. Rigor Mortis instead just going to come in here. Dead Threads activated to swing with that lanky boy.
Threatening quite a bit of damage and leaving an ally on the board that Eugene's likely to have to deal with here. Unless he can find a way to discard a card, he's limited to 2 action points on this turn. Maybe we will see him lead with that Wrecker Romp.
And not just any card. He does have to discard one of the 2 above 6 power attacks in his hand, but that's all of his offensive capability this turn. First, it's going to be Blanche coming in for 8, thanks to that Might token, and go again because of the agility token generated by Smash Back Aelhorn. Eugene doesn't like either of the cards on the top of his deck because he just pitched an Eye of Ophidia in Brute, might I add. Puts them to the bottom there. Yeah, no, I know. It's not the craziest thing in Eugene's deck.
Pro Tour Amsterdam, I played against Kevin Zanker in the Monarch matchup, Bolton versus Levia. He blood rushed me pitching an Eye of Ophidia and then put another blood rush on top of his deck.
That's the dream, but man, if you resolve a pulping, draw that thing, and discard it, it's too much risk for my blood. And I have dabbled in Levia. I've played a little bit of Brute in my life. It's a lot of block cards from Matt McInnis here. Does not want to be connected by that Blanche. Looks like, did Eugene resolve that Smashback Aelhorn and refresh the tokens? Yes. Drinking another beer is Eugene C, as he is wont to do as a Brute player, and Swing Big is the follow-up here. Just riding these Might and Agility tokens to the ends of Rathe.
Pretty happy, it seems, to just send a fair bit of punishment Matt's way and leave this Rigor Mortis on the board.
Also a Rigor Mortis in hand. Oh,
likely going to be his resource card on this turn. I imagine this hand is going to be send Golden Tipple and attack with Rigor Mortis unless he can find something on these waters with Chart the High Seas. Let's see what he's working with here.
It was
Looks
a scuba.
Like 2 yellows.
I think it was a scuba and a Swiftwater sloop, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So a bit of a miss there. He is going to get a gold token for his troubles, but Matt really wanted to find himself a blue to fuel this turn. Nevertheless, Dead Threads is going to get him at part of the way there because Golden Tipple, discarding that second copy of Rigor Mortis, is going to draw him a card and, of course, generate a gold on top of it. 3 go again over to Eugene. Card drawn is another Chart the High Seas from Matt McInnis. And he affected there a little bit. Not exactly what he wanted to see, interestingly enough.
It's a little bit interesting. Gravy is online in the sense that he has put a blue in the pitch zone here. He doesn't want to play this one out or arsenal it. Rather, put another ally on the board. Oh, he's going to use the Rom to swing both of these Rigor Mortises here. Cracking in for 15 on a 3-card hand as well as leaving 2 allies behind for Eugene to deal with. This is how Gravy Bones runs away with games. You didn't clear the ally. You didn't think it was consequential. You left him with 3 cards, and he has found a way to cobble together a turn that is not only about 5 to 6 points above rate, it leaves a mess that you have to clean up.
And Gravy Bones is not going to do it. He can't do it. He doesn't have skin on his fingers anymore. So
there's no janitors in the pirate crew.
Absolutely. Is there?
There's no janitor.
I feel like Rigor Mortis probably...
Swabby.
He's a carpenter,
Swab's
though.
the deck.
He's a carpenter, though. He fixes the holes that cannonballs leave. At least according to the lore. I bet he picks up a mop every now and then.
Yeah, maybe he picks up a mop.
Swabby swab.
Swabby.
2 Rigor Mortises connect with Eugene. And a man who just 2 turn cycles ago was still sitting at 40 life is now down to 17. In this case, he's playing Blood Rush Bellows, pitching a red Massacre. Gotta think that he's got, plenty of hits in the hand, and it's an especially special hit. Skullcrack, when discarded randomly, is going to generate a resource. Eugene also finding 2 extra cards from that Blood Rush Bellows, and Blood Rush Bellows also gains Go Again, which is probably the funniest part of that card.
Looks like Matt is considering using either Gravy Bones' ability here or the Balance of Justice in response to this Intimidate. However, the top card of his deck is Eye of Ophidia, so I can't imagine he will want to put another non-blocking card in his hand as a little bit of insurance for Intimidate. Maybe if the card blocked 3.
First intimidation of the game for Eugene. I'm sorry, not of the game, of the turn. There's going to be plenty more intimidating coming. Savage Feast is going to get us there. Using that 1 resource generated by Skullcrack, Eugene probably has a lot of hits in this hand. And yes, it is. Agile Windup going to meet the condition for Savage Feast, draw Eugene a card, and he's also going to have Go Again on the Savage Feast.
And he's going to Intimidate him one more time.
Not just one more time. There's got to be more coming from
I'm
Eugene.
sure. Perhaps we'll see that blue Wrecker Romp come into play on this turn.
There we go. There's the Intimidate trigger.
1.
And it's a 1. Didn't catch it, but it seemed to have a treasure border,
I believe it was a tipple.
9 Go Again here. Still to answer for Matt McInnis. He doesn't have the Eye of Ophidia in hand, which is fantastic.
Yes, he does. It's the furthest left card. It's the furthest left card.
Bummer, dude. He's left with a non-block after 2 Intimidates.
Yeah, it was a tipple and a Murderous Rabble face down in his banished zone. Let's take a look at what Eugene's got here. Another Wrecker Romp and a Dig Up Dinner.
You know what time it is, Elly? I think it's time to resolve that blue Wrecker Romp in Arsenal.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Claw for 5 into Wrecker Romp for 8 with another Intimidate backing it up. Suspect that Dig Up Dinner will be hitting the pitch zone here.
One thing we have to note here is that resource is still left floating for Eugene visually, but it's not there.
Yes, it is. He cracked Savage Sash.
He cracked Savage Sash. So it is still there, folks. Like I said.
Don't let Bryce, don't believe his lies.
Okay, yeah. Claw swing here.
2 resources floating.
5 Go Again. Blood Rush Bellows.
It's a little bit sad. Sash is kind of awkward on this turn because if you use it, you end up wasting a resource because Wrecker Romp only costs 1. But if you don't use it, you can't afford this turn. But it's only worth 1 resource in aggregate.
Yeah. Wrecker Romp will cost 2 now.
1. That card costs 2.
Wrecker Romp costs 2?
2, but you must discard an additional
I thought
card.
it cost 3. Anyway. I believe the
a
brute
real
player in my
sad
ear.
card.
It is. Hey, look, it does cost 2, folks. So yes, you are right, leaving a little bit of resources on the table, but Eugene was at the behest of a random draw. Probably wasn't necessarily expecting, had to hedge his bets in case he were to draw a blue there.
This is what some of those new Brute cards. LSS has kind of explored a little bit new design space with Super Slam, with those new Brute blues that are 6s but block 0. This is what Rhinar wants them for. You just want some more blues. If that was, that new Rhinar Armory deck card instead of Massacre here, he could get a second Claw swing in.
Yes, finally. Wrecker Romp is resolved from the arsenal.
Presenting lethal damage.
Presenting lethal damage. 17 plays 8 here. This is one of the few Wrecker Romps you will ever see resolved on the combat chain, folks. The use case for this card is to be pitched and to be discarded. That is what it exists to do. In this case, Eugene threatening to put Matt McInnis in the bin with it.
Thankfully not truly lethal, as Matt does have at least 2 armor on the board, but only 3 cards left in his hand, and one of them doesn't block. We're going to see another Intimidation trigger here. This could put Matt in a particularly rough spot. Another blocking card banished. The Eye's still stuck in his hand here. Call to the grave. He has a total of 2 block value. If he doesn't give up armor, he's in reckless swing range.
Eugene C is an evil mastermind, I swear, Elly. Wrecker Romp Blue threatening to put Matthew McInnis in the bin, in the salty swell from which he came. But first, it's a Gravy Bones activation. Finds himself yet another blue that blocks 2.
He finds more 2 blocks with that back alley break line. Perhaps the only card he doesn't want to see in this hand more than the Eye of Ophidia. That card does functionally nothing in this hero except to be flipped off the top to Saltwater Swell and chart the high seas to gain free action points.
Ain't no poker face on Matthew McInnis anymore. He is getting Eugene this way and that. We saw Nick Butcher do it at Kobe. I think it was a over 20 life turn that he, over 20 life total that he went into that turn with and died on Florian, no less. A deck that can block super well, but not if the cards don't remain in his hand. Eugene buys himself 5 points of damage there. 17 plays 3 as we pass back over to Matthew McInnis, who now has something to say about it. Those cards are no longer intimidated, and there is plenty to do. What have we got in the hand of Eugene, though?
Riches of Trouble Why not? Who cares?
What are brutes going to use gold for?
Yeah, Murderous Rabble flipping a red here. You probably at least want this card to come in for 3, as it is a blue block 3. Thankfully for Matt, this is still going to be a blue put into the bin for Gravy's ability here.
So much bling on the side of Matthew McInnis. There are treasure pack rares as well as gold foils on his side of the board, but it can't save you from being intimidated and burned by the Wrecker Romps of Eugene C.
I think he'd have been fine if this Call to the Grave was extended art, but it's not, so he's in a bit of trouble.
Unlucky, man.
Unlucky.
That's going to be the difference maker here. That normal minimum rarity Call to the Grave in this otherwise dripped out Gravy Bones deck. Matthew McInnis finding himself a chum-friendly first mate to be thrown into the bin. 2 cards remain in the hand after this Call to the Grave is resolved. That's 2 blues now that have hit the graveyard for Matthew McInnis, really unlocking all of those decomposing dudes.
Kind of an interesting thing with Chum is that unless you actually go multiple chain links wide, you have to have a trigger at the start of your action phase for Chum to be able to eat your full turn, something Rhinar doesn't do basically ever. And Matt's just low enough that if Eugene sends something large at his face that intimidates him, not only is that Chum not the most impactful card should it hit the table here,
Avaschi drawn up off of gold, which is pretty darn good, taking care of that action point issue that Matthew was having. Avaschi is going to facilitate go again on the next pirate ally attack, and he has some really cheap ones on board. Rigor Mortis only costing 1 is absolutely huge for Matthew McInnis here. Avaschi plus a swing for Rigor Mortis means 6 go again, generate a gold on hit, and get Matthew his pennies back on board.
Eugene has a little bit of blocking power in this hand. He's holding onto an Alpha Rampage, which may be what he wants to use to attempt to just close this game on the spot. But he could also block 6 and send a 2-card 8 that intimidates, assuming there's a 6 on top with that Bare Fangs.
Yeah, and based on what I've seen in Eugene's deck, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that there's a 6 on top of that deck. It
might be
another copy of Nimby.
It could be a blue Nimbylism, for all we know.
Heck, what else haven't we seen? Why not a Raging Onslaught?
Oh, I love
in the
that
blue.
Card. I love that card. I love that card. There was that second place Calling Uzuri list that played a yellow Raging Onslaught. I went and bought textless copies just to build that deck.
That's fun.
Yeah, there are copies
what do you get textless ones?
No text from the Rhinar versus Dorinthia Classic Battles deck. It just says Raging Onslaught, and that's the only text on the card.
Incredible. I actually love that a lot. That's even
awesome.
better than Boost with no text.
Yeah, it's great.
Pitching his last blue in hand is Matthew McInnis to make 4 resources and resolve Chum, the friendly first mate, and
Scuba.
Another ally on top of it? Boy, howdy.
Perhaps trying to set up a situation where if he can find an Avasti or some rum or something similar, he can really bury Eugene under all this onboard value, assuming he doesn't get put in the dirt first.
And no allies in the hand for Matthew McInnis. Cannot activate Chum friendly first mate on this turn.
This
does have 1 goal.
Okay, I'm going to respond to all of it.
Alpha Rampage. Matthew McInnis checking the top of the deck first. What does he see?
That
chart
is
the high
a
seas yet
third
again.
Chart the high seas. Gonna go back on top. He may try to... I believe his whole hand blocks 3, so there's no point in filtering.
Alpha Rampage. One of those cards in Rhinar that drives fear and dread into opponents that have to face it. As an additional cost to play it, Eugene discarded a random card. It happened to be a 6. Alpha Rampage also intimidates on its face. So that is 2 cards intimidated there, and Matt is going to read him and weep.
Not dead, but is going to be forced to fold 2 cards and his last piece of armor to stay in this game. Going down to 1. Reckless Swing is in range, but Reckless Swing does not work on ally attacks.
So Matthew McInnis gets another chance at offense here. He's got 4 allies on board. Eugene has made it readily apparent that he is not going to worry about any of those decomposing friends, and it's a Conquer of the High
Good
Seas
Lord,
and a
what is this hand
portside
Eugene has
exchange
drawn?
still left in the hand of Matthew McInnis. Eugene, however, has the Brute Silver Bullet. Oh, no, it does not. We're pulling it up just because we are worried about it looming its head. Conquer of the High Seas is resolved here. 8 go again after Matthew McInnis finds himself a second blue off of the draw.
Thankfully for Eugene, nothing floating to attack with these Rigor Mortises or Scuba, but Chum cost 0 to swing, and he left it on the board. Matt is promising lethal damage on this turn, even through Eugene's armor, so it is going to ask for a card at the minimum. Eugene's starting to run out of gas a little bit in this game. Even if he goes low enough, this beast within his hand could be a real problem. He can send across a swing big, but Gravy is pretty happy to block the vast majority of his hand and attack with his allies in this game state. This massive Rhinar lead has kind of become a bit of a sticky situation for Eugene because so much of his approach to this matchup has been to not bother clearing Gravy's crewmates.
He's already seen 1 copy of Savage Swing at this point. There's got to be more lurking in the deck if I know Eugene C. So he's got to weather the storm and just get to the end, get to the moment where he can draw another copy.
He is capable of sending 9 thanks to that block with Apex Bonebreaker on this swing big. He's putting Matt on finding an ally and not being able to block with it.
It's really
there
good
is
numbers
an ally
right now.
in this hand. This is lethal. Matt can't filter his hand. He has no gold. He has a 2 block and 2 3 blocks and an ally. This swing big is guaranteed lethal, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. I don't think Matt McInnis has any outs here, Bryce. Eugene
1 damage.
just
1
took the
damage gonna leak
disciplined route.
through. That might token. Brutes can do value as good as Warriors when the hands line up, and this is one of those situations. The fist bump is extended. Matthew McInnis intimidated out of this round, and Eugene laughing at the blocks in his opponent's hand, which just aren't there to cover up the damage from that 9-power swing big. Eugene C, never a man that disappoints.
Never disappointed, or never disappoints and never disappointed. What an incredible player. Both, you know, in and out of the game. He's so polite. He's always there to have a good time. He's unaffable when he whiffs, and when he hits, it's fun for both of you. One of my favorite people to see in the feature match area.
He's the kind of brute that you want to sit across from. You don't want the angle shooters that are like really trying to nail these rolls. Eugene is here for a good time, and it is readily apparent whenever he is on stream.
It's true. It's true.
Well, if you liked what you just saw, boy, do I have a product for you. Armory decks are available for not all heroes, but a pretty darn good amount at this point, Elly. For one, the battle-hardened Living Legend winner in the hands of Naeed Mobasir, who is piloting her as well today. It's Ira Scarlet Revenger, who has a really cool suite of new ninja tech. Remember that card, Edge of Autumn?
Yeah.
That was in all of the Ira intro decks? Well, it's back, and it's got a little bit of extra flavor. It's essentially utilized for a multiple use case breaking scales in the hands of Okana Scar Reps. There are some really cool interactions that are built into this Ira Armory deck. And
The coolest thing about those Okana Scar Wraps is that they're also quite sweet in Katsu.
Yes, without a doubt. Honestly, I kind of think the Edge of Autumn archetype is a little sweeter in Katsu than Ira.
I agree.
But we've been talking about Pleiadesing these cards all day long, and you can Pleiades Armory deck because the Pleiades Armory deck is in stores on September 19th. One of the newest and flashiest, dare I say, heroes in the Flesh and Blood canon. This one is also going to have that CC and Blitz moniker attached to it, so there are special marked cards in there. You can play it in a CC Armory, or you can just take all of the CC cards out of it, leave only the B cards, and play a Blitz Armory as well. And if there's one thing that card players like to do, it is take another turn. And Standing Ovation is the first card in our lexicon that allows us to do just that. Elly, How do you feel about Revered Reviled? Are you on Team Revered or Team Reviled?
I'm on Team Revered because it's close enough to the light talent.
Okay, that's fair enough. You got to balance us out. And what I was alluding to earlier, though, Elly, is Armory deck Rhinar. Eugene C, despite looking like an absolute monster on this deck already, is going to get a bit of an upgrade. Alpha Instinct, this one does cost 3. That's why I was thinking about it with Wrecker Romp, for sure. It's not because I was mistaken.
Notably, this card does not cost discarding a card to be played, so still cheaper than Wrecker Romp, a blue 6 that is a 2-card 6. The downside is that it doesn't block for anything, but it does have 0 block, so you can still put this on the combat chain, which is important for things like Phantasm. This card does basically everything you could ask for. It's so cool and exciting. I love that it makes clear that this Armory deck is going to expand on the beat chest mechanic from heavy hitters. One of my favorite parts of that set. This card makes an amazing hero better. I have said that if I could remove one hero from the Living Legend canon ever, one hero to stay in the game forever, it would be Rhinar.
And he is doing just that for now. But if Eugene C has anything to say about it, he'll be reaching those hallowed halls and messing things up sooner rather than later. And, you know, we have a lot of options for folks in the Armory deck product scene. You can play some kind of rogue decks. You can play some, you know, middle-of-the-road meta answerers like Ira. Or
Bryce.
you can play the
I want to play the best deck.
Busted best deck. That's Arachne Slip Through the Cracks coming at you December 12th, 2025. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer for this one, but oh, will it be worth it. A new Chaos Assassin action in Meat Madness. Some of the gnarliest art I have seen since we've been back in Monarch.
So notably, this is the first Chaos Assassin card. Look at that freaking border, dude. It's so sweet. I adore it. It's cool to see just more of these disruptive stealth cards end up in this hero. This hero is just so capable of both rushing you down and taking cards away from you while he does it. He may not be the highest damage output hero in the game, but it's tough to beat him in a race because he shreds your hand up while he hits you over the head. And Meat Madness perfectly exemplifies that, an on-rate stealth card that is still capable of taking cards away from you while pressuring your life total, which is Mr. Slippy's game plan.
He is a meta mainstay, and he is getting a little bit more support. For all of you Slippy fans, get locked and loaded for December 12th. That is going to be a day of mayhem for the world of Rathe. We're going to be back with more Flesh and Blood very soon, and God willing, some sand sketch plans, and also one of the 3 brothers floating. That's going to be Aidan Kwasneski on Vynnset. If you want to see a familiar face, we've got him, and we've got more Flesh and Blood after this. With a sand sketch plan and a blood rush bellow, Eugene buries Gravy Bones back into the depths from which he came. Bryce Platz back with World Tour Kansas City, and of course, my cohort in commentary, Elly Bird.
Hey, how's it going?
We're going to hit that metagame real quick because I know a lot of you have been asking for it. 421 players, once again, most represented decks here. 61 copies of Gravy Bones, 56 of Arachney Slip Through the Cracks, 31 on the answer to those two, in some people's thoughts at least, Ira, Scarlet Revenger, and of course, Verdant's Thorn of the Rose, one of the, in my opinion, kind of black sheeps of the format, unless, of course, they've been able to solve that Gravy Bones matchup.
Verdance is a little bit of an interesting factor in this metagame where she kind of occupies this gatekeeper spot where your Gravy matchup isn't great, but you absolutely slaughter these other two most represented decks. You are insanely good into Ira and Arachney. Your Syndra matchup is close. Your DO matchup, I think that one's like a little contentious. It kind of depends on how good the DO player is. I think on the middling end of the skill spectrum, they'll often get fatigued. You know, you really put it on them to find a way to punch through your defenses, and she's so capable of shutting so many decks out of the metagame that you kind of have this problem where maybe you can beat Gravy and Arachney, but it's so hard to be able to beat Verdance, and her role in this metagame really is to sweep up basically everybody who's trying to beat up on Gravy.
And you know, even though it's not a great matchup for her, a lot of folks have been putting in work and have found percentage points into Gravy Bones. We have been seeing them fall throughout the day. Lucas Oswald, for example, has died on Gravy Bones to a Verdant. So it can be done if you strive hard enough, folks. And speaking of striving hard enough, two of Brian Gottlieb's greatest soldiers are on Arachney Huntsman in the meta today. Boy, howdy, do they have their work cut out for them. I saw one during a side event yesterday, was doing pretty darn well. So I wish them the best of luck today at the calling as well.
And speaking of our strongest soldiers, I believe we have Aidan Kwasneski, one of the cousins, floating in the arena on Vynnset, the Iron Maiden, which is quite exciting.
Let's get on down there, Elly. Vynnset, as you mentioned, is being piloted by Aidan Kwasneski, who sits at 2-0, but his opponent, someone else you might recognize, Mr. Dagan White from Min-Max Ascent on Kassai of the Golden Sand. One of those sleeper picks, I would say. Warriors in general are positioned pretty well into Gravy Bones and also the Assassins, but what will our Shadow Runeblade have to say about it?
This is kind of an interesting one because I think historically, especially after Nebula Blade has left the game, a weapon that many Vynnset decks did play to take a more proactive stance into decks capable of fatiguing her. Now that that's gone, her only real weapon choice is Flail of Agony, not a fantastic way to get over fatigue as it costs you life and is just not that threatening, and in this matchup is cleanly covered up by Valiant Dynamos. So Vynnset has a really tall hill to climb here in terms of getting over fatigue, and Kassai is real happy to just sit there, AB, block, and grind you to a fine powder.
And Dagan is going to do exactly just that at the outset of this game. Turn 0 starts off with an unsheathed into Centauri Saber. 5 go again here with a Seduce Secrets in the pitch zone, a card popularized by Andrew Rothermel after winning, I believe it was Battle Hardened Sacramento with it. I can't quite remember the event.
It was Minneapolis. I was casting that event.
Oh, there you go. So you saw it
fun.
firsthand. That's right, with Ray Adams, right?
Yep.
That's right. I remember watching it now. So Seduce Secrets, one of those cards that seemed like a majestic bauble when we were playing it in the Heavy Hitters Limited meta, has found its way into Kassai decks because it will draw a card if played from Arsenal, which is exactly what Kassai wants to do her best Fang cosplay and swing free Centauri Sabers. Aidan Kwasneski blocking 2 on 5 here,
because he has a reduce to rune chant in the hand here to cover this up and generate a rune chant. This is kind of what you don't want to see if you attack Vynnset on the very first turn of the game. They make a rune chant and you're like, oh, that is really not what I wanted to see.
Sometimes you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't, but Aidan who wants to be seeing these malefic incantations, one of which has found its way into the last card of his hand, is exactly what Dagan White was probably hoping for when he started swinging on this turn. Aidan really does not want to give up this card, and he's going to give up 4 life on turn 0 in order to keep it. That's because it is one of those incredibly important setup pieces for Vynnset. You've got to get that rune chant engine going and keep it going if you're going to have hopes to into a deck that wants to take you long.
I'm just mulling over. Do I think Malefic Incantation is worth 4 life? I guess when you just have to set up and go over, you need to line up those massive rune chant stacks with your culls and multiple rune gate cards. Your life total is a resource to be expended, even if it does mean functionally starting the game at 36 life.
I don't hate the decision here. I think Aidan knows that fatigue is a very, it's on the table for sure into a Kassai. I mean, heck, he's in a local meta with Colin the Boy Wonder Erickson, who can go to the ends of Rathe with these sabers. He's used to this matchup, I would have to imagine, as a result. So I'm going to trust Aidan that he knows how to get there in the end. Malefic Incantation resolved here after banishing a Phantom Wraith from Vynnset, and it's just going to be resolved here, as is his right. It is free because he has 2 rune chants, and Phantom Wraith cost 2 happens to have the rune gate keyword as well. So from the banish zone it comes and swings in for 6 and 2.
Good old 1 card 8 is the Vynnset way. When you have those incantations on the board to keep things going, or you find those reduced to rune chants, putting a little bit of pressure on the warrior on the other side of the table here. You need to kind of strike a balance in this matchup. You need to force them to kind of slow down a little bit, do some blocking. You have to threaten damage, but you also have to find a way to kill them.
Flying high in the hand of Dagan White
Whoa.
makes me think that this is definitely the more aggressive variant of Kassai of the Golden Sand that you saw in Minneapolis, Elly. Gonna be very interesting to see which direction he decides to take this game in. Obviously, Kassai is one of those heroes that is really good at pivoting mid-game and kind of sussing out what their opponent is doing and responding to it. Namely, thanks to those 2 power cards, Blood in Her Hands and Raise an Army. Which angle of attack do you think is going to be more prescient here, Elly?
I'm really trying to think about it. That's such an interesting question. We did see him Arcane Barrier and block with 2 cards to stay at 40, so I imagine he's just passing through. I think his game plan here may just be to go for fatigue. He doesn't even want to pitch that sink below to attack for 2 here, rather. Instead, content to just hang on to that 4 block.
Fatigue, definitely a viable option against Vynnset, just because she deals so much self-damage that it is an irrevocable fact that the game will end if it goes longer and longer, thanks to the fact that she is just doing damage to herself constantly.
And she has no real weapon.
Exactly. It also puts the onus, kind of like Guardians, on the Vynnset to convert all 4 cards every single turn, something that they can't always do. In this case, however, Aidan has found himself a source of go again in Machinations of Dominion. The trickier part is going to be generating enough rune chants and resources to use all these cards.
That is the thing here. He is capable of finding go again with this Machinations of Dominion, but the resource curve on this hand is a little bit awkward. He does have an Eloquent Eulogy he can pitch for in his arsenal. He has to banish a card here. I imagine it'll be this Phantom Wraith, like you said, to get that second rune chant. He can send it with go again, thanks to this Machinations, but if he pitches a yellow into this Eulogy, we're wasting a little bit of resources. We're not getting another card in our banished zone.
Aidan
There
really
is...
really taking his time here, posturing like he knows he's got to put together the biggest turns possible to go the distance. Makes me think that Aidan is well aware of what he's up against on the other side of the table.
So I played a game of Flesh and Blood against Aidan last night on
Okay.
Fi. I hit him, 3-card hand, hit him with the first attack in my hand. I cracked my Mask of the Pouncing Links to go get a Lava Burst. He asks me, how many cards are in your hand? Okay. And that goes to the Banish Zone, and you can play it this turn? Okay. Cull, Banish Cull, Cull. I just shook his hand. I was like, yep, you got me.
Aidan is diabolical. Don't let his cheerful disposition fool you. This guy is a killer. But besides taking the lines that Elly, you and I were describing, where you resolve the Machinations of Dominion, instead, Aidan just pitching the old-fashioned way for a widespread destruction, trying to put a little bit of disruptive pressure on Dagan, but also set up multiple blood debt cards in the banish zone. That is what is going to unlock, at some risk, mind you, some really insane turns from Vynnset.
What you've got to wish if you were in Aidan's seat here is that you had a Shadow non-attack on that turn. If he could lose a point of life with this widespread destruction, he could get a third blood debt card in his banish zone by banishing his own arsenal. Dagan passing through his turn yet again, clearly content to full fatigue Aidan, putting Aidan entirely on the plan. He just said, you got to find a way to kill me. I'm going to sit here and take no game actions but defensive ones. This is your game to win.
And now let's think back on that turn 0 for Dagan White. Yes, he swung into Aidan's full hand, which is something you sometimes don't want to do into decks like Vynnset that need all of the pieces to kind of align in the hand. But that was just a play for more cards out of Aidan's deck. It was the first blood drawn in this fatigue race for Dagan White. The less cards in Aidan's deck, the less he has to worry about getting rid of before he claims victory. Aidan starting off with a haymaker here. Shadow Puppetry, paying 1 to Vynnset. Down to 34 he goes, which means that this first of 3 rune chants will be unpreventable here. And they're also going to turn on that on pain ability of Deathly Wail. Not for just Dagan White, who's going to be taking unpreventable damage, but also for Aidan. So 2 rune chants are going to be generated when this combat chain closes. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
And should this connect, which, to be clear, it won't, he would be able to look at the top card of his deck and decide whether or not he wants to banish it, potentially giving him more blood deck cards in his banish zone and functionally drawing him cards if he finds the right pieces.
Dagan White takes 3 here on those rune chants, perhaps thinking that his hand is more easily converted on the blocking side of things, especially because he is forced into taking 1 of those rune chants. Right now, though, is it just Braveforge Bracers? Oh, there's a favor scene in Arsenal. Also,
that makes sense to me.
Yeah, also, I think he's been holding on to a Sink Below for some time, waiting for the opportune moment to throw it out.
Aidan can have 3 rune chants when the combat chain's closed here.
But does he want to close it yet? Still sitting
That
on
is
that
the
Eloquent
question.
Eulogy.
He can use Tunic and send the Eulogy to do even more setting up. Get an Eloquence and 3 rune chants total when the combat chain is closed. Well, 2 total because it would trigger the rune chant to send the Eulogy. On the topic of what you said about Dagan not Arcane Barriering, he only has 1 blue in hand, and when 1 is unpreventable, it's often not really worth covering the rune chants at all.
Eloquent Eulogy coming out the old-fashioned way from the Arsenal, paid for by the Deathly Delight in hand. Aidan is kind of showing one of the pain points for Vynnset. She has a lot of good cards in the deck. Most of them say Runegate, but they get a little awkward if you have to put them in Arsenal, and you are priced into paying for them by pitching other cards. Generally speaking, that Arsenal wants to be reserved for non-attack actions like your Malefic Incantations, especially your Shadow non-attack actions, so you can trigger that Vynnset hero ability as soon as humanly possible.
Interestingly, though, about not being worth covering rune chants, if Dagan pitched a blue here, he actually could have gotten the full 3 life value, as there were 2 preventable in the first attack and 1 here. Blocking just the Dynamos here. Maybe the plan isn't full fatigue, but rather that Sink Below is pretty awkward to work with on that turn because he is keeping 2 cards here, 3 cards to fire back with. I believe, no, the full grip. He's going to Arsenal that Sink Below. He has a blue, he has a Blade Runner, and I believe a Blood on her hands, maybe not the card you want to use quite yet.
A little bit of a reprieve here for Aidan because he has drawn blood on the side of Dagan White. 33 plays 33, but Dagan is activating Kassai of the Golden Sand. The next weapon attack that connects this turn is going to generate a gold token. Blood in her hands pitched here. Very, very possible that we are going to see that card again, so keep your eyes out for it. If Dagan is able to generate a fabled 4 gold, then he's going to have a massive swing to put Aidan back into the Shadow Realm from whence he came, but that's only if he can go the distance. 2, for now, is this Centauri Saber, but there's more where that came from. Sink Below.
He may be playing towards a pitch stack here. The only 2 cards he's pitched this game so far are a Seduce Secrets and a Blood on Her Hands, I believe.
Also a flying high
He
to pay
pitched a
for
blue flying
rune
high,
chance,
yeah. So the current order of the bottom of his deck at the end of this turn is going to be that Seduce Secrets, a blue flying high, and a Blood on Her Hands.
No go again.
The question will be, can Dagan get the pennies that he needs to unlock that power card by the end of this game? But Aidan also is going to be really remiss to be blocking a whole lot this game, especially if he is expecting it to get into a fatigue state. He's found himself one of the newest power cards for Vynnset, Cull in the hand, and also a gorgeous Sink Below from
those New Zealand Project
right?
Blue events, yeah.
Absolutely stunning. For now, Aidan still has to deal with 2 on hit, create a gold token.
Next weapon attack is going to make a gold token. Dagan, interestingly, pitching that Blood in Her Hands not only to get it to the bottom of his deck, but he is holding on to a Glint, the Quicksilver, which will activate Kassai's static ability, assuming he blocks. That is a Blade Flurry hitting the table.
It's an offensive value play here for Dagan White. Aidan, very rewarded for holding back that beautiful bling in the New Zealand Sink Below.
I want those so bad.
Now covers up this Centauri Saber perfectly. No gold token generated off of Kassai's hero ability. However, Dagan does have a bit of an answer in his own right. Glint the Quicksilver is going to give this Centauri Saber go again. And because Aidan has now blocked with a card from hand, it'll trigger the reprise effect on Glint the Quicksilver, thereby drawing Dagan White a card. Just an amazing card that has been in the meta since the game has existed. Dory looks fabulous on it, obviously, and it's here to stay.
Also, because he has drawn a card, Kassai's Sword Swings are free this turn, so he's going to use that 1 floating resource to play the Spoils of War out, swinging again for 4, 5 if blocked by an attack action, thanks to Centauri Saber's static ability. Sorry, 6 because of the Blade Flurry, threatening a whole host of on-hits. I think we're going to see the Face Purgatory hit the table here, forcing Dagan's Sink Below out of his hand and drawing Aidan a card. This is, when fatigue is concerned, perhaps one of the most ideal uses of Face Purgatory you can possibly find, getting a serious amount of defensive value both out of your opponent's deck and out of their arsenal while covering up an on-hit, finding you a card to put in the banish zone, and preserving that Malefic incantation in your hand. That is the perfect Face Purgatory for the Iron Maiden.
And it hurts especially bad for Dagan White because he has been holding on to that Sink Below for, I believe, 2 or 3 turn cycles now, just issuing himself an IP penalty, holding it back because he knows he needs to keep as much defensive capability in this deck as humanly possible. Efficiency is Dagan White's game plan.
And perhaps Aidan sniffed that out. He said, you've been hanging on to a card for multiple turns here. It's got to be something important. Either it was one of the ones you just played, or it's what you're trying to tuck in the arsenal to save for later. Smelling that and forcing it out of Dagan's hand. We talked about Aidan being a killer. He knows what he's doing on Vynnset.
Aidan puts up his finger. He says, no tucks. You do not get any tucks, Dagan White. No. And I am going to do the most perfect bread and butter turn cycle that Vynnset has to offer. Draw that Phantom Banshee, banish it, and then send a cheeky 1-card 10. Big nasty stuff coming out from Aidan Kwasneski. Although the defenses remain stalwart from Dagan White, takes no damage whatsoever on that turn cycle. 32 plays 33, passing back over to Dagan White.
You know, if you count the 3 resources the rune chance generated, it's kind of like a 1-card 13.
Oh, okay. I'm smelling what you're stepping in there, Elly.
You could maybe even call it like a 1-card 16.
Wow.
Who cares? We'll just make the numbers up at this point.
These sound like Bolton numbers all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
No jab at you.
Wait, what do you mean? I play 1-card 3s.
Fake numbers is what I mean.
Numbers. Oh, that's true. That's true, actually.
No shade to Bolton players. I'm a Warrior player myself.
Banishing a Funeral Moon and just passing to set up here. I believe he arsenaled a Sink Below, drawing a bit of a clunky hand here. No card he wants to banish, holding on to 2 Haunting Renditions and a Malefic Incantation.
You know, based on the way it drew up, I actually kind of think that this was also pretty divinely ordained from Aidan Kwasneski. He held on to the 1 Haunting Rendition and then drew another, thus forcing Dagan to be on the offense. So this is honestly the best case scenario when Aidan is facing off with a fatigue state. The last thing he wants to do is have these block cards in hand when he wants his foot placed firmly on the gas. In this case, he's forcing Dagan to do something affirmative and allow him to get value on these cards.
I have a question.
Shoot.
When was the last time you saw Haunting Rendition blocked with rather than discarded?
It happens for me a lot because I play a lot of Fang and we come in for 4s a lot.
Sure.
But yes, you're right. That is definitely not the use case that Vynnsets want in this matchup. However,
We're
it's
gonna
really
see it
nice
right
to be able
now.
to. Yeah, it's amazing to be able to cover up some copper generation.
And he's going to discard the second one to cover the +2 on this Blade Flurry, cleanly getting a Rune Chant and stuffing this offense. Insane.
At least for now, he does have one more sword to contend with here. Happy to see Dagan pitching a red, but going to have to keep our eyes on that because a red slice and dice late in the game is going to be really, really nasty for Aidan when he is blocking for his life.
Really might as well fold both of these cards here. Anything you keep is just going to get banished. If you keep just one card, and this on-hit represents so much, not only a gold, but 2 copper for that blood on her hands that Dagan has on the bottom of his deck.
And it's a sink below in hand. So not going to be able to that last card is not going to be able to be used on offense. Aidan, however, does not know that. And yes, it's throwing 2 cards in front of this Centauri Saber, preventing gold and copper generation. This is exactly the time where you want to be blocking Kassai, even if she is trying to take you to time, essentially. Because if there's one thing that's going to prevent Aidan from going the distance at even to fatigue, it's a nasty blood on her hands turn or a big Raisin Army.
That blood on her hands is looking pretty nice on the bottom of Dagan's deck. He also should have a Sharpened Senses pretty close to it, along with a Slice and Dice.
It's back over to Dagan, who has all of the tempo, but another copy of blood on her hands without any pennies to speak of. Draw Swords, however, is going to draw a card. It's going to draw a sword, and Garganian Tome is going to draw another card. These draw effects are not something that you want to be doubling up on in Kassai of the Golden Sand because it's only the 1 card draw that gives you free swords for the rest of the turn. Dagan probably very much wanting to hold off on that Garganian Tome until another turn cycle, but nevertheless, he has a non-block left in his deck. He decided not to side it out, so maybe it's not a complete fatigue game plan here.
So we talked about life total being a resource in this matchup, and Dagan is presenting no meaningful on-hits on this turn, no Kassai activation, no copper threatened, just straight damage, and this is a Saber for 8. It's positively massive, but Aidan's hand is chock full of gas. He's holding onto a widespread destruction where he already has 4 rune chants on the board, tear through the portal, and a shadow puppetry in his hand that is multiple action points for cards in the banished zone with a Malefic Incantation on the board. He is primed to send some serious punishment Dagan's way if he chooses to keep this full hand.
And if you are learning the game of Flesh and Blood, take a look at this because Aidan was so diligent about blocking when he needed to, which thus gives him the life total and the space to really put his foot on the gas when the cards line up for him. So Aidan really performing well thus far against the tireless onslaught of swords from Dagan White, who is closing the combat chain now to activate Brave Forge Bracers and come in with yet another free Centauri Saber. He's got 2 in the pitch, gonna go kind of the way of the birds because the card in Arsenal is a sink below, but again, Aidan still doesn't know that. He is thinking in the swing right now.
Should it connect, he can generate another Vigor token, thanks to that Grains of Blood spell.
Aidan thinking over his hand once more, but you got to believe if he took 8 on the chin on that first chain link, he's going to take this additional 3 and just throw whatever he can back. And this is definitely the time to do it, Elly.
Yeah, Vynnset doesn't have very much armor to work with if you actually need those gorgeous convention-exclusive Spellbound Creepers Marvel.
Oh, I'm so glad you mentioned them.
I just picked mine up today
just
from a
did,
friend.
yeah.
They're insane. I'm so happy with them.
I watched them come in.
However, if you need those to set up a very large and undeniable turn in the end game, and Tunic is also a part of that, you can basically treat Aidan as having 0 armor left to work with in this game, which is pretty tough when those Centauri Sabers continue to grow should you block with the best blocking cards in your deck, these 3 block attack actions. It very much is eroding his defensive capability. The sink below is here to clean things up, but still a point of value wasted, blocking 4 on 3.
The card drawn off of sink below is an eloquent eulogy.
Oh, he's reordering his pitch here. It looks like he put the trot along in the middle, the sharpened senses on the bottom, and the blood on her hands first at the top.
Does make sense because there was a red slice and dice mixed in there. Wants
Yep.
to make sure that he has the resources to actually use offense later in the game. 21 plays 33 here. Aidan just took quite a licking, but there's something coming back at Dagan White because a widespread annihilation has been banished to the Vynnset hero ability, and Aidan has plenty of go again in the hand. I tend to think that this is a very clean go again enabler. Send widespread annihilation, follow up with Tunic Resource, Eloquent Eulogy. Pocket one of those shadow non-attacks for later.
So what I wanted all y'all at home to see here is that Dagan is holding on to only one blue. If he chooses to cover Arcane Barrier here, it's going to cost him 5 resources, which is 1 blue and 2 reds, basically lighting his hand on fire to begin with for the purposes of that widespread annihilation. So the effect from that widespread is almost certainly going to connect here if Aidan wants it to.
And this right here, Aidan's affect is exactly why I don't bring Vynsets to tournaments. Vynnset to tournaments, because it is such a head scratcher. If you have ever been fatigued as a Vynnset, you value the cards in your hand so highly, and you question every single turn cycle. Is this the moment where I go hard, or is this the moment where my opponent, for example, pitches everything out to block all of my rune chants and blows up my Spellbound Creepers?
It's tough. He also chose not to play out that shadow non-attack on this turn.
Gonna be a Spellbound Creepers activation.
Go again. Yeah, likely going to cash in that Tunic counter for the Creep of Deeps, generating functionally 2 action points, maybe pitching either the Tear Through the Portal or the Shadow Puppetry. Though probably the Tear Through the Portal, since Shadow Puppetry is the same card but better.
Entirely possible that he's also sequencing this so that he doesn't have to banish a card to widespread annihilation because it is a reciprocal effect. That being said, he has the rune chant on the back, so
he could simply not break the chain.
Yeah, I almost wonder if he would kind of want to put the Eloquent Eulogy in the banish zone and then play it out for free via Rune Gate. Another option to just a good example of the plethora of options that is afforded to Vynnset Iron Maiden.
So Dagan did. No, I believe he took 1 damage.
Yeah.
But he used his full hand. Aidan using this opportunity to get as much damage through as he possibly can, but Dagan has a D-React in the arsenal and 4 armor on the board to work with.
Got to use this opportunity to chunk your opponent when they are posturing nothing but defense. Aidan paying the 1 life for Vynnset, guaranteeing damage coming through here. Which is a curious choice because what?
No, this lets him banish to the Eloquent Eulogy when he closes the combat chain.
Great.
He functionally just generated a couple extra action points here. What I imagine the rest of this turn looks like is Eloquent Eulogy coming in for 5 with Go Again, as well as 1 Arcane, threatening an on-hit with that Shadow Puppetry, getting that point of damage through that is unpreventable. And then I think we're going to see the Vexing Quail Hand cashed in here to throw that Phantom Wraith Dagan's way for this triple Rune Gate turn. But Dagan has just set up so much defense here.
And it's tough, the consideration to cash in a Vexing Quill Hand here, because it is the only get-out-of-jail-free card, really, in the equipment suite for Vynnset. That is, yes, it can be used for massive offensive potential on 1 single turn, or it can be held in reserve, kind of like the Gambler's Gloves of this Shadow Rune Blade deck, where it just bails you out when you most need it. Aidan looks like he's calling a judge, asking a question about Tear Through the Portal. Let's see if we can hear it.
Oh, sure.
We're going to pull back to us real quick. We are not going to hear. That is the right of Aidan Kwasneski. He's going to take a private conversation with the judge, probably because he's got a cheeky little interaction that he wants to be able to throw his opponent's way.
I'm curious what his plan with the Tear Through the Portal there is.
Can't be for this turn, right?
Probably not. Maybe he's curious if the Eloquence will give him multiple action points, which is not true. Go Again can only resolve once.
Exactly. So, yeah, it's a bit of a question in my mind. Maybe he's wondering if he needs to pop that Vexing Quill Hand like you suggested, come in with the Phantom Wraith with Go Again from Tear Through the Portal, and then send Flail of Agony on the back end of that, especially because Dagan White has already blocked with the Flail of Agony kicker Valiant Dynamos.
That's true. He did give that on the eulogy. Let's go
see
back
how it
in
plays
and see
out.
how. Yeah, you stole the words right out of my mouth.
They're
Mr.
mine now,
Platz.
Elly.
They're your words now.
You are meeting madness, just like Arachne slipped through the cracks.
Arachne on Tuesdays at the taqueria be like a meat madness.
Meat madness. Do you think he likes corn tortillas or flour tortillas?
Well, if he has any taste, he likes corn tortillas.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. I never thought I would find a kindred tortilla spirit in
I'm
you,
from
Elly.
Texas.
That's fair.
We're snobs. We're snobs too.
Vex and Quillian popped here, as my co-caster suggested. 2 rune chance equals a Phantom Wraith coming at you from the Banish Zone, no longer taxing Aidan's blood debt this game any longer. 20 plays 23. Aidan has done a lot of work managing life totals here and evening it all out. He has all of the tempo in the world, and it just needs the top of the deck to cooperate here. No rune chance, though, at the start of this turn.
He has found an Envelop in Darkness, so on the topic of the top deck cooperating, it's pretty close. I think he's going to be a rune chant. No, that Funeral Moon, should he take any damage on this turn. Wait, he can banish Widespread Destruction, pitch Succumb to Temptation to play the Envelop in Darkness, paying 1 life, and fire off that Funeral Moon to get every card out of his hand on this turn. Or he can just play the Funeral Moon if he doesn't block this Centauri Saber.
So here's the question. Can he play the Envelop in Darkness and then layer the triggers so that the Eloquence sticks around long enough for him to pay the life from Vynnset? Because at that point, Funeral Moon would then generate an action point too.
Let's walk through this, Bryce. So the way this works is
so cool.
He puts Tear Through the Portal on the stack. 2 triggers are generated at the same time. The Eloquence trigger and the Vynnset trigger. He can choose to resolve the Vynnset trigger and then hold priority on the Eloquence trigger. The Eloquence does not destroy itself until part of its trigger, but its trigger will still resolve even if the Eloquence is not there. So, with the Eloquence trigger on the stack, but the Eloquence still on the board, he will respond with Funeral Moon in this hypothetical at instant speed.
But he's
None
not
of this
doing
is
that
going
at
to happen,
all.
but he would get 2 action points. Just in the hypothetical you asked me about, he would get 2 action points as the Eloquence would trigger twice.
In this case, Eloquence still showing its stripes in this Vynnset deck. Granted, probably 8 times out of 10, Eloquences that are generated from Eloquent Eulogy
do nothing.
Kind of go by the wayside. They're eaten up by a Deadwood Dirge that already has Go Again anyway. But the way we were just cooking right there, folks, that's the real power of Eloquence in Vynnset.
I'll also tell you this. What we were describing there is exactly why Wizard does not have Eloquence generation. You don't get that, Kano. I'm sorry.
For the good of all brand new players in this game, Wizards do not get access to Eloquence. In this case here, what Aidan does have access to is a whopping 12 damage here in the form of Rune Chance plus Widespread Destruction. Coming for the arsenal of Dagan White, but it doesn't exist. The issue for Aidan here is that it's a reciprocal effect here.
But he didn't pay the life on his turn. He took the Centauri Saber so that he could play the Funeral Moon on Dagan's turn to protect the Tear Through the Portal in his arsenal.
I saw that Dagan immediately took a Rune Chant, so I was worried that Aidan had paid the life and that Tear Through the Portal was going to go by the wayside. But Aidan knows what he's doing, folks, if we haven't covered that enough this game.
He did pay the life on this turn. I guess it clears his arsenal.
Okay, folks, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad.
What we've learned.
Anyone
this
hear
game.
a bus? Anyone hear a bus?
Because Eleanor Maybird is underneath it. And there's a guy who used to have a lot of long hair standing close by. 17 plays 22. It's back over to Aidan, who bought yet another turn of tempo from Dagan White, who blocked out entirely that Widespread Destruction, despite the fact that there was no on-pain effect for him to contend with.
Aidan chaining these incantations together. He has not spent more than a single turn in this entire game without one on the board. I believe 2 red copies in the graveyard. The first yellow on the board here. Still quite a bit of Rune Chant generation in the deck. Dagan halfway dead. Aidan working on climbing his way up this proverbial fatigue mountain.
At this moment, when we're seeing the copies of Malefic Incantation dwindle, and thus the consistent rune chant generation. I wonder about the efficacy of some of the traditional Runeblade power cards, like, for example, Mordred Tide and Revel in Runeblood, which I have seen in Vynnset decks here and there, I think mainly from players that are worried about a super long, ground-out game who want more access to spike turns. Do you think Aidan is packing any of those?
We've seen a lot of his deck at this point, Bryce.
Tear through the portal.
Possible that the answer is no.
Perhaps opting just for a very consistent Vynnset game.
Yeah, this is Beseech the Demigod, being a +3 to the Widespread Ruin in his Banish Zone, as well as paying 1 life. So Aidan going to banish the top card of Dagan's deck when the chain is closed here. No questions asked, as well as the top card of his own, potentially drawing some cards if only he had a Compass of Sunken Depths to know what was on top before he played a card like this.
Compass of... Elly, we're trying to get a break from Gravy Bones here.
Hey, I mean, I think looking at the top card of your deck is sweet.
It is.
I wish I could do it whenever I want.
Hey, Dio does it better.
That's true. She just does.
9 power here. Dagan thinking about blocking with 2 cards from the hand. Makes me think that they're 3 blocks, not giving us any insight into what is left there.
Looks like an Eye of Ophidia and a Blade Runner in his hand, so not capable of blocking with one of them. Though, it's possible we could see him block 3 with the Blade Runner, go to his turn, and use the Eye to activate a gold and swing some sabers.
I like that line a lot here.
Especially when Aidan has this many cards in his graveyard.
Perhaps Dagan is thinking, well, if I am priced into swinging, I really want to hold on to something with Go Again. Because it's entirely possible that the drawn-up card, even after 2 ops from an Eye of an Ophidia, does not provide Go Again to these sabers and thereby doesn't reset Dynamos and give Dagan a value engine of an offensive turn. The way he is punished here is if he just can swing 1 Centauri Saber, and then what are we sitting at? We're at a 2-card 2?
Well, he gets to arsenal whatever he finds in that
True.
hypothetical. Yeah, I'm curious if he uses the gold here. Seems likely with that Blade Runner in his hand. Getting to functionally send across a 1-card 7. As he will activate a gold, get some free resources, draw a card to put in the arsenal, and use the remaining resource on that Blade Runner.
We've seen a handful of Sync Belows and a Fate Foreseen from Dagan White, which makes me think that there are plenty of D-Reacts still left in the deck.
Let's see what he's
Probably
looking at
trying to
here.
find one for Arsenal here. It's a Spoils of War and a Glint the Quicksilver.
I imagine he'll keep the spoils to arsenal it with that gold trigger.
Posturing like it's going to be both kept on top. Spoils
Makes
on
a lot
top,
of sense
however.
to me. Blue block 3 and a Spoils of War going into the arsenal, most likely on this turn.
Spoils of War also a Go Again enabler. I kind of wonder if he just wants to throw it out here and dare Aidan to block him out again. Because even though Dagan might not be... No, it's not going to be the Spoils of War here. It's going to be the Blade Runner. What I was going to say, though, even though it is not the most amazing offensive turn and probably not going to generate copper, it still dares Aidan to deal more deck damage to himself and further the fatigue game plan that Dagan White is kind of like dipping his toes into right now.
Aidan does have that Haunting Rendition to smooth this turn out, but Aidan's hand kind of looks like it wants to do some amount of blocking basically either way.
And this is a situation where I really like holding back the Haunting Rendition and discarding it, because 9 times out of 10 when a Kassai of the Golden Sand presents a naked Centauri Saber, it's going to be something like a Blade Runner to follow it up and give it Go Again.
Almost always. With no present Go Again, I generally assume that it is just always Blade Runner.
Could be Run Through,
Oh, true.
but that's essentially Blade Runner.
It's Yellow Blade Runner.
It's literally Yellow Blade Runner.
I
Although,
think the text is slightly different. It says sword, not one-handed weapon, so Dorinthia can play it.
yes,
Which is who it was purpose-built for.
right, exactly.
But it means you can't play it in Hatchet Story.
Yes, that is true. There is an interesting interaction. I was talking to Colin Erickson about what card comes out for that new expansion slot card
And he
that
said
was
Run
just
Through?
spoiled because so he actually said Yellow Blade Runner because it gives you more efficacy when you are facing down a Bonds of Agony. Makes it so less copies of Blade Runner can be banished because you have run throughs instead.
That does make sense to me.
These Kassai players have their heads in the clouds. I love it. So this
Aidan having actually made a pretty efficient block here, discarding the Haunting Rendition to cover 2, and then only triggering Centauri Saber once here, pushing this to 6. If he had blocked 3, it would be go to 3, blocks 3 again, goes to 6, and then Dagan would still get 1 over, so Aidan finding the cleanest blocks possible.
So Dagan White started with 2 cards in hand, drew 1 off the gold. So that was essentially a 1-card 7/8 if you count the refresh of the Dynamos. That is big scary. And that is the power of Warrior in grinding out these game states, which we are getting down to the final moments of. We're already over 3/4 of time elapsed here.
Yeah,
we're
40 minutes have passed.
about to round that 15-minute mark. Life totals are still pretty darn high.
No slow pace of play to be seen either.
No,
Both
definitely
players
not.
playing at a pretty reasonable clip. Just, it's a long one, folks.
And it is a lot to think about. Machinations of Dominion here.
Sadly, no shadow trigger to pay here, so this is going to get fully covered, and the only rune chant Aidan's going to have in the back pocket is the one generated by Malefic Incantation. Vynnset looking like she's running out of gas a little bit here.
5 go again.
Does have overpower, but not particularly meaningful against a warrior.
No, we covered in our previous game with Marionette that overpower is just not as powerful of a mechanic against decks that run reaction cards because they, of course, skirt around the elusiveness of overpower. Currently, Dagan has not taken any damage yet, so Deathly Wail threatened to not gain any extra value from its on-pain effect.
Generating 0 rune chance here. Aidan's also going to lose his Spellbound Creepers if he fails to deal any damage on this turn. This has go again, so I'm sorry. This has go again. He has the Flail, so we're going to generate 2 chants here. He is going to trigger the one on the board when he swings the Flail.
Generate at least 1 chant.
No. Oh, well, yeah, at least 1 because he's going to hurt himself. But
we'll see if Dagan decides to cover it up.
Yeah, this is asking for a full card here. Dagan looking pretty happy to give it.
A full 2 cards, right? Because there's a rune chant on the back of it.
That is
Dagan
true.
has
This
no
has his
resources.
full hand.
Honestly, though, those last 2 cards in hands, I kind of think it's worth those Spellbound Creepers, especially if you're comfortable taking it long.
It's interesting. Passing through against Vynnset with a rune chant already on the board can be a little scary.
Well, they won't have a rune chant if you block it out.
Well, he'll always have 1.
Oh, true.
Because he lost life.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Neither of us know how the game works.
Well, okay, so if we're in Dagan's seat, there are 2 or 3 Eloquent Eulogies that have already been utilized.
I think 3.
3. We've also seen a couple copies of Phantom Rathe. So I might be willing to feel a little comfortable with Aidan on 2 rune chants. I definitely feel pretty comfortable with if he's going into his next turn with 1.
He does fold the whole hand here, though.
From the Deathly Wail? 1, right? No, because I pay a life, so we both lost life.
But you didn't deal damage. You didn't deal
damage, Aidan.
Oh, true, yeah. Yeah, you didn't take any of this. Okay.
Yep, Aidan crossing his T's and dotting his I's with the help of his opponent. No damage taken there. Dagan explaining, like, I gave you inefficient blocks just so I could do this, please.
No.
Please. Goodbye, Spellbound Creepers, because Aidan did not deal a single point of arcane damage on that turn, and thereby losing 1 defensive value on the Blade Break.
Bailed out yet again here, finding a Deadwood Dirge in his deck.
The first copy we've seen so far.
Yeah, the first copy, so maybe not as deep into his deck as we thought.
I wonder if Aidan decided to bring in extra cards from the sideboard for this.
Possible.
I certainly would if I was in his situation. When I see a Kassai, I expect a deck that can fatigue me out as Vynnset.
I'm very curious what his approach on this turn cycle is going to be, whether he goes with a little bit of setup or he just fires off this Deathly Wail to keep the pressure high.
It's curious because he is holding on to a reduce to rune chant, which means that if he maintains tempo and strips too many cards away from Dagan White, then he's in a situation where he's just holding on to a reduce to rune chant for 2 turn cycles. So Aidan doing the heads up thing, yeah.
He does have Tunic up and no creepers to spend it on.
actually don't have a second yellow.
The opposite of all dressed up and nowhere to go.
2 dressed up and everywhere to go?
Let's fix that.
Or wait a
Not
minute.
dressed up.
Not dressed
And many
up.
things to do.
No clothes and a huge chore list. Draw swords is the first action resolved on Dagan White's side of the board. Those Centauri swords are free for the remainder of this turn. And Outland Skirmish as well. Next sword is going to be buffed by 5. Also generate a copper token on hit. Oh, hey, let's just add another 2 and go again on top of that. Dagan is playing Action Speed Warrior on this turn, also activating Kassai of the Golden Sand in order to put a gold token on top of all of those on hits.
3, 4, 5. This will be for 7.
You know, Victor Goldmane is not the only one that can dip into the trust fund. It's just that Kassai's looks a little bit
Saber
different.
is bigger than 7, right? This is Spoils of War makes it 4.
So 4
draw
plus
swords
3 is
should
7.
it should be 9.
It should be 9.
I believe this attack should be for 9.
Yep.
Players are clarifying.
Dagan is adding it up.
Aidan does have some relatively clean blocks here with those multiple reduced to rune chance. Depends how much he cares to stop these on hits. This is Dagan's last copy of Spoils of War, but I believe the first or second copy of Outland Skirmish that we've seen, so there's still some amount of copper generation, but he can ruin that Blood on Her Hands pitch stack by fully denying Dagan any copper to work with. The challenge, however...
And that's why it's such a difficult situation for Vynnset in this matchup.
That
Boy,
is
howdy, a
tough.
Blade Flurry on top of it. Aidan is happy
It is
to
going
cash.
to come over.
He's cashing in what he can for defensive value. But that is only 11 on 12, which means that 1 gets through, and that's really all Dagan wanted to get through.
He gets 3 copper here and a gold.
3 coppers.
A staggering amount of value generated by 1 point of damage.
And just like that, the Blood on Her Hands in Dagan's pitch stack is unlocked.
A little bit. 3 copper.
3 copper's not bad.
It's not bad.
If your opponent is below 10 life and also hurts themselves to
It's
hurt
true.
you.
It's true. Aidan needs to find a way to fire off a double rune gate turn here, but he doesn't have it in this hand. And if he keeps a card, he's going to have to banish it. Might as well block with this incantation, but it might be too painful to muster. But going down to 8 is not that much better of an option.
Dagan has activated Braveforge Bracers here, which means that this Centauri Saber is coming in for 5. 2 base, 2 from the Blade Flurry played earlier, and 1 from the Braveforge Bracers. And Aidan has taken 5. And just like that, Dagan is above the fabled 4 copper that he needs for a massive Blood on Her Hands turn. If he remembers to tick them up, that is, because Spoils of War's effect is persistent. So
Yep.
should have generated 2 more pennies there, but Dagan has missed his trigger.
Going to 7 rune chance, playing out the incantation, and maybe just hoping to survive 1 more turn.
You know, 7 rune chance, it could be the time to send that Deathly Wail. You're on the back foot here. It's not the best use case for Deathly Wail. Usually you want to pair that with a Shadow non-attack, but
It is
Aidan,
2 break points.
Yeah, it is 2 break points that Dagan is going to have to contend with without an arsenal.
He does look capable of fully covering this, though. Yeah, he is capable of
2
fully
blues in
covering
hand.
this thanks to Valiant Dynamo. He can pitch 3 cards, cover 7 rune chance, block with the Valiant Dynamos, and play this Fate Foreseen, fully denying this massive 12 damage onslaught from Aidan. If this doesn't get through, I don't know how he's ever supposed to close this game.
This is exactly the endgame state
He
that
is going
makes
to take 2.
Vynnset so difficult to pilot. You've got to be thinking about this exact moment and the moments to come when you sit down for the first turn of the game. And you could tell, based on the way Aidan was planning out his turn cycles, that he was there, but it still can just sometimes not be enough.
Some tough breaks for our Vynnset player here. Just not finding the, routes through Dagan's defense that he needs. The Deadwood Dirge is not showing up until his deck is smaller than his graveyard is brutal.
Still 2 copies of Cull in the deck, I want to say, and also a Widespread Annihilation that I don't think we've seen. Oh,
Yep.
there it is.
And a Cull. Is that 2 Culls?
I think that might be 2 Culls. Is he going to do what he did to you yesterday?
Oh my god. They're glued together.
All he has to do is take 1 damage.
But then he can't really make use of anything on his
Exactly.
turn.
It is back over to Aidan, so it's already back on his turn. Have to imagine he's banishing this Widespread Annihilation. Because with that Deadwood Dirge, he will be able to get up above 4 rune chance and cast it for its rune gate cost.
We got 6 minutes, but
Judges reminding both of our players that we are below the 6-minute mark here. Turn 13 in round 3 of the calling in Kansas City. And Aidan Kwasneski, one of the 3 brothers floating, is against the ropes.
Did Dagan pass through his turn?
He did. He used all of his cards
Right,
to
but
block. Right?
Aidan gave up all of his cards, and now it's the start of Aidan's turn. I think he might have passed through because this is his pitch stack hand. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Unless
No, because that's
Seduce
2
Secrets-
Seduces. Unless
That's-
Seduce lines up with the other Seduce.
Yeah, that flying high. There is a blue flying high in his pitch stack.
But
I don't recall. It might be the last 2 cards of his deck were blue hit and run and a yellow Seduce Secrets.
so
And then the Seduce Secrets flying high.
this is turn 13, so it should be when we're hitting the pitch stack. But Dagan also IP'd himself several times with that sink below. So I think we're 1 turn cycle behind our pitch stack.
5.
Aidan up to 5 rune chants here off the back of a Deadwood Dirge. Widespread Annihilation did find its way into the Banish Zone and now out onto the combat chain for its rune gate cost.
4, take 1.
Plenty of rune chants to pay for it. Dagan White covering
Maybe
up
for
what he
taking
can.
1. Those calls may just come out to play here.
Cole, hold priority. Cole, baby.
Cole. So
Who's going to double cull? Banish the last 2 cards in Dagan's hand.
Floating 2 action points here thanks to the fact that he had an Eloquence token out and played 2 Coles.
Oh, he's guaranteed his flail connecting here with 2 action points up, Bryce.
Pretty incredible. The Flail of Agony is sometimes touted as a lackluster weapon, but in this case...
I tout it as a lackluster weapon. That's me.
We've got a touter in the booth, ladies and gentlemen, but right
I'm a
now we're
touter.
going to turn all of that around, right, Elly? Because this Flail of Agony is going to connect and generate some value.
Oh, he's actually asking about the Eloquence interaction, I believe, verifying that it does work the way he wants it to.
Head judge in Aidan's player's
Dagan.
cam, making sure that this game finishes out exactly as it's supposed to. Because we are down to the wire, folks. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remain. A
This is
conclusion
so
must be reached.
Close to lethal. He passed with 2 action points up?
That's pretty wild. Aidan a little maybe a little too worried about his life total here. 6 plays 11, but the clock, my friend, and the number of cards left in deck are what you have to be worrying about.
This is gone. And in here, so I actually take another one. Yeah.
Okay, that was my confusion. I was like, where did this Eloquence token come from? Aidan activated
Yeah, he
Grimoire of
used
the
the
Haunt from
Grimoire.
Fiendel Spring Tunic.
I'm just curious why he didn't swing the flail there to generate 2...
Perhaps just overly
Rune
wary of the
chance.
blood debt that is constantly at his back.
It's very close to guaranteed lethal there, though. The only thing that blows him out is if Dagan has a D-react for the flail.
But Aidan destroyed by the top of his deck. There is almost no offense that he can put out here. Never mind. He's got a Phantom Wraith in the Banish Zone. We're fine.
He does. A little bit awkward. Had he fired that off last turn, I believe Dagan would be at
Yeah.
2 life here. Aidan would be able to close it out. I'm curious what happened.
Managed to come.
So he only had 1 rune chant on the back, right? So he wouldn't have been able
He
to
would
go
have
Flail and Phantom Wraith,
Well, oh, that's right. Flail
Yeah.
on hit makes 1.
even though he had 2 action points at his disposal.
That is tough.
Aidan just unable to find the pieces to create these unbelievably unfair Vynnset Iron Maiden turns. And that's exactly what he needs at this juncture. But you got to hand it to him. He's gotten Dagan down pretty darn far, despite the fact that he's been posturing defense from the outset of this game.
Target
The Besiege is quite good here.
2 and 9.
Unpreventable rune chant here, coming in for 9. So sending 11 damage
Did Aidan
across.
pay? Because he was at
might
5
not have
at the
paid.
beginning.
He might think he's too low.
Oh, this is the point where you got to risk it all, though.
Down to 4.
That unpreventable damage is so important.
Oh,
for
there he
closing
goes. He
these
took the
games out.
damage just now.
That was blood.
So he did.
He has Grimoire.
That was, yeah, you're
He's
right.
Grimoire in his
You're
Banish Zone.
Unfortunate. 4 plays 11 here.
Yep.
It's back over to Dagan, who is simply drawing up 4 cards, all of which
Vynnset.
are good if they have block values and pitch values. Otherwise, Dagan doesn't really care what is in his hand.
Gorganian Tome's already in his graveyard,
Yep.
Bryce.
And 2 Seduce Secrets on the bottom of the deck.
I
So you-
believe this is back to his
There
pitch
we
stack. This is that
go.
handy stacked. This is the Trottawong, Blood on Her Hands, Slice and Dice, Sharpen Senses. I believe he pitched Sharpen Senses and blocked 9 on the previous turn. I'm sorry, this was the last turn I was tracking.
And so if Dagan had... Listen, Aidan is on the ropes here. It's going to be really difficult for him to actually close this one out. But if Dagan had remembered that Spoils of War trigger on the previous turn, this is the turn where he could just put Aidan in the grave.
It would be murder. You really wish you had the Spellbound Creepers here.
Yeah. Aidan is going out swinging, though. Machinations of Dominion into Deathly Wail with 4 rune chance. A pretty nice break point.
Does he have a blue in his hand?
Does Aidan have one?
I think it might be a red and a yellow.
I think so, too.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Being able to fire off that destruction following this would be brutal.
But we've already seen our Brute match, and this is Shadow Runeblade. So 3 damage comes across. Dagan White proceeds on down to 8. 4 plays 8. And now the Flail comes out to play from Aidan Kwasneski, taking 1 damage here.
Sending across a rune chant.
Trying to get maximum value off of that Deathly Wail on Pain trigger, but time has run out.
Here. Yeah, that is time in this game. Went a little bit too long to get finished out in these 55-minute Swiss rounds. Aidan with not much gas left in the tank. A decision has to be made on whether there is a winner to this game via concession when time is called before any more game actions are taken.
This is one of the most
difficult. You cannot
difficult...
ask your opponent for a concession, and you cannot functionally pressure them into one by explaining how you've won. It's up to both players, and Aidan is checking to see if he has the gas left in his tank to beat what Dagan is up to here, because Dagan's in the driver's seat. He's just sitting here blocking, and it's enough against Vynnset sometimes. Aidan doesn't have very much left.
It's one of the most difficult situations to be in Flesh and Blood competitive play. If you've never been here before,
both drop our next hands, and then before an action is decided, could we just...
Drawing up your hands an action.
Oh, it's an action.
That's an action? I thought you said attacking was an action.
And attacking is also an action, but
yeah. So
my
if anything changes.
My point is that yes, once you advance the game stage. So for example, if he was to drop, it wouldn't lock you out.
Right.
Once you drop, that's going to lock you out.
I see.
Basically, essentially, you can't lock your opponent out.
Our judge is explaining exactly how sticky of a situation this is, because taking any action whatsoever, including drawing up your hand, is a game action that advances the game state, which means that Aidan does the gentlemanly thing and concedes in the unstoppable defense of Dagan White and Kassai of the Golden Sand. An unfortunate turn of events that we don't reach the full conclusion of what was such a great game, but in the end, I definitely think Aidan did the right thing and the correct player won that game.
While we didn't see the full conclusion, we did see the foregone one. Aidan had only 5 cards left to work with, and the writing was on the wall. Pretty much impossible for him to get through those 8 remaining life points that Dagan had to work with. And like you said, it's a tough call to make when you are basically asked by your morals to concede. And I will always shout out a player who is willing to make the equitable decision when the game is lost and time is called.
As will I, and I will also shout out amazing wordplay when I hear it. Elly, you rocked the house on that outro. If you like wordplay, how about these words? Mastery Pack Guardian. Check it
There's
out.
There's no wordplay there. That's just the name of something.
I'm playing with words, okay? And they are Mastery Pack Guardian, one of the most anticipated supplemental sets in a very long time in this game. Guardian has been treading water in the meta for some time. Board state heroes that keep you down no longer. Master your class with the latest product from Legend Story Studios. It is in stores now, and it's $54.90 per display. We got 8 displays per case, 12 packs per display, 13 cards per pack, 130 card set, and nothing but fun. This is a set that was built on the back of crack shuffle play, one of the easiest ways to compete in Flesh and Blood. Elly, what are your favorite cards from this set?
What are my favorite cards from this set? Tectonic Instability. That card is a house. I love that it syncs both players' arsenals and both players draw a card. A symmetrical effect made asymmetrical by things like Earthlore Bounty and Valda Seismic Impacts. Hero ability, Leyline of the Old Ones, also something I adore. That card was very fun to evaluate when it was first spoiled, because it was kind of like, is this as good as this seems? You know, it asks a lot of maintenance of you, and let me tell everyone at home, that card is better than it seems. It is so incredible at basically allowing these Guardians that are interested in playing cards like Tectonic Plating to have just that one extra point of value per turn, and it really adds up. It helps you kind of find a way back into a metagame where these 4-for-8s being 3-card plays has really fallen out of favor.
Well, let me tell you my favorite card, Elly, because you've had your say. My favorite is Seismic Surge. It may
That's
seem
a
like a
fair
simple one,
No,
but it has new window dressing in this Mastery Pack Guardian, and boy, did they look gorgeous. Getting back to the old one's vibe of Flesh and Blood, Rathe was once dominated by the big bads of the Aria, I'm guessing, based on the cards in front of me, but that's the place where Jarl Vitradi roamed free and reigned terror. Testament of Valahai, though, speaking of amazing Valda cards, how has that shaken out for your testing, Elly?
This card's messed up, man.
It's so good.
That's 5 armor on the board. That's money in the bank. And speaking of money in the bank, armor on the board, and exciting games of Flesh and Blood, we have a Valda player for you. Next round, Rob Harechmak, a friend of mine, who is 3-0 in the calling right now.
Boy, howdy, a 3-0 Valda. This is the thing that you and I were praying for before we went live. A chance to show off a brand new hero on the scene. Technically not brand new. She's got the Ira treatment. She's been around in the world of Rathe for a little while, but she is crashing, making a seismic impact. There's your wordplay on the CC meta. We will be back with that and more Flesh and Blood after this. A seismic impact is coming, ladies and gentlemen. We're back at the World Tour in Kansas City, giving you coverage of the calling all weekend long. Bryce Platz here with Elly Bird. Oh, are we shaking hands?
I thought you were kind of
shaking
reaching
hands
for
now.
it.
What did I just do? It was upside down with my pinky out? You really threw me for a loop there, Elly. So much so that I need to take a look at the standings and kind of recalibrate myself. Yes, 100%. I'm going to find my zen. Up at the top here, it's a whole host of 3-0s. We have several pages of these. What stands out to you, Elly?
Kano.
Come
Kano's
on, Fang.
there.
Fang's there.
But Kano, we just saw Kano almost win a calling, and here he is trying to run it back again.
Yeah, but
maybe we'll find Kano in the finals.
We've seen 2 Fangs in the top 8 and not see a game that they played. So, you know. Also, we've got
fair enough.
A really wide spread here. There's only, do my eyes deceive me? There's only 2 duplicate copies in these top 10 players. Only 2 -IOs and 2 Verdances. That being said, we've got plenty more 3-0s to look at. So, oh my gosh, and it gets even more diverse. A puffin Randy Davis XO on the hightail herself. Excuse me, Randy Davis is on Levia. Emanuel Court. Oh, Emanuel! I played him in a side event yesterday, and he absolutely cranked me into oblivion.
He did what?
You heard me. I'm so glad that he's doing well. An absolutely awesome dude from the DC area. We should also mention that the 14th place Randy Davis on Levia
That's
is
romping club fatigue.
That is not your average Shadowborn abomination.
Yeah, but you get a Guardian of the Shadow Realm.
100%. There is a Valda at these top tables as well. Rhea Adams, your ex-co-caster, XO on
Well, that
Slippy.
makes it sound like there was like a bad break. She just couldn't be here this weekend in the booth.
Oh, I assume there was because she's playing instead. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You guys are the best team out there. Zack Phillips from round 1, Bandana Man himself, still 3-0, rocking Daddy's gold tokens as long as he possibly can.
Just feels so wrong to say.
I know. Putting my foot in my mouth as we speak. Justin Koo, holding up the Gravy Bones representation.
All the way here from the Philippines,
all the way here from the Philippines. Not that many Gravies that we've seen in these several slides. You know what the names I'm missing here? I am missing Michael Hamilton. I am missing Michael Fung. I am missing Brody Spurlock.
Hey, there's Jacob Clements right there in 33rd, another member of Team Armory. The best thing about Flesh and Blood having this pro player super team, this think tank, is they're all so nice.
Yes, 100%. Dagan White from our previous match, and also Eugene C., no stranger to coverage himself.
Talking about coming a long way.
100%. Mr. Sand Sketch Plan, both XO in their own right. So we've got American players here. We've got also a lot of foreign influence, a lot of folks traveling a really long way for what is, yes, a magnificent calling, but you know, not nearly like one of the biggest premier events. Oh, there's Michael Fung.
There he is, 3-0.
He's XO.
Yep.
The other Michael, however, not so much.
Oh my God, you talked about Hollywood names. Look at 49th place 3-0, Jordan Kilgore.
Ooh, I like that. Oh man, there's some amazing names in our fair game, and that is the Rob Harechmak. Oh
it's Harechmak. I was saying his name wrong on purpose so that he could watch it back later.
Now I'm under the bus.
Well.
43rd place, another undefeated Valda who will be our feature match this next round. So I am really anxious to see what kind of an impact Valda can have on this meta. I mean, she's just gotten on the scene. There's no way that 80 is solved as of yet, even though a lot of really smart people have been working on it. But
you're anxious? I'm sorry. Do you need a hug?
Did I say I'm anxious?
You did say you're anxious.
Oh, I'm anxious. I'm anxious in an excited way. And you get excited too, because we're going to proceed on down to the match floor and see what kind of surges and crush effects that Rob can put together against another big name in our community, Cody Williams, known for a little-known podcast called the Runaways Podcast.
I will tell you I've never listened to it.
Wow. Shade thrown in
I just haven't listened to it. What a first turn, Rob's very first turn of this game being Leyline of the Old Ones into Seismic Eruption. Cody responding with a Sigil of Solace. 3 instants played on this very first turn.
Both players rocking our socks in the coverage booth on turn 0. In your testing, Elly, is that a good start for Valda?
No. Terrible.
You're lying.
Yeah, Absolutely messing with you. It's quite good. You need to find something to spend 5 surges on. Rob did pitch a block card, and what I will say, this matchup is tough.
Okay, we have a judge call here. Gonna work this out and get the action back on track for all of you folks at home. Unfortunately, Rob drew his hand upside down a little bit, so it's a deck reorder judge call. It should be cleared up fairly quickly.
What's going to happen, generally speaking, if you see that your deck is 50% one way and 50% the other, happens to the best of us, especially when you don't use like Dragon Shield art sleeves or anything. What happens is call a judge in good faith if it's early along enough in the game that they can reasonably assume it wasn't done with intent to mark cards or anything to that effect. The judge will look through your deck, fix it, and you will likely receive a warning. This also came up with the dual-sided inner chi cards, the Transcend instance. If you had failed to D-Chi and had not yet transcended that game, a judge would go through your deck and fix it for you. Thank you, judges.
Failed to D-Chi despite all of our marketing to do otherwise?
Don't forget to D-Chi in your Living Legend skirmishes. Don't forget to D-Chi.
And don't forget to dive back on into the action because the judge call is nice and cleared up for us. We have, it seems that the fix is exactly as my co-caster described. The deck has been fixed. Everything is reordered as it properly should be.
But the deck's order stays the same, notably.
The deck's order stays the same, exactly. There's no shuffling that happens after that. Command and Conquer is the response from Cody Williams. 41 plays 40 here. You've got to imagine that Rob is all too happy to block with 2 of these cards. Or
I'd be blocking with that Testament of Valda, brother.
Heck, might as well.
I believe that presently blocks for 3. Rob does not have that 6th surge to work with. He has that Promising Terrain in his hand. Looks like as well a Chokeslam and a Put 'em in their place. Rob, plenty of gas to work with here. Actually a little shocked that he is giving up this armor as he has so many good cards to just for blocking, as he has that Put them in their place and only needs to keep a 2-card hand. Perhaps there is something in Rob's arsenal like a Pommel that he could cleanly use 2 resources on with that blue. Say he pitches that blue into Tectonic Plating, has 2 floating. Oh, this is Rouse the Ancients.
Oh my goodness. God. And not just that, Elly, is going to be Rouse the Ancients into Valda's brand new specialization. Put them in their place.
So
on
coming
Crush,
out the gates with 17 damage on his first truly active turn. And like you said, that Crush ability where Cody will discard his full hand and draw up the same amount. On its face, a little bit disruptive. You don't know what you're going to draw, but doesn't actually take cards from you. But Valda's hero ability will generate the amount of seismic surges equal to the amount of cards you drew during an action phase. So if it connects, Rob will get, you know, X surges where X is the size of Cody's hand.
You know, and Cody perhaps identifying that as a risk here, so going to try to clear out his hand as much as humanly possible. Blocking 2 cards on Rouse the Ancients here, which is going to be perfect because one of those last cards in hand is a Sigil of Solace. And then here comes Put them in their place, which, thanks to Valda's hero ability as well, for those of you that may have forgotten, is going to provide Dominate to that Put them in their place. So 10 Dominate here. Cody actually covering this up really nicely so that Rob doesn't get any upside on this card. Going to block with 1 card here, the Razor's Edge, and then clear out his hand with that Sigil of Solace. So even though he's going to be crushed from Put them in their place, will not draw any additional cards and will not provide Seismic Surges to his opponent.
Yeah, but he's still taking, I mean, functionally 4. Still damage on the board. Still 3 seismics on Rob's side of the board, thanks to the triggered ability of that ley line of the old ones.
Rob really showcasing the power of that card that I think James White was really kind of foretelling in a lot of keynotes and whatnot about Mastery Pack Guardian. It is as powerful as he described. In this case, Rob able to generate 3 Seismic Surge tokens on the previous turn, which then unlocks that Dominate hero ability once again.
Aftershock. I love this card. I went a little bit back and forth with Rob on whether or not this card should actually be in the deck. I worked on this deck a little bit with Rob, our friend Jamie, and Yuki, though I will say that Rob and Jamie worked way harder than we did. And I was just never sure about this card, but this is certainly where it shines. Not only is it going to unlock that Promising Terrain's triggered ability, it's going to make 2 Seismic Surges thanks to Promising Terrain's static ability.
Its only downside here is that it does not have the Crush keyword, which means that it will not be provided Dominate from the Valda hero ability. That being said, 6 Seismic Surges, Elly. Oh my goodness. That is going to be a free attack next turn.
That is a free attack if Rob can find one, which he has failed to find a Guardian attack, so unless there is one in his arsenal, things might be a little sketchy. He does have the Crown of Providence to potentially bail him out. Going with no blocks on this Kiss of Death is a little unfortunate as that spike with Blood Rot hits the table. And there's a little bit of a cute interaction with this with Kiss of Death. Because Kiss of Death gains when this hits a hero, create a Blood Rot Pox token under their control. If he flicks with Flick Knives, this Kiss of Death, it will generate another Blood Rot Pox token on Rob's side of the board.
And a brand new block card out of Mastery Pack Guardian, Crash and Bash. Rob has the opportunity to reveal a card with Crush from his hand when this blocks in order to generate a Seismic Surge. He can't. Why, Elly?
He doesn't have one.
Whoops. Really unfortunate, especially when you're about to pop 6 Seismic Surge tokens on your turn. Is this kind of the drawback of the Seismic Impact deck thus far? Is this the thing that we need to unlock, these kind of awkward Runebladey hands where you just don't draw your Crush effects?
I was going to say, Valda really is just kind of like a Runeblade Guardian. It's really how she feels right now. And yeah, as its drawbacks, you are a deck that wants to find A and B pitching grand. We saw a sneak peek of a Grandeur of Valahai, not pitched, as he's going to use Imposing Visage to go find a promising terrain, making the most of this slightly awkward hand. Most likely going to pitch a blue into that Tectonic Plating and then send across Command and Conquer. Something I want to highlight from this turn cycle is earlier we kind of talked about how games are typically won by somebody who quote-unquote won the most turn cycles. Cody may have been doing a lot of blocking and started the game out with the first blood being taken from him, but he is ahead just because of the sheer value he's been able to manage with just some small hands. He blocked 12 basically twice in this game, but Kiss of Death plus Spike with Blood Rot, as long as you have either Redback Shroud or Tunic to pay for the Spike, that is a veritable 2-card 12, Bryce.
And you know, all of that value has not even yet been realized because there's 2 Blood Rot Pox tokens on the side of Rob's board. In this case, Rob does find the Crush effect, but it was just waiting in the arsenal. Chokeslam coming out, a really difficult Crush effect for Assassins to deal with because it will prevent their attack action cards from gaining power during the next turn. This is probably the premium Crush effect, except for like specializations.
Now we're going to see Grandeur of Valahai used to pay one of those Blood Rot Pox triggers, generating 2 surges thanks to the Promising Terrain's static ability that adds 1 to the amount of surges you would make from any effect on your turn. Pretty genius way to make those Blood Rots do some work for you.
Yeah, thus kind of providing a bit of block value on an otherwise non-blocking Fable. Cody Williams coming out of the gate once again, back on the front foot. 29 plays 30 here. Both players fairly at life parity, but there's an infect on the combat chain, and Cody remains with 2 cards in hand, still with an entire fridge left to work.
So you talked about how Chokeslam can be problematic. Cody Williams is holding on to Tarantula Toxin, capable of that shred-style effect.
One of those things that kind of skirts around the Crush effect of Chokeslam in a pinch. Leave No Witnesses, however, not going to enable Tarantula Toxin. Of course, can only shred an attack defending a stealth card. So Rob has the go-ahead to block out this Leave No Witnesses, but able to make a value block, just the Tectonic Instability, because he doesn't have a card that he is afraid to lose in Arsenal. Turning his deck 180 once again. That is making me nervous based on the way that this game started.
It looks like the openings to the sleeves are aligned. If you look real closely, you can see those wavy
You are
sleeve
absolutely
tops.
right.
So
I'm just
perhaps
scared
he
for him,
handed
that's
it.
all.
Yeah. No, that's pretty fair, Bryce. 6 surges pop at the start of the turn, and a red pitched into Tech Plating yet again.
Curious, he had Crash and Bash blocks for 4 in the red, right? So
yes.
he had the block on the Leave No Witnesses, just decided not to use it here.
Well, I think it's the card he drew off of Promising Terrain.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that effect. Promising Terrain, of course, pops at the beginning of the Guardian player's turn and draws a card and gains them 1 life.
Terra Sunder played here. into a headbutt. Sad you don't have a more threatening Guardian attack action card here, but Terra Sunder makes it a little bit more threatening, providing Dominate, which it actually already had, thanks to there being 6 Seismic Surges on the table, +1, and the on-hit that if it hits a hero, they discard 2 cards. So this headbutt is coming in for 7 with a pretty nasty on-hit. Both players still have their hats on their heads, so headbutt does not get +1.
You know, Terra Sunder is one of those cards that I think it's a special application in Valda. It's just one of those cards that you usually have to wait until late game to resolve, or like a turn 0 as Guardian. It's so resource hungry. But when your hero is designed completely around Seismic Surges, it just like deletes a card that you need in order to turn it online. It's showing its stripes right here.
It is a little interesting here. Headbutt's actually maybe I misevaluated. Headbutt might be a pretty sweet card to put Terra Sunder on because of that first line of text on it where it can't be defended by non-head equipment. Cody might be singing a different tune if he was capable of shoving 3 or 4 armor on this headbutt, but he's literally not allowed.
So Cody is just forced to take the on-hit from the Terra Sunder. Infiltrate, the first attack action resolved on Cody's side of the board. 25 plays 25. We are at perfect life parity here. And for the first time in a few turn cycles, Rob has sub-3 Seismic Surge tokens, still holding on to that ley line of the old ones, though.
Actually, the first time since the start of this game. Prepare the sound for me, Bryce. Wrong.
My co-caster is making noises like that because Tarantula Toxin has been utilized on a chain link where the opponent blocked. So essentially turning that disable into no blocks, Infiltrate connects and banishes a blue Thunderquake, one of those cards that are going to be really hard for a Slippy to resolve.
Say, there's kind of something interesting about how Cody basically shot off that Tarantula Toxin for 3 value. It was a 2-card 3, hoping to find a card off the top of Rob's deck that was reasonably playable. Slippy plays like 6 blues. You find a 6 cost. There's not much going on your side of the table there.
The train keeps on rolling here. Cranial Crush is the follow-up from Rob. 22 plays 25 now. Valda's hero ability is not online. Only 2 Seismic Surges have popped thus far this turn. So no Dominate here. On Crush, Cody will not be able to draw cards during his next action phase. Probably not something that's going to be too relevant here. Cody's also got a very good blocking hand. Probably going to utilize a lot of defense here.
If any damage is dealt, that ley line will generate another Seismic Surge.
Cody thumbing 3 cards, perhaps
trying to slow the pain train a little bit.
And demolish that ley line of the old ones.
It won't go away. Rob controls the Seismic Surge.
Oh, right. Never mind.
So it won't go anywhere, but Cody will get to put a D-React in his arsenal. And we see tectonic instability in Rob's pitch zone right now. This is why I like tectonic instability so much, because when Guardian is repeatedly slamming you over and over with disruptive, dominated attacks, what's the best thing you can possibly do to insulate yourself, Bryce?
Arsenal a defense reaction.
Well, what happens when your Arsenal defense reaction becomes a random blue off the top of your deck and your opponent sends Spinal Crush with Dominate?
Oh, wait, I know this one.
You die.
You cry.
You cry.
And then you die.
You cry and you die.
It's back over to Rob after Cody does the exact thing that you want to be doing against Guardian, pocketing a Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal. Cody taking a much more defensive posture than we are used to seeing Slippy taking in this current metagame.
This hand is just going to be a 2-card Command and Conquer.
You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Rob this
so
time
true.
does have an arsenal to be threatened here.
He does still have his Crown of Providence up, though if he uses it, he will be denying him forevermore. Will his headbutts be incapable of gaining +1, Bryce?
The best card in his deck?
Yeah, the best blue Guardian has ever seen.
A Surge pops after Rob skirts his way around the on-hit effect of that Command and Conquer. 18 plays 25, though. The life totals are dwindling, and it's yet another Terra Sunder, followed by an Aftershock.
That's a pretty sweet card to put Terra Sunder on. Also, I do want to say, I once described Headbutt as quote-unquote disruptive to Michael Fung, and he said, is it?
Ever the philosopher in Flesh and Blood is Michael Fung.
He's just right.
That
card is not disruptive. I just think he's very funny.
Rob holding on to a lot of cards to enable yet another Terra Sunder. Terra Sunder is one of those really amazing cards, but it's got to connect. It's not value on its face. You're paying an entire card in pitch to give your attack +1, which is not exactly the offensive output that that is amazing, but if it connects, it's going to gain value in droves by making your opponent discard cards. That's going to be hard, though, because Cody Williams has a Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal, Shelter from the Storm in the hand, and also Black Tech Whispers at the ready to block.
All of his armor is still ready to go. Crown of Providence, even if he didn't have that second Shelter in the hand, but this just means that he gets to hang on to that hat a little bit longer. Bit unfortunate for Rob.
Beautiful, says Rob Harechmak. He cannot help but respect what Cody Williams was able to set up, perhaps wishing that he was able to resolve that tectonic instability at instant speed.
Yerp.
Well said. Vandal Spring Tunic popped here. Justin Nick in the pitch zone. Hunter's Clave coming in for Cody Williams. 25 plays 18, and he's on the front foot once again. 2 cards left in hand after blocking with 2 defense reactions and the Black Tech Whispers.
First dagger swing of this game. An Infect follows it, but the last card in Cody's hand is Codex of Frailty. Likely going to be grabbing a Leave No Witnesses. Rob considering 2 things here, playing around to take up the mantle. Something you have to consider is that once there is a Bonds of Agony in your opponent's graveyard, you have to think about Bonds of Agony for the rest of the game, because any stealth attack can, at reaction speed, become Bonds of Agony should Arachne choose to take up the mantle of that card. And so many Arachne players are playing these on-board tricks, these Black Tech Whispers, stuff like Snapdragon Scalers. A lot of attack reactions sit in the equipment slot to enable this card.
And this is exactly why being marked is such a terrifying proposition. I mean, you say Codex of Frailty is a card with infinite value. Well, Assassin in the Hunted just got access to 3 more at reaction speed as long as the opponent is marked. And just leaves you guessing. 1 card in hand, there's no other hero in the game that has this many options that you have to play around.
Rob deciding he fears not the Reaper in the form of Take Up the Mantle, but the Reaper will come anyways in the form of Codex of Frailty. Thankfully, Rob is a little bit insulated. He does have an arsenal himself, so he's not going to be forced to get a card for Leave No Witnesses to take from him, as well as discard a card, but he doesn't have Crown of Providence anymore, so the threat to his arsenal is increasingly real here. Thankfully, he still has that big old Guardian Fridge to work with.
Ooh, Civic Steps block here is really heads up. Civic Steps, of course, on block will give your opponent a quicken token. That is the power of Temper 2 Boots in Guardian. We had to give it that bad of a downside. In this case, though, he's blocking and giving a quicken token to a hero that has essentially Go Again printed on their hero ability, so very low risk there. Cody, however, has drawn up 2 copies of Bonds of Agony.
His hand is all stealth, so this Civic Steps is guaranteed to be a good block.
Really, really well played by Rob Harechmak.
I love Civic Steps. I think it's easily the most interesting and skill testing piece of equipment that all it does is block. I think it's so cool. It's so cool.
Yes. I was about to quibble with you with Spellbound Creepers, but you added the adage, just blocks.
Spellbound Creepers' skill check isn't knowing when, where, and how to, or when and where to use it. It's knowing what the card says.
Exactly. That is a paragraph and a half on that card. This one, however, is a very simple one. Creating a Surge and sending a Command and Conquer is Rob Harechmak with no Go Again, 2 cards in hand, and 1 arsenal.
Surely it's not Pummel.
Hold on, what does Pummel do?
Nothing, really.
Pummel is a card that has been terrifying people sitting across from Guardians for the entirety of
How
this
many
game.
sets are in the game? 16 going on 17 if you count Master Pack card. No, set 17 is Super Slam. So for 16 sets of our metagame, Pummel has been omnipresent, representing a +4 attack reaction to either a club or hammer weapon attack. Or, more importantly, an attack action card with cost 2 or greater, as it will also confer the on hit that they discard a card, Command and Conquer into Pummel. perhaps the most powerful set of 2 generic cards the game has ever seen, and it's on full foil display here as Rob puts foil Pummel on the table with his foil extended art Command and Conquer. I think kind of a classic joke among some flesh and blood boomers out there is that the best 2 cards Guardian can play are CNC and Pummel. But every Guardian player I know loves playing CNC Pummel, so how much of a joke can it be?
It's not a joke. It's very serious, and it haunts me, my nightmares. I do want to point out real quick, Cody Williams' block there was about as good as you can do in that situation. So he overblocked the CNC Pummel by 2 before the Pummel was presented, thereby essentially forcing Rob to send it when Cody knew he had it. If you had, for example, overblock to the point where you cover the Pummel, there's nothing stopping the Guardian player from holding on to it and doing it again next turn. So Cody shoring up that bleeding as much as he possibly could. Kiss of Death is the first attack action resolved here. Eats up that Quicken token, gets double go again, which means absolutely nothing.
Go again again.
Go again is Cody Williams. 23 plays 12. And Rob has really let the life totals kind of slip away from him at this point.
Yeah, it's tough to catch up in games like this. He did draw another CNC, so if Cody had blocked 10, he would have been in for a world of hurt. Cody's last card, though, is just an Art of Desire Mind, a 0 for 1 blue that won't even have go again since Slippy's hero ability has already been used up. It will likely ask for a block from Rob, though, as if it connects, he will get and banishes a blue off the top. He will gain a life and draw a card. Thankfully for Rob, he has a lot of armor, but as Arachnid can kind of chew through that armor, the game gets harder and harder for Guardian. That second chain link is going to let him use that flick knives to get a damage across and another damage thanks to Kiss of Death's hit trigger.
And the life total for Rob is dwindling. 10 plays 23, back on his side of the board. 3 Seismic Surges pop, though, which is exactly what Valda Seismic Impact wants to be doing. Rob, however, holding on to a lot of cards yet again, 2 in the pitch after all 3 of those Seismic Surges pay for the Crush of the Week that is now on the combat chain. Has Dominate. Cody Williams has his head in his hands because we're telegraphing another Pummel.
Not only are we telegraphing another Pummel, Crush of the Week is an absolutely brutal piece of sideboard tech in this matchup. Your opponent can't play attack action cards with 3 or less base power. I've got news for you about the base power of literally every stealth card in the entire game, perhaps?
Unless, of course, they play your blue Thunderquake that they banished from Infiltrate.
Well, that's gone.
Fat chance. And Crush of the Week is one of those cards that seems on its face that it has such an amazing crush effect, and it totally does, but it only comes in for 7, which makes it so easy for Assassin to block normally. Valda Seismic Impact has something to say about that, though. Because of those 3 Seismic Surges, this is going to have Dominate, and Rob has also found Cody without an arsenal, so the prospect of getting crushed here is big, to say the very least.
Yeah, he plays the Pummel here, making it 11. 8
I'll
damage
pummel
coming
it,
over.
he says.
Yeah,
Cody
of
says,
course you
I will
will.
cry. Discard an Orb Weaver Spinneret.
Well, if he's discarding Orb Weaver Spinnerets, I'm curious. I think his turn is just going to be swinging Hunter's Clave. That's how you get those life totals caught back up the way you need them to be.
Doing serious work is Rob Harechmak. Cody, instead, not even swinging the Hunter's Clave and getting that mark off. Instead, just issuing himself an IP penalty, pocketing the Bonds of Agony, and saying, I'll get you next time, Rob. Just you wait. You draw up 4 cards, and let's see what you can do with them. And Rob, already starting off in a bit of an awkward Guardian fashion, pitching a red Aftershock to generate a Seismic Surge token. Oh, but then...
What was that about awkward? You think he was maybe just filtering the red out of his hand, Bryce? Coming in
Put
for
him
10.
in their place.
Telegraphing another Pummel, by the way.
Yes, 100% he is. There's no way he draws up 3 in 2 turn cycles, though, right? Guardians don't do that.
Guardians never draw bad hands. That just doesn't happen.
This time, however, Cody has the go-ahead to block this out to his heart's desire, and he's got the 2 cards exactly to do it. There's a 3 block in hand and also a Sink Blow. Could also do a little bit of filtering for his troubles.
Does have to think about the Pummel at least a little bit here.
You do have to think about it a lot less after you've just passed all of your tempo back to a Guardian player?
It's a little interesting, actually. He arsenaled that Bonds of Agony and likely wants to make it work. He's holding onto a spike with Blood Rot with his Tunic coming up 2-3, so that is just a 2-card Bonds of Agony between Black Tex, Flick Knives, and Tunic Spike with Blood Rot. So this does actually represent something pretty nasty just in disrupting the texture of Cody's hand and what the cards in it look like.
Cody really posturing like he wants to end this game in one fell swoop. He would rather play that value blocking game here and there. Once again, now that we're back kind of towards life parity, but that sub-10 life total is one where Slippy is oh so comfortable because you present these situations that don't have a good answer to your opponent. Sure, they could overblock on that first attack, but what about the second? Because I have go again. What about all these attack reactions lying in wait in my hand?
The wheel of options is the biggest it has ever been for any hero for Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. Free go again. Is it worth 2 life? Yes.
Without a doubt, it is.
He is going to sink a card to sink below here, finding Take Up the Mantle off the top.
It is a little unfortunate because you've already got your Take Up the Mantle target in your arsenal.
Yeah, you already have a Bonds, but what he gets to do here is send Bonds. And when Rob inevitably blocks because he doesn't want to get Bonds of Agony, he is going to follow it up with Kiss of Death and then turn it into Bonds of Agony. The other option here is just to send Kiss of Death, threaten to turn it into Bonds, threaten a whole bunch of damage, and then follow it up with another Bonds.
You know, do you think there is a world here where he just lets Kiss of Death resolve here because the life totals are so low?
Yeah, and then he goes
the next
for
combat.
the Bonds
Exactly.
for the flick.
And
Well, the problem with that is that Rob needs to be marked. Rob isn't presently marked.
Rob, yeah, so you need the flick
So
knives
he can
in order
use
to
it
get
as
the
a
mark
+2.
Mm-hmm.
He can use it as a +2 on the Bonds of Agony, and maybe he will. But it's actually, like, functionally the same value either way, right? Because if he flicks Kiss, that's 2 damage. But his opponent won't be marked, and the Take Up the Mantle will only give +2. If he flicks the Clave, the Take Up the Mantle will give +3. So it's kind of the same either way. Rob choosing, he simply doesn't believe in Tarantula Toxin. It's not real and it can't hurt him. But he is going to block 6 here, giving his opponent a Quicken. Yet another Quicken that won't be worth anything.
A risky proposition here, but this is the punish. Overblock on the first attack from Slippy, and then here comes the second one, Bonds of Agony. And now, with only 1 card in hand, Cody Williams is putting Rob in the hot seat. Very uncomfortable is he, checking the graveyard once again to see what he can find that could be lying in wait for him in Cody Williams' hand.
What I will say changes the value proposition a little bit, though they are similar between flicking Kiss and flicking a Clave. What is interesting about this is that if Rob were to overblock, he gets to just flick the Kiss.
Which is exactly what happens here. Sure, Rob didn't overblock to the point where the Bonds couldn't get through. Oh, but Cody's going to go for it anyway. Just getting the +2 on the Take Up the Mantle, really just valuing as much damage as humanly possible here. So down to 8 is Rob Harechmak after the flick of that Kiss of Death, but he's still got to contend with the damage from Bonds of Agony. Taking 3 is Rob and revealing Arouse the Ancients and Cranial Crush. 2 cards that we've already seen resolve this game, so not the scariest thing that Rob has ever seen, because he's definitely going to be able to follow up with the Titan's Fist here.
While true, 12 is a lot of life to work with, and Rob's down to 5. He only has so many defense reactions in his deck. I think it might just be the 3 sink belows in his 80, and he still just has to deal with all of these tricks that Slippy is going to represent by attacking with Go Again.
Flittering through the deck is Rob
Oh
Harechmak.
no! You talked about cards being turned 180 degrees. Grandeur of Valahai is upside down right now. That looks terrible.
No, and this is so rough because we saw him pitch it earlier in this game, so the optics of it are that...
It's not good.
Yeah, it's not great because, you know, this is a very honest mistake, especially in a situation in a high-stakes streamed match where you simply...
It's
do
next to
something
2
that you've
other
done
cards
100
that
times.
are also
Yeah.
upside down. So
Yeah.
it's very clear that his whole... That was the... It's next to the red and blue that he pitched on that turn when his deck was turned around, like you mentioned.
Exactly.
So it ended up upside down with all the because he pitched it to pay the blood rot. So it just happened to be on that turn cycle he pitched Grandeur of Valhalla, which when judges are investigating, they have to determine intent, but some things just look real bad, even if they are a truly honest mistake. And I think what we're hearing is the resolution is an IP2.
Okay, that is definitely not the worst it could be.
Yeah, he's not DQ'd, he's not banned for 7 years, no public execution.
We do that?
Wow.
We got to put Ethan on the chopping block.
Whoa!
I'm just kidding. I love you, Ethan. I'm about to be muted for the rest of this calling.
That's right.
We have our action ready once again. The penalties have been doled out. No public execution, thank goodness.
Just an IP2.
Just that IP2 penalty. And, you know, this is coming at a point where this game was reaching a fairly logical conclusion despite that really rough penalty for Rob.
This matchup is hard, man.
No
I don't think
kidding.
I've ever won it.
Slippy is always hard for any hero in this game, let alone a brand new one on the scene.
Laying it on a little thick.
What do you mean?
You love playing against Slippy, don't you?
I actually do, because I'm a Warrior player.
Fair enough.
I'm
My
just
bad.
So 3 Seismic Surge tokens are going to pop for Rob. So the IP2 should go into effect at the end of
I just want to
Rob's
see Rob
cycle,
win
right?
through this IP2. He has 3 surges right now.
He
Starts
does.
the week with Dominate, followed up with an amazing 3-card hand.
Yeah. So in the hand is another blue. It was Rouse the Ancients, banished by Cody Williams from the Bonds of Agony, which means that Cranial Crush is left in the hand.
Have you ever gotten an intellect penalty, Bryce?
I never have.
Wow.
But I'm washed, and I'm in the booth, so I never play the game anyway.
I've gotten 2 in my life.
Have you really?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Bad, embarrassing. It's always for decklist errors.
Man, if there is a way to fight through an IP2 penalty, it is this. 3 surges pop.
Dominated
create
Spinal
a new
Crush.
surge, send Dominated Spinal Crush against an assassin that likes to go wide. Cody also has himself a Codex of Frailty in hand. Might just be doing the value play of send CNC again.
Yeah, I think it's going to get pitched to that Command and Conquer, or he will pitch the red in his hand, which I believe is a T-Tox.
And what sound does T-Tox make?
Wrong.
And this is the most difficult situation, the one where you're going to hear the buzzer the most, because Rob is going to be in a situation where
He is keeping the T-Tox to try and close the game with. He doesn't have a Graphene Calicera on this, or in this game. He hasn't even flicked a single dagger this game, and Graphene Calicera is where T-Tox is the most potent.
technically he's flicked 3 daggers, but they just didn't happen to be equipment daggers. They were Kiss of Death daggers.
That is true. He is going to flick a dagger here, though. Maybe looking to find the last Orbweaver Spinneret in his deck, as his deck is getting pretty thin over there, actually.
It has been a game that's been going on for quite some time. We're on turn 11.
He's
Still
out of
20 minutes
kisses,
left to
isn't
play.
he?
He should be.
So, yeah, he needs to find a way to make a target for Tarantula Toxin, though he does have that Codex. I wonder if we're going to see him lead with a Codex of Frailty to buy back a Kiss of Death to set up that Tarantula Toxin.
I don't hate
Sadly,
it.
this doesn't have Dominate, so he gets to full cover this.
And now Rob is bereft of an arsenal, so he is no longer insulated for that Codex of Frailty. It means Rob is going to be losing. He's going to have to get through this turn cycle with only 3 cards in hand for blocking potential. And this is the situation where Arachne feels
This
so
is
comfortable.
lethal. The Tarantula Toxin's just going to shred this to 0. Flick is going to kill him.
It's going to be bad. There's got to be an out for Rob, but it just doesn't exist with an IP2 penalty. Tarantula Toxin reduces headbutt.
has the
There's a sink blow out of the hand. He's still alive, ladies and gentlemen, at 2 life and with a prayer.
Not for long, though, with that Codex of Frailty in Cody's hand. It's going to force Rob to discard his last card
there's the
and
fist bump.
find lethal. But not only did Rob make what I think to be quite a tough matchup pretty competitive, he almost found a way to close it through an IP2. Pretty exciting stuff.
You know, it seemed like the stars were really aligning for Rob early on in that game. I mean, Seismic Eruption into Leyline of the Old Ones on turn 0. You cannot ask for better than that with Valda. From then, it was multiple turns back-to-back with 6 Seismic Surge tokens, just unable to get through the defenses in a meaningful way of Cody Williams, who's remained so stalwart through the first phases of that game.
Yeah, Cody navigated that matchup so well, and he really showed off why that matchup is so tough for Guardian. You would kind of think, you know, with attack reaction-based classes, Guardian has traditionally been quite good in them, but two things have really changed. Assassin has a little bit of disruption as opposed to Dorinthia, for example, so they can really, really punish you. They have more ways to go around you with things like Kiss of Death. So Assassin's card pool has changed, and namely, Guardian's card pool has changed. It gets so much harder with all of these synergistic pieces in Valda to fit defense reactions, which you need to play around things. They have options like Solid Ground, but those cards can be clunky. That card can get you blown out by Command and Conquer. There's no real easy, clean solution, especially because on top of all of the plethora of options Assassin has available to it, Slippy just does a shitload of damage, dog.
Without a doubt. Damage is what Assassin does, at least nowadays, after the release of the Hunted. Elly, I know it seems like we're putting up a lot of fun here at this calling in Kansas City. And that's because it is. It's a lot of fun.
It's
and
quite
if
fun.
you think that it looks fun, you can look forward to several calling dates coming up. The World Tour doesn't stop, ladies and gentlemen. World Tour Copenhagen is just next weekend, and that is going to be with coverage, which means 3 events covered in amazing fashion with the highest production value in a row. If you want to watch Flesh and Blood like you watch football, you can do it right here on the Fab TCG YouTube channel.
True. Yeah. 4 callings in a row with this spectacular production value that we've really ramped up to this year. Shoutouts to the amazing Ethan Van Sant. And speaking of amazing things,
I hear he's
going
to
to
be executed.
Playmat. Look at that playmat there. I don't know what this is, but it looks like either a Levia or Runeblade card to me. Definitely something shadowy, maybe in the expansion slot.
Is it?
Of Super Slam.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What I really wish it is Shadow, Runeblade, or Brute reviled as well. That would be a fun little flavor. Granted, there's no synergy in the game as of yet, but that is a cool combo.
That is a cool combo. And speaking of the reviled talent so Copenhagen is still the high C season. Hamburg, however, will be after the release of Super Slam, so you will be able to get your hands on these new exciting promo packs. At random, you will receive either Crowd Goes Wild and 3 copies of Comeback Kid, new take on the classic Wounded Bull formula that I like to see, that Raging Onslaught type card, or Bully Tactics and Mocking Blow. Bully Tactics kind of a cool card because it's a cool new thing for the game. It's Intimidate outside of Brute. And if you want to see some cool new cards, I think we might have, I'm whispering this to Bryce, I think we have some spoilers for y'all today.
Oh, whispering doesn't work because you're in a mic. Oh, yeah. No, totally.
I meant to keep that a
plugging this
secret.
spoiler, yeah, because we are going to be showing it off later today. I believe we have a round 1 spoiler for today and a round 2 spoiler for tomorrow. So there is plenty to be seen that will be on offer when Super Slam hits the scene right before World Tour Hamburg. But right after that, towards the end of the month of October, it's going to be World Tour Sydney, and that is going to carry us very perfectly into the World Championships in Philadelphia. The same event package is on offer, of course, with a flipped playmat.
Another Super Slam expansion slot art. I believe this one is called Light Up the Leaves.
Oh, wow.
Perhaps we could see it this weekend,
That's a
Bryce.
very apropos name.
Maybe
of
it's
that
a
card.
Verdance card.
Maybe. What? I don't know. What's giving you that vibe?
The leaves, mostly. The leaves in the wizard hat. Big ol' wizard hat.
Oh, I can see how you're thinking that she's a wizard just because
It's
she's wearing
actually,
the hat.
I'm sorry, it's actually a Lightning Runeblade card.
I beg to differ. I think that's a Shadow Brute card if I have ever seen one. It's the green eyes that give it away.
That makes sense.
So, folks, moving on, we also have World Tour Shizuoka. We're moving back in time a little bit. This is going to be the end of September. This is release weekend of Super Slam, so there are going to be a lot of daredevils bringing Lyath Goldmane, the underhanded cheat, and also the heroes, putting their self in the corner of Tough Nut and Pleiades. Here, we also, not pictured here, have alternate art pummels on offer at Shizuoka.
I'm quite excited about those. I want to play set so bad, but I don't know how I'm going to get them.
Boy, howdy. And that on that mat is another expansion slot card that I think we're going to be seeing previewed before the advent
My
of Super
theory
Slam.
on that card, I have no clue. When that art was first teased, when we first saw that playmat, the first thing that came to mind was alt art Flick Knives. Reprint of Flick Knives with new art.
Okay, yeah.
That's my
I
thought.
could
Maybe
see
it's
that.
not. Maybe it's not. But that was my theory.
I'm going to quibble just for fun.
Sure.
I think that is a majestic arm piece in the Arachne Armory deck. That's what I
Okay,
think.
that could be interesting. So we've talked a lot about reprints. We've talked a lot about running things back. How about we run back a Valda game for everyone at home? I believe we have a Valda for y'all the next round who is 4-0 here at the Calling at the World Tour in Kansas City.
And we will be back with that. We'll be back with more Valda Seismic Impact. We'll be back with more spoilers and, of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. If Leyline of the Old Ones and 6 Seismic Surge tokens turn over turn isn't enough to do it, then is there any hope for our newest Guardian in Classic Constructed, Valda, Seismic Impact? We are going to have the answer for you in mere moments. We are back at the Calling in Kansas City. My name is Bryce Platz, and I am joined by Elly Bird. Elly, is there any hope for Guardian?
Well, they're playing against Prism, which traditionally is a pretty
good.
sweet matchup for Guardian. New Prism. Especially post-Tome banning. So perhaps, we'll see if Valda has the juice. This person is 4-0, so even if it doesn't necessarily go their way, they are 4-0 on Valda, so there is hope at the end of the day. Maybe thanks to Super Slam.
Speaking of juice, Ethan, give us the juice on the standings before we proceed on down to the match floor. Anthony Vero Serenzio. I got
Italian.
it now. He is Italian, but he's sporting an American flag for this event. He's X&O on Gravy Bones. Besides that, though,
Kano's
none
still
in the
hanging
top
in
10.
there.
Kano is still hanging in there.
Kano's still
Evan
hanging in
Dasher
there.
dashing his way to the top 8. Also dashing their way there is Randy Davis on the off-key Leviah Shadowborn Abomination deck.
There was
running
such an
Romping Club.
easy joke with also dashing their way as Cody Reddy on Dash.
Yeah, but that was low-hanging fruit.
I
I'm
love
above
low-hanging
that,
fruit.
Elly.
Oh, you're above that.
Also, Justin Leewog, my personal cohort, founder of Arcane Games and Events, and also my
really?
co-owner at that company. Yes, 100%. He was
Pretty
the one
sweet to
who
see
started
him
it out.
Out here throwing haymakers then.
He is really trying to prove that he can actually play the game, as is Ethan every now and then. But he's made his way up to the top 10 standings of round 4. Besides that, how many Gravy Bones do we have? I found
that's
him.
a lot of them.
I found him, Elly.
My bad.
4 Gravy. Now that means 5 Gravy Bones in the top 20 thus far. But a Fang still holds strong at X and O. Also a couple Draconic cohorts there. Wyatt Goering sporting Syndra Drakai of Retribution. Also an Acilio, probably really stoked to start feasting on all of these Gravy Bones.
Yeah, that Acilio definitely has a couple matchups in this bracket they don't really want to see. I think you probably don't want to find Dio because they can just blow you up. You probably don't want to find the Slippies that are lurking around here, but there are a whole bunch of Gravy Bones for you to do your Acilio Fang against and combo off. Eugene C, speaking of, our stream hero, the People's Champion, the big green man with the People's Elbow from the top rope into Gravy Bones a couple rounds prior, still 4-0, all the way from Hong Kong at this Calling in Kansas City.
Eugene once again doing the leg drop on absolutely everybody that he comes across. He's going to stay XO at least for now. And the XO bracket ends with a bunch of people that we have seen on stream. Dagan White holds strong. Cody Williams in our previous matchup. X and O as well. So the question remains, though, who will make it to the top 8 cut? It's not going to be the majority of the folks that we just saw in the standings page. We have many more players to cut down from that high rope. It could be absolutely none of those X and O's for everything for all of the flesh and blood that we have left to play.
That's true.
Speaking of playing flesh and blood, let's play some more.
We're gonna watch some.
Yeah, we're gonna watch other people do the thing that we love to do.
That's okay.
That is A-okay, because we also get to shout words over the top of it. Benjamin Andrews on the left side of your screen, taking on the brand new Guardian in the meta, Prism Awakener of Soul versus Valda, Seismic Impact. Joel Grizelle, a member of Team Metal Fab Tokens.
Yeah. Joel is from the scene where I used to play Fab back when I lived in Texas. Very nice guy. Good old Fab Dad status. So kindred spirits with you, and a very long time Guardian player. I think only ever seen him play Guardian. He is persistent and dedicated when it comes to this class. And speaking of dedication, I want to point out that Crater Fist in his equipment zone. That is not Gauntlets of Iron Will, and I think there may be a solid reason for that. You often end up with multiple cards in your hand that you can't use because things are just so cheap in Valda, and I think we may see that Crater Fist activated if he finds himself with the resources and opportunity. But The first thing we got to deal with is this Arc Light Sentinel on the board. Joel's first turn going first was Tectonic Plating, Heave a Heave 2 card, and his opponent just responded with an Arc Light Sentinel, and he's just going to dump the whole hand into that 6 cost. That Arc Light Sentinel blocked 10.
I don't hate it here, though, for Joel, because he is still ending with an arsenal, setting himself back up with another 5-card hand. And Blinding of the Old Ones, while it is absolutely gorgeous in that Marvel printing, doesn't do a whole lot against Prism. It is a specific crush effect for Guardian heroes, so not going to get maximum value there. Might as well clear out an Arclight Sentinel. But Benjamin Andrews, besides that Arclight Sentinel, is coming out swinging. Herald of Sechem, one of the most recent expansion slot cards for Prism, is going to afford him the opportunity to just put a card into Soul, which is something that can slow the Prism deck down quite a bit, especially if you take a defensive posture early.
Yeah, when you don't let them get cards in Soul, this card is the answer. However, it does not have the hit ability that every other Herald has, which is that it goes to Soul on hit. Joel doing what Guardians do best and putting a popper in front of that attack with Phantasm.
And Benjamin Andrews establishing another fearsome aura from days old Genesis. The engine is online if Benjamin can keep it. Joel does have the opportunity to attack that aura specifically. This is a great moment as well to mention the chess slot for Benjamin Andrews. Vestige of Soul. Not super utilized by Prism players nowadays. They often opt for that Empyrean Rapture. Vestige of Soul is one of those cards that hints at an aura-style game plan, usually, because it is going to afford you the ability to get extra resources from any light card that you pitch after something has entered your Soul. That being said, Benjamin is still sporting the Lag, or Luminaris Angel's Glow, so we're probably not going to see too much value generated on that Vestige. Yeah.
Iris of Reality is a little too difficult to run without Tome of Divinity being a legal card. I see quite a bit of aura-focused Prism sideboard plans, but it's still pretty rare that they're playing Iris of Reality just because it's so difficult to make it work without that extra card draw. And talking about auras, talking about the aura game plan, one more thing I want to point out. In the bottom right here is Joel is presenting AB into Prism specifically to close off that win condition of Merciful Retribution's arcane damage, kind of grinding him out of the game. He has played this matchup before. He is ready and prepared with an answer for what Prism is trying to do, and have an answer he had. Not only did he pop that attack, he has 4 surges triggering, and it looks like he's going to be firing off a put him in their place on this turn.
4 surges pop, as you mentioned. There is plenty in the hand with which to use. Left with extra cards, really, because Joel is able to make use of that Phantasm keyword to essentially shut down Benjamin's turns, turn after turn. But here is the card that will allow him to go just a little bit wider. Zealous Belting.
I love the way he's chosen to pitch for this, representing Pummel, something that does get played on Zealous Belting fairly often. So not only is he posturing for that pummel, like we've kind of mentioned before, those 2 resources remaining are going to perfectly land with that put him in their place in Joel's hand, thanks to those 4 seismic surges. So this is 15 damage, 10 of which has overpower with a meaningful on-hit.
So,
or not overpower, dominate. Why did I say overpower?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's not what Valda says. That's just not what Valda says. I guess I forgot what she says because of that gorgeous Marvel from Mastery Pack Guardian in stores now.
But don't worry, folks. We've got you covered, even though we just flipped that card. Valda Seismic Impact, in case you weren't paying attention the last game, does say whenever an opponent draws 1 or more cards during an action phase, create that many Seismic Surge tokens, and at the start of your turn, if you control 3 or more Seismic Surge tokens, cards you own with Crush get dominate, which means that put them in their place. Valda's brand new specialization is coming in for 10 smackers with a little bit of evasion on top of it.
Cards you own gain dominate if they have Crush. So does that mean, that means if you play Annexation of All Things Known and take your opponent's Guardian Crush attack that was face up in their arsenal away from them, it will not gain dominate?
Because
you don't own it.
They don't own it?
You don't own it.
Right.
You don't own it.
No, I don't own it.
You don't own it. Your opponent owns it.
I flaunt it, but I don't own it. 10 dominate, still to contend with here for Benjamin Andrews. It is pretty much a foregone conclusion that this will crush, unless, of course, Benjamin has got himself a soul shield in the arsenal. But the way he's thinking about these blocks makes me think that it's not there, but it is! Holy cow, no crush effect here. Blocking 9 is Benjamin Andrews on this 10 dominate. We're just seeing a lot of unlucky Valda dominates today. Always
is it unlucky, or is their opponent playing well?
It is probably a little bit of both.
Soul Shield 2 turns ago.
There are only 3 Soul Shields in the deck, though, and the fact that he has found them in the first 2 turn cycles is pretty impressive. A little bit of variance going not Valda's way.
Well, that's okay. Looks like Joel has drawn up a hand. Benjamin is passing through, and Joel has found some action here. There's a Crush the Weak at the least, 2 copies of it, and Batter to a Pulp, but I don't think he can afford it. At the worst, though, he can still send 7, make a Seismic Surge, and follow up with, or rather, make a Seismic Surge with Tectonic Plating and follow up with that Crush the Weak 4/7, arsenaling perhaps that Batter to a Pulp.
Crush the Weak, an amazing card into Arachnid Slip Through the Cracks. Very not amazing.
Yeah,
into
not so
Prism.
attractive here.
Because, of course, all of those heralds, and if you don't believe me, take a look at Benjamin's hand, are going to be coming in for more than 3 power at their base. The more fearsome thing for Benjamin about this hand is the fact that he's drawn up a great library of Solana in 2 Figments out of the deck. Cards that you usually want to remain in the deck until you have connected with a herald on your turn.
On top of that, none of them block.
Which is a little bit unfortunate, probably giving us a little bit of a window into why Benjamin decided to take all 7 there. Because he had no choice.
He could have blocked 3.
Could have blocked 3.
Looks like this hand is more than likely going to be 3 and playing out. I believe he has a blue aura in his arsenal, so we may see a card paid into Footsteps and then perhaps the library arsenaled.
6 go again here, though. Herald of Ravages. On this connection here, Herald of Ravages will go into Soul and deal 1 arcane damage to Joel, perhaps telegraphing another reason that Joel decided to bring in the Null Rune boots here in their Amsterdam printing, mind you. Very pretty to see. 6 go again, though. Joel accepts the damage here, giving Benjamin some resources here and also allowing him to fetch out the first Figment of the game thus far. He's got 2 Figments in the hand, but this is the situation where you want to be accessing them. When your Heralds connect, you are allowed to tutor them out from Prism Awakener of Souls hero ability and thereby unlock some really nasty, powerful angels. In this case, though, because Vestige of Soul is the chosen chess piece, the flipping of that Figment is going to cost 2.
Here. The yellow in his hand will still pitch for 3 as though it were a blue, but I imagine what we're actually going to see is library paid for with that other Figment. His hand had an incredibly low block value, just 3, but he made it work on his own turn, getting that library into play, and because there were 2 yellows in his pitch zone, he's gonna draw 5 cards on this turn thanks to his increased intellect.
And taking a look at the hand of Joel, makes a lot of sense as to why he held on to these cards. He's got himself one of the scarce go-again enablers in the deck. It's another Zealous Belting, also holding on to Arouse the Ancients. Probably doesn't have the power to reveal here in order to utilize it, but nevertheless, this is telegraphing a turn that is going to go much wider than Guardians are known for.
I believe his arsenal is Batter to a Pulp. But I don't think... He had a Seismic Surge trigger. He can afford it if he dumps the whole hand into the pitch zone. Though, because Benjamin is not presented Empyrean Rapture, Batter to a Pulp... Oh, he arsenaled the Crush the Weak. He pitched away the Batter to a Pulp. That's a little unfortunate.
I like
this is just 12 damage.
I like this from Joel here, though. He is putting the Prism player on the ropes, already down to 10 life, and he has elected to Arsenal Arouse the Ancients, just thinking that he can put so much pressure on Prism that she's forced into a situation where she's flipping angels just for ward value in order to stay alive. And that is when you are about to shut the door on the Awakener of Soul.
You gotta kill the heralds as they hit the combat chain, and you gotta kill the angels by presenting damage pressure.
Oh, but the halo of illumination activation is here. This is often telegraphing a pivot point.
Getting Herald of Erudition.
Figment of Erudition comes down. Ponder token generated there. surely to follow will be a flip into Soraya, the Angel of Erudition, affording Prism the all-powerful ability to banish a card from Soul and draw 2 cards.
On attack.
Of course.
Which it costs 2 to attack.
True.
And it'll have go again because there's a yellow, or there presumably will be a yellow card in his pitch zone.
You sure hope so, because right now that Herald of Triumph in the pitch zone is blue. A Herald has entered Soul,
There's
so
the
Vestige
yellow.
of Soul is pitching. Yes, yellow pitches for 3 here. Soraya electing
Interesting.
no. Oh,
He is going to banish. He asked if there were responses to the trigger. So he banishes a card from Soul, draws 2, holding onto an Arclight Sentinel with Vestige of Soul active. He is capable, I believe, of resolving both the Genesis in his hand and the Arclight Sentinel. Talk about slamming the door. You thought Joel had the tempo advantage. He's about to have the door slammed on him with 2 auras, one of which being Arclight Sentinel, hitting the table on this turn cycle. He's crushing. He gets to protect Soraya for another turn. He's going to get to swing it again and draw 2 cards and follows this up with Passing Mirage. Talk about one of the most explosive Halo turns I have ever seen on coverage. Are you kidding me?
Benjamin Andrews has just unlocked Prism Sicko mode. If you haven't experienced this yet, this is what Prism oftentimes used to feel like in her first iteration. And now picture a world where all of these auras then swing for 1 go again. Yeah, that's exactly how I felt facing her down with Lexi. In this case, it's still pretty rough for Joel because not only has Benjamin forced him to take a turn off to remove this Arclight Sentinel and maintain tempo, he also has to deal with a Passing Mirage later on this turn. He's got a little bit.
This is kind of the power of Mastery Pack Guardian's new additions. Though Surface Shaking is from High Seas, it's very much in the same spirit of the set. One of the most important things this set did was give Guardians things to do when they're stuck with a whole bunch of cards. Benjamin didn't attack Joel for anything more than 4, and certainly nothing with Phantasm on that turn, so Joel didn't really get to use his hand the way he would have liked to. So now that it's over to his turn, he gets to play out this Surface Shaking, generate some Seismic Surges, and set himself up to filter his hand thanks to Surface Shaking's triggered ability on a future turn.
But that's the end of it. Titan's Fist now has to come down, pitching a solid ground from the hand in order to remove that Arclight Sentinel. And Benjamin Andrews doesn't just have a 5-card hand, he has a 6-card hand, thanks to the fact that great library of Solana has been sitting on the board for some time, and there was a whole host of yellow cards in the pitch zone during the last turn. Oh, and he's posturing with a Herald of Erudition. What a start there for our Prism player. Obviously, gonna get popped by a Guardian that it's attacking, but
no, it won't. That Passing Mirage
it's not gonna get
from having
popped.
Phantasm. However, Joel does have 6 armor on the board to presently work with. But before any of that can happen, Benjamin gets to start doing the thing that Prism does that is so smothering. That Genesis triggers here, and Benjamin gets to put a card into his soul. If it's a light card, he draws a card, and if it's an Illusionist card, he makes a Spectral Shield. When you put a light Illusionist card into your soul there, you do both things, and because this Soraya is a little bit soul-hungry, this Genesis is going to keep it fed. Joel, now on his next turn, has to choose between taking the Genesis off the board or threatening that Angel.
And this is the situation that Guardian players hate to be in when they're going up against Illusionist. This new form of Prism is much more susceptible to poppers than we have seen in the past. Even Dromai had a pretty strong game plan into Guardians at the tail end of her tenure in Classic Constructed. Light of Soul pitched here for 3, thanks to the fact that a Herald has entered the
A light
pitch
card
zone.
has entered.
A light card has entered the pitch zone, thank you.
Small mercies for Joel. There was a blue on top, so Light of Soul isn't going to add anything to the soul.
But with 3 cards in Soul, Benjamin is feeling plentiful, that is for darn sure.
He has plenty of opportunities to draw multiple cards on this turn. Joel in a bit of an awkward spot. This Herald is for 6, so he's likely going to lose some amount of value on this armor block unless he wants to commit the Testament, which does presently block for 3.
And just like that, it seemed that Joel was enacting his game plan, putting so much pressure on the Prism, forcing him into subpar play lines because of his life total. But in this case, all of a sudden, the board state is looking much more valuable than the 17 life that separates these two players. Herald of Erudition not popped here thanks to that passing mirage, but covered up completely by a card and 2 pieces of equipment by Joel Grizelle. Pitching a red is Benjamin Andrews for 2 resources thanks to Vestige of Soul.
Here comes
Recycling
the draw
this hand.
trigger. Still 5 cards for Benjamin to work with on this turn. He has used his first instance of Go Again on both his Herald and Angel, thanks to Luminaris Angel's Glow, but he has some auras in hand to put on the table. He's stuck with a Figment, which is a little unfortunate, but he can still resolve that Merciful Retribution, that potent piece of the game plan that Joel presented Arcane Barrier just to have a plan into,
Benjamin
and
Andrews.
followed up with a Herald.
Benjamin Andrews in this turn, round 5, the calling in Kansas City, hands trembling because he is back against the wall, but also forcing his opponent into a corner as he does so.
That's the Prism way.
That is the Prism way.
No matter how tight the passage may seem, there is always a way through for the White Illusionist.
Herald of Erudition not going to have Go Again here because
Protection.
Angel's Glow. Excuse me, Herald of Protection.
The board's
here.
a little messy, I forgive you.
Yeah, honestly, my brain said Protection. That's why I took a pause there. But my mouth said something else. Herald of Protection here is not going to have Go Again because Luminaris Angel's Glow only going to confer Go Again to the first Angel attack and the first Herald attack of the turn. So probably not going to be able to make maximum use out of all these cards in hand, but Joel has got to be thinking, what if there's another Arclight Sentinel in the hand?
I don't think you can afford to play around it in a scenario like this. I suspect what Joel's turn is going to look like is either killing Soraya or killing the Genesis. Because Benjamin has plenty of soul right now, I think the answer might just be to kill the Soraya.
And a great follow-up here. Merciful Retribution. Covered up by a single blue from hand, thanks to Vestige of Soul's ability.
And 2 yellows in the pitch zone, so Benjamin's going to draw 5 cards this turn yet again.
Benjamin also astutely waiting until his opponent has committed a block that will blow up the Herald of Protection and playing out Merciful Retribution at instant speed so that Joel doesn't know he will be taking a point of arcane damage until it is too late.
Got 22 life, plenty to work with.
At this point, this board seems unanswerable. At what point, when you're in Joel's seat, do you just say, I have to go face?
I don't think that point exists is the problem.
The limit does not exist?
The problem... Okay, this is why I was a little sad that Joel didn't hold on to that Batter to a Pulp.
Uh-huh.
Batter to a Pulp says if this would deal 4 or more damage, this damage is unpreventable, which is how you punch through these boards with so much ward, especially with Dominate, thanks to Valda's hero ability. I just figured, you know, that's the silver bullet. That's the plan. It might not blow up any equipment with its Crush ability, but when there's 3, 4, 5 angels on the board, these spectral shields produced by Genesis, this card is how you get there. This may have been designed to slay a dragon, but it can take other flying things down too that protect their wielder.
But you have to be resolving that card. That is not Joel's right anymore. 10 plays 19. Benjamin,
He'll get to fish for it a little bit with the surface shaking trigger if he wants when it goes to his turn.
Benjamin has not taken damage since he popped that Halo of Illumination. And all you Prism junkies out there, if you have ever asked the question, why in the heck does this hero only have 32 life?
It's because
This
you
is
gain
why.
4 every time you hit.
This is exactly why. It's atrocious what this deck can do. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pitch cards in the pitch zone for Benjamin Andrews. A ton of board established on that turn, and he's going to draw up 5 cards.
Whole bunch of armor committed from Joel just to still kind of end up getting blown out in a way that he didn't want. He does get to filter with the surface shaking if he wants, but he only has 1 card to filter.
5 surges here. No response from Benjamin Andrews. Probably a good situation for Joel because that is a priority window to resolve an Arclight Sentinel if you would so choose.
You really wish you had a Batter to a Pulp for this board.
No
Doesn't
fish off that seismic
fish.
shaking.
Might just be too volatile. He only has the 1 blue in his hand. If he digs, one card and doesn't find a batter to a pulp, though it may be the out, he can't even afford it because he only has 5 surges.
1 damage taken on the side
Curious to
of
see
our
what the
Valda
top card
player,
of his deck
thanks
was.
to Merciful Retribution, which goes into Soul and deals 1 arcane damage. That's Soul back
like
to 2
the-
cards.
Top card of his deck was put him in their place, so had he fished, he would have been punished.
Genesis trigger at the beginning of the turn. A second Spectral Shield to accompany the first, generated as Herald of Judgment.
And a
Goes into the
Figment
Soul.
is what he draws there. Figment of Triumph. Going straight to the pitch zone. As
Why
is
not?
its
It
lot
pitches
in
for
life.
3 now.
Yeah, that's its lot in life. When you draw those Figments, they go to the pitch zone to power up Library.
It's not bad. Flipping Bologna, Archangel of War, which is now going to take this 3-angel board into the Cosmos. As she attacks, going to put a +1 counter on each hero that Benjamin controls. That's 3 extra value generated just off of this 1 swing. Benjamin definitely smelling blood in the water at this moment. The gods are answering his prayers from the onslaught that Joel was putting on for the first 2/3 of this game. But it's all angels now. One thing going for Joel here is that there's only 1 card left in Soul that might change before this turn is over.
So, something that I hear from Yuki a lot is that Prism is really kind of a deck that's designed that if you play perfectly, it's pretty hard for her to win, but any mistake can cause the game to spiral out of control. And this game, I think, a little bit includes what I might call a bit of an invisible mistake. This board is so answerable for Joel if he hangs on to that batter to a pulp, but he valued consistency in his future turn cycles by holding on to that Crush the Weak instead. So by shipping off that silver bullet, this game has kind of spiraled out of control, but 10 dominate on the previous turn would have been completely unanswerable for Prism. He had the out and he made decisions towards one type of game that could occur, and another one has unfolded right in front of him. And speaking of paths diverging, that attack without Phantasm has been blocked for 6 and pumped by Angelic Wrath. This is how Prism gets you. She makes those tiny missteps. She makes those molehills into mountains and runs away with the tiniest mistakes that you might make in these games.
And if it was looking bad, even from a life point standpoint, Benjamin has just pulled his
Another
first
Figment.
life lead out of this game. 10 plays 9 now. Also put out another Figment off of the connection of that Herald of Protection. Also sitting on a whopping 4 Spectral Shield tokens to cover up any damage that Joel decides to send Benjamin's way. Yikes. Body posture on Joel's side of the board is telling all.
He always looks like that, I promise.
Oh,
He always looks like that. I was actually going to make a comment earlier about how completely unaffable his posture is. He reminds me of Eugene, but instead of Eugene's always I'm just here to roll the dice and have a good time demeanor, Joel always looks a little bit stern in a way that's intimidating and impressive. Completely unshakable.
definitely thumbing in his ear a little bit every time he peers at that board, though.
Yeah, that's normal. Holding on to a put him in their place. There's a lot of damage, though. Arcane damage thanks to a card banished from Soul as well, putting him low.
Benjamin's decided the setup is over. It's time to put you in your grave. Miss Seismic Impact. Down to 2
turns
goes
of
Joel
clock.
Grizelle.
Just straight up 2 turns of clock left for Joel, barring something like Life Gain or Shelter from the Storm, because he only has AB1 and Sakem deals 2 arcane damage by banishing from Soul.
Joel deciding that this is the moment. I have to make something happen here or resign myself to defeat. And this is a good start. Rouse the Ancients. Coming in at Prism. No longer is this a board that can be answered by direct damage alone. Instead,
You gotta
shirking
target the
everything that I
angels.
was saying. Angel targeted. Angel of Ravages goes to the bin.
There's no way he could clear this board going face. Benjamin has 4 Spectrals.
Yeah, at least make them make weird decisions. I don't know.
Weird decisions like blocking 6 with my 5-card hand.
And removing a passing Mirage is Joel Grizelle. Goodbye, to that fearsome
The
Spectra aura.
grizzled Guardian player on that side of the table making good decisions about what he needs to prioritize in terms of taking things off the board. He has a little bit of time to answer things like Genesis, but passing Mirage has to go. He needs the ability to pop these attacks yet again and remove action points from his opponent's side of the board. But Benjamin has drawn Herald of Sekhem, which also deals 2 arcane damage. This is going to speed that clock up for Joel.
And also
Any point of damage he takes here is lethal because of that.
And also a blue Angelic Wrath to just push through a little bit more evasion if the Herald of Sekhem and the Angels aren't able to get it done. But I really think they're going to be able to. Batter to a pulp blocked with, once again here, unable to be used on offense to slice through these Angels. This is probably going to be the nail in Joel's coffin right now. Herald of Sekhem comes out of the hand.
He's going to have to AB to not die. He does have the armor to cover up the lethal damage, but I don't think he has the armor to contend with the Angelic Wrath waiting in the wings.
Surely a card, yes, comes out of the hand in order to deal 2 arcane damage. Joel sees the writing on the wall as he puts a promising terrain into the pitch zone. 1 damage conferred there because he only has 1 source of Arcane Barrier. That's just from the Null Rune boots. 1 damage.
The upside here is that this does have Phantasm.
Popping right here, but Phantasmal Footstep is going to buy that action point back and swing Soraya 4-6, getting the fist bump from Joel Grizelle, who tried his absolute best to take down the big bad of the Guardian matchups, Prism Awakener of Soul, but alas, the immense board state and constant pressure of several Angels and Heralds per turn goes the way of Benjamin Andrews.
I think we were kind of at a point in that game where we were talking about how Joel really felt like he was in the driver's seat. He was in control of the pace of the game. It was 27-10 because Joel had such a commanding lead of how the game was playing, and that all-powerful piece of light equipment was used by Prism to make a turn so explosive. Cards put on the table that turn never left the board again until the game ended. Just because of how explosive that Halo turn was. Joel thought he was slamming the door on Prism, and Prism pushed him out of it and slammed it on him.
Hold on, let me hold this door for you, but not in the nice way like Hodor did. If you ever hear of anybody saying that Halo of Illumination looks like a kind of innocuous headpiece, go ahead and send him a YouTube clip from that last match, because that was a masterclass in the Prism pivot turn, and I'm sure he's been doing that to people all day long because Benjamin Andrews remains at X and O. That's not the only exciting thing on the horizon. Elly? Oh, let's get ready to rumble, because Super Slam is coming to an LGS near you. Pre-release kits are going out, and you can enjoy the Super Slam pre-release at plenty of locations all around the world in the world of Rathe. This is the pre-release kit that you can take home. We got cold foils to the 9s, old leather and vim, uplifting performance, offensive behavior, spew obscenities. One of the gnarliest arts I think I've ever seen, save for shadow cards.
I love that art. It's so funny.
It's so weird for a Guardian, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but Lyeth is a weird Guardian.
No, totally. That quaff is just out of control. If you ever have a question about how evil someone is, look at the length of the quaff. I mean, Victor is like half the evilness that Lyeth is.
Sure, because of the length of the quaff.
Yeah, I think we've covered that pretty significantly.
My
right?
bad.
Also on offer are rainbow foils of all of our new heroes' charms. We got the Numbskull charm, our lovable hero Tough Nut, Thespian charm, the all-confident and somewhat intimidating and inspiring Pleiades, Cheater's charm for KO, underhanded cheat, one of the 2 heals in this set, and of course, the one that everybody loves to hate, Liar's charm for Lyeth Goldmane.
Liar's Charm is a pretty sweet card. I just love the idea of targeting yourself with it and losing your hero ability so that your cards have a normal base power for the turn.
I think there's going to be a world for Lyeth, though. Do you think that hero power leaves something to be desired?
All I know is that I don't want Liar's Charm pointed at me while I'm playing Bolton.
Okay, that's fair enough. And if there's one thing I know about you, Elly, is that everything is viewed kind of through a Bolton-style shaped
That's not true.
lens.
I like Runeblade, too.
And Fi.
That's true. I also like Fi.
Fair enough. As long as they are sending burning and or gleaming blades,
That is
you are
true.
super stoked about it.
That is true. Glowing sword, like criteria for me to enjoy a Flesh and Blood hero, glowing sword. Step 1.
Well, we will be back with more glowing swords, more spoilers, and more Flesh and Blood after this.
There are no. Yep.
Up next, will we see another unanswerable board state? The answer is already no. My name is Bryce Platz, joined by Elly Bird, covering the Kansas City Calling. Just one piece of the puzzle of the World Tour stop here in Kansas City that is happening all weekend long. And we are having oodles of fun, aren't we, Elly?
We are, and speaking, you said something about an unanswerable board state. It may not be with allies, but we do actually have a Puffin in our next game. But before we can get into that, I think we're going to talk a little bit about where Puffin hails from, where she fits in the greater meta game here. We have 61 copies of Gravy Bones and 56 Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, followed by 31 Iras, so a little over a third of the room dedicated to just those 3 heroes and some smatterings of some other offerings hero-wise, talent-wise, class-wise in the rest of the field.
As we've taken a stroll through the standings, we have seen a fair number of Gravy Bones in the top 20. Also, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks representing himself fairly well in a good spot for conversion into day 2. Ira and Verdance, however, seem to have kind of fallen out of that XO bracket, going to have to prey on some of the lesser represented decks in the meta if they want to convert in high percentages to day 2.
Ira and Verdance kind of exist on what I think of as the level 2 of the metagame. The level 1 is Gravy and Arachne are busted. I'm going to play one of those 2 decks. Ira and Verdance exist in that level 2 space where you say, I want to beat up on Gravy, I'm going to take Ira. I want to beat up on Slippy, I'm going to take Verdance. And then you kind of roll the dice a little bit on the rest of the things that you will run into for your tournament. And that plus population is kind of why they start to fall off a little bit towards these rounds. But make no mistake, there are Iras and Verdances converting quite well, and I imagine we'll see a fair few of them going into day 2.
Thanks for breaking that down, Elly. Now tell me, what is with these 4 Puffins down? Where do they exist on the levels of the meta?
They're playing for fun and for glory, given that we do have a 4-1 Puffin going into our 6th round of Swiss here. Something I want to mention is that though they are 4-1, this is a bit more of a medium-sized calling, 421 players. So X and 2 will make top 8 as opposed to some of the biggest callings of all time where you do need to be X and 1. So even though they're not undefeated right now, they are hanging in there.
That's right. We are taking our coverage to where the stakes are getting higher and higher. So let's go see what these folks are up against. It's Emanuel Corps-Ortiz, a man that I faced off with in a side event yesterday, and he was an absolute sweetheart. He is on Puffin Hightail. He knows what to do with these cogs and how to create them. I can personally guarantee it. Versus Matthew Renz, 4-1 on Acilio, Constella Intelligence. Elly, will Puffin give Acilio enough space to set up a combo turn?
This is such an interesting one to me because I feel like, generally speaking, Puffin is a little bit on the slower side, but Acilio and so you would think that Acilio would be capable of kind of abusing that, doing things like bolting the bird on the very first turn of the game and finding a whole bunch of space to combo off, but it depends a lot on the Puffin deck. If the Puffin deck plays these massive on-hits, if they're playing things like Conqueror of the High Seas, which we don't know aren't in their deck despite them having boosted so far, or, speaking of boosting, if they're just playing fast enough, it can put Acilio in a bit of a tough spot.
It's very early in the game for a Humane Society violation, but nevertheless, Polycranka has already been zapped out of the sky by Matthew Renz on turn 0. He also gained himself a 3-life buffer, going up to life parity for a brief moment before accepting a little bit of damage there, and even more off the back of that 0 to 60. 40 plays 35 as a red zipper hit is the follow-up. I tend to think, after seeing 2 boost cards in a row drawn up naturally on turn 1,
we may not be playing Conqueror of the High Seas.
We may not be playing Conquer the High Seas or any pirate cards for that matter.
But there is the flip side of this, which is that Acilio may just have to worry about straight up dying, given that there is already 9 damage on offer from a hero that we were calling slow 30 seconds ago.
Zipper hit, covered up by Blast to Oblivion and Blast to Oblivion.
Still taking 1.
2 very valuable combo cards for the Acilio deck, showing a lot of respect for Puffin. And even though not a single cog has been created, the board state that you were mentioning earlier, Elly, for Puffin Hightail, nevertheless dishing out a fair share of damage as Matthew Renz descends on down to 34 after blocking with 2 cards. A third Blast to Oblivion comes out of the arsenal, coming in for 4 in the red.
A third Blast to Oblivion has hit the combat chain here, as 2 were used to block with on the very first turn. Looks like there's some soup ups in Emanuel's deck, so we can expect some amount of cogs to be hitting the table, including the copper cog in his hand right now. You mentioned that there wasn't much board state going on, but clearly the deck is prepared for some of it.
And normally, we see a lot of Puffin Hightails packing themselves a Crown of Dominion and making themselves Queen Puffin, not just Pirate Puffin. In this case, however, Emanuel has elected to bring in the balance of justice, perhaps respecting the offensive capability that Acilio can dish out, and also the card draw that is ever present.
Sometimes I forget that Channel Lightning Valley is legal in CC right now, and I can play a deck that plays it. I should play Acilio.
You 100% should. You should take it to an armory once and then realize that it kind of dies to itself sometimes and then never play it again.
But I love decks that die to themselves. I drew a hand that died to itself yesterday playing against you. I drew 4 reds as Phi.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. You use those 4 reds to then obliterate me. If I remember that right.
Yeah.
Speaking of red cards, Fast and Furious is out on the combat chain. Boosted, of course. 3 go again right here because Emanuel has yet to crank this turn. And based on the context of his hand, we know that he's not going to be able to do it at instant speed. No Dio tricks here. It's just going to be that copper cog in the hand. Soup Up coming in for 4. And Emanuel, I love this, is pocketing a copper cog for a future turn. Taking 1 is Matthew Renz after blocking with a current funnel on that Soup Up. Back over to Acilio. 26 plays 38. Emanuel getting himself a pretty healthy life lead early on in this game.
Yeah, like we talked about, he's just going straight face. He is just trying to beat him down. No disruption here. He's just putting Acilio on a clock and telling him to find the combo. Sometimes he finds it fast, but sometimes it takes quite a bit of time. And this is one of those games so far. This is a 2-card 7 presently without Go Again, and no present way to give it Go Again, barring a blink in hand.
Blast to Oblivion is fantastic here because Matthew Renz is going to be able to bounce that Channel Lightning Valley back to his hand if he so chooses to save it for a future turn. But then he's also going to be able to play that Sigil of Aether out of the hand, and then he has got himself the fabled 0-cost Shock in hand. So even though Blast to Oblivion is going to eat up this action point, he is still going to be able to activate Volzar Lightning Rod and send a whopping amount of arcane damage off the back of this. For now, it's 7 physical damage. The only damage, mind you, that Emanuel is able to block. He, like so many others, is bringing no Arcane Barrier into this matchup, and I think it makes a lot of sense if you depend so heavily on your equipment for your game plan.
It's such an interesting question when it comes to Arcane Barrier against Acilio because you don't want them to be able to play out that 2-card Mind Warp. You know, you have any Lightning card, activate Volzar, send Mind Warp, and warp their hand. But it also kind of puts you in a tough spot, like you said, when you have these really integral pieces of equipment.
A huge amount of block coming out of Emanuel, but more importantly, blocking with the Cogworks Tinkerings, the latest legendary Mechanologist legendary from the high seas, creating a golden cog. Oh, he's just going to galvanize it, unfortunately. I was hoping that it was telegraphing a Palantir Aeronaut turn on this next go-around because he has 2 copper cogs available, 1 in the hand, 1 in arsenal.
I think he's just getting his armor value when and where he can. Also choosing to flicker that Channel Lightning Valley on this turn and playing out that Shock, like you said, for a pretty serious amount of damage, coming in for 5 after the Volzar activation.
Now, Channel Lightning Valley will go away at the end of this turn because there will not be an opportunity for Matthew to pitch a Lightning card.
Amp one.
And he's totally fine with that, ultimately, because of the amp on the Volzar. You're doing kind of awkward numbers with Acilio the majority of the game. The difficult part of playing this wizard, unlike Kano, is not the combo turn necessarily. It's more
every other turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's gaining value where you can and putting your opponent in that lethal range.
Cog in the machine. Bit of a classic Puffin piece. You know, like you said, we could have expected a Palantir Aeronaut here. Perhaps this would have been 3 cogs, so maybe Emanuel just doesn't have the big boat to back this turn up, but he is going to draw a card off the top. Finding another cog in the machine is not typically what you want to see there. A little bit awkward.
He would have loved to pull an Aidan Kwasneski special and pull a Cogworks Dovetail off the top there, but alas, not as lucky as one of the 3 brothers floating. Cogworks Zeppelin, however, is a fantastic follow-up here. In the rare slot, does absolute work in Puffin Hightail. Coming in for 5, has the opportunity for 2 cogs to buff it up, and also on hit, Emanuel will have the opportunity to tap one of those copper cogs to make a golden cog, which he can then crank, get his action point back, and then shoot that Spitfire.
He doesn't even need to crank it, as he has 2 action points from cog in the machine.
Straight up, so might as well save it for a future turn.
Yep.
More gears in the toolbox means Puffin is very happy.
This is a bit of a problem Puffin can run into sometimes. He's taking a lot of game actions and doing some powerful things, but this is 4 cards to so far only present 7 damage. He's going to get up to 9, but 4-card 9 is just still not aspirational levels of value.
You know, you can't forget the fact that he was able to convert a lot of defensive value from that soup up, galvanized on the previous turn. So we probably have to add an additional 4 value to this turn cycle ultimately, thanks to the defensive capability that was afforded him. Two damage here. Blocking with the Aether Bindings of the Third Age is Matthew Renz, trying to get his defensive value in as soon as humanly possible. Also plays out a Sigil of Aether from the arsenal, potentially going to be popping those useful arm pieces here. Yes, indeed. Aether Bindings of the Third Age.
So
go away.
2 amp here, but Sigil of Aether also going to provide 2 extra amp when it pings.
So I believe, yeah, the first one.
Yeah, it's a little awkward the way 2 of these resolve, because the first one will deal damage, generate an amp 1, and then the second one will deal 1 damage, consuming that amp, and they will also consume the amp generated so far by your Aether Bindings of the Third Age. So a little bit awkward if you're planning to go off here, but I think he might just be cashing this in for some amount of value on this turn cycle.
But there's
because
still left
he
to be had.
has that Mind Warp in his hand. He does find a Gone in a Flash.
Could this be the turn where he goes off? I think he needs to be holding more cards in hand.
He needs a lot more. You probably want some Sigil of Brilliances to find some more cards. You need some action points ready to go. There's a lot of reasons he can't go off here, but he is going to find a little bit more space to find that combo with a Mind Warp for 5, not only taking some power away from his opponent by reducing the size of their hand and making it a fully random hand, but he is going to arsenal that Gone in a Flash with a Sigil of Lightning up, trying to go into his next turn with an Embodiment of Lightning and the Gone in a Flash in an arsenal for that all-powerful Lightning Greaves turn.
A substantial bit of disruption done here on the side of Matthew Renz, and also because of those 2 sigils that he's sigils of solace, I should say, that he has resolved this game. He's close to life parity here. He still has enough space to put together that big combo turn, especially with the Gone in a Flash sitting, lying in wait in the arsenal. But the hand will be drawn up from Emanuel. It's just going to be 3 cards because that's how Mind Warp works.
Bit awkward hand, too. Seems like Zipper hit a cog and a soup up. So some amount of something is likely going to be wasted on this turn unless he has a 2-cost Queenly in the arsenal, or this cog in the machine draws another 1-cost.
2 golden cogs generated here. Does look like cranking both of them will be the choice. Probably not a whole lot of good reason to put the cog in the machine back into the bottom of the deck, because this game will not go long, folks. Nevertheless, Emanuel thinking about that crank decision.
You could put it back at the bottom so that when you next get Mind Warped, because you have 0 Arcane Barrier, you give yourself a chance to draw it.
But the draw here is a red Cogworks Zeppelin.
That is pretty good here, given that he has Tackle Foundry Heart in this matchup. So he's going to get to go soup up, Zipper hit, Foundry Heart into Zeppelin. This turn is a beating. This is a massive amount of damage. I believe we're looking at almost 20 on this turn.
And this is the temptation of Puffin. Even though she is considered a bit of a meta dark horse, maybe even a meme consideration in a lot of people's
Oh,
minds.
that's so harsh.
I didn't say it. They did. Whoever they is.
The straw
They said
man.
it.
The straw man said it.
Dude, 100%. It wasn't me. I have puffin cards, okay? I'm super into this.
Me too. Me too.
What was I talking about? She can still dish out some serious numbers if you give her the space and the board state and the cogs to make it happen. 4 go again is the next ask for Matthew Renz, who lies at 17 life, 7 behind his counterpart.
Yeah, Emanuel is capable, if he pulls out all the stops on this turn, of sending that Zeppelin, making it, I believe it's a yellow, so sending it to 7, putting him at 15 damage. Well, that would be even better. 15, 16 damage presented on this turn cycle, followed up by a Spitfire for 3. We are looking at almost 20 damage on offer for the, I believe, 21 Matthew Renz entered this turn cycle with. He does not have very much time to find his combo, and based on his disposition here and the fact that he seems to be thinking about blocking, I don't think he's quite found what he needs. He doesn't have an arcane spell in his hand. He has this eclectic magnetism that he seems to be considering blocking with. He has a blink, and he has a sigil of brilliance.
Drew a Fry, still no arcane spell to be had. He has another opportunity to go back to the Acilio well on his turn because there is one more instant in the hand, but that is a Sigil of Brilliance. Not exactly the card that you want to be filtering away. That's the one that generally facilitates massive combo turns for Acilio. 1 damage conferred here. 24 plays 16 now as Teklo Foundry Heart closes the chain to be activated. That 1 resource going to be sunk along with 2 cards off the top of the deck. Emanuel at this juncture is pretty happy to see that defensive Golden Skywarden hit the bin, but also more offensive capability goes that way too with another red Cogwork Zeppelin in the banished zone. This one, however, is on the combat chain coming in for 6, which assuredly will become 8 because Emanuel remains with an action point no matter what happens here.
Perhaps we are seeing a bit of an unanswerable board state in this game. Bryce, this is, threatening 8 damage. Not much runway left for Matthew, especially with the 3 damage going to follow this with
Now,
that Spitfire.
If I know Acilio, he is the one to answer unanswerable questions because, man, can that guy come out of absolutely nowhere with a boatload of damage. For now, though, Matthew continues to weather the storm, has not even blocked with his Lightning Greaves, and definitely is not comboing off this turn based on the number of cards that he has put in front of Emanuel's onslaught.
I think what we're going to see on this turn cycle is after he blocks with this Flittering Charge, we're going to see Fry for 3 into putting that Sigil of Brilliance on the board and hoping that between 7 life, Lightning Greaves, and Flash of Brilliance, he has just enough runway to find the combo and get there.
Gonna also be that Gone in a Flash coming in from the Arsenal. Sigil of Brilliance is going to buy it back, as that card is wont to do. But only 1 instant in the hand means that Matthew can only essentially buy back that Gone in a Flash a single time. Balance of Justice blocked with here. Emanuel just making sure that if Matthew is going to start drawing an insane amount of cards, that he is ready to pop Balance of Justice and gain some more defensive capability. Fry connecting with the life total here. 7 plays 21 as Matthew remains at a third of his opponent's life total, and Acilio is squishy to say the least. Sigil of Brilliance remains on the board, and another one drawn back up in the hand with Channel Lightning Valley. This could be the turn where he goes off, but he has to survive long enough to get there.
2 instants in hand. He has the Arcane Spell, and he has an Eclectic Magnetism. There's a little bit of block value available to him here, as well as that Flash of Brilliance waiting to be utilized as its own form of a Balance of Justice, drawing him another card to block with. And thankfully, Emanuel didn't have an arsenal to work with on this turn.
Card found after discarding that Channel Lightning Valley and bouncing the Sigil of Brilliance is a redundant Arcane Spell. So another piece of block 3 that Matthew could throw in front.
But he needs to find 21 damage, and without a Blast to Oblivion to work with here, this Dovetail might just be it. I don't know if he has the life total left, even if he has to start blocking with essential combo pieces, and even then, I don't think he can get there.
Oh, so devastating for Matthew at this point because he is facing down lethal damage. Even if he blocks 4 right here, 1 will get through. Emanuel is able to tap that cog that he has on board in order to give go again. He also has access to the unicycle, so very well he could elect to both pump and give this Cogworks Dovetail go again, connect, thereby untapping the cog, and then shooting off Spitfire. It's just going to be too much damage for Matthew to hold on to enough cards to do anything of import on his next turn.
Looks like Emanuel thinking on giving it +1 to threaten a little extra damage because he does still have that unicycle up.
Still, this Cogworks Dovetail is flying in at 5.
He can push this to 7 and make this lethal. He's blocking 4. He can make this 6, activate unicycle, make it 7.
And
I
yes.
think that's going to kill him.
And the fist bump is extended. Matthew just not able to find the space. Emanuel doing such tricky work with those cogs, able to get it up to 7 with impunity, because if Acilio doesn't have a defense reaction in hand, he can always layer the trigger so that the cog untaps first, and then he gives the Cogworks Dovetail go again in the damage step. Emanuel, what a master cranker over there on Puffin.
It feels mean to call someone a master cranker.
What, even if they're good at it?
Well, I think that's something really tough about that game state that Matthew was in there, was that even if he folded both of his combo pieces, blocking 7 or 6 on that dovetail, Emanuel can then just give it go again, use the unicycle to untap, and come in with the Spitfire. It may not kill Matthew in that exact moment, but it does put him to 1 or 2, depending on whether or not he gives up Old Knocker, which at that point you've basically conceded the game, as you no longer have the necessary onboard resource to fire off your combo. He found it a little too late. He didn't quite have the runway, and the Boost Puffin deck put the clock necessary on the table to win those games that you rarely get in unfavored matchups like that one.
Boost Puffin making strides here. We are seeing Flesh and Blood played at nearly the highest level possible, but if you are interested in a little bit more of a casual scene, if you want to get out there and just have a good old-fashioned fun at the tabletop, skirmish season is coming up this following weekend. This weekend, excuse me, is happening literally right now. What are you doing? Why are you watching the stream? Get out to skirmishes and play Flesh and Blood. August 16th to 31st, 2025 is Season 12 for the skirmish. And if you like that salty stowaway at the right side of your screen, if his animation is making you really want to play the game of Flesh and Blood, get on out there and grab yourself a cold foil by winning one of these skirmishes. We have several formats on offer. Also, specialized playmats and cold foil cerebellum processors.
Which is your favorite High Seas Young Hero playmat?
Oh, Young Hero. Honestly, it's got to be Scurv. If I'm being real,
you a big Scurv fan?
I'm not a huge Scurv fan. I am a minor Scurv fan. He's great, don't get me wrong, but I've had some bad experiences with him in sealed pools where I windmill slam him and it doesn't go so well, if I'm being completely honest. But nevertheless, I just like his vibe, right? Doesn't he look like he's having a good time? Honestly, if I'm being real, he creeps me out, and I think that's why I like it.
Okay, I've learned a lot about you today, Bryce. My favorite mat is the Puffin one, because I think the cute little young Polly Crank going tweet tweet is very, very cute. And, you know, if you want to win or enter an event to get one of those spot prize playmats or take your shot at winning the creepy cold foil Marvel man himself, Scurv Stowaway, at your local skirmish, you can sleeve up either a Blitz deck or a Living Legend deck, or just take some sleeves to the store and play Crack Shuffle play of Mastery Pack Guardian, which, I will be honest, I am a critic of Crack Shuffle play for Bright Lights, the format where it was introduced. I quite like Mastery Pack Guardian Crack Shuffle play. It really feels like something where LSS kind of listened to feedback, listened to criticism, and brought the format of play back stronger in a format where it just makes a lot more sense. I really enjoy it. I know, like, I promise, I quite like it.
Listen, I am not shilling right here when I say that one of the reasons that I, for one, have bought so much into this game is because I believe in LSS as a company and the way they posture themselves in the community. They listen to us and they afford us exactly what makes this game even better and better and better year after year. And speaking of better and better, we've got some new cards to show you. But not yet. We're going to prolong the magic a little bit longer. Listen, I know you want to see spoilers. I do too. I already have. But how about 4 more spoilers? Does that pique your interest? You might think,
It
well,
piques mine.
well, why aren't you giving us one every round? Because I like to wait as long as humanly possible. Surprises are one of my favorite things. And that's the power
You're a
vested in
real
me.
open the gem pack at the end of the round kind of
I
guy.
actually am. Yeah.
That
Are you
makes a lot of-
first round?
Oh, I shred it. It hits my hands, and I'm like, oh, cool. Aidan and I played in the Super Armory yesterday. We both received our gem packs, opened them, and then tried to compare who got the better card. He opened a Riptide Marvel. I lost.
See, the thing that doesn't afford you is then playing for the gem pack or playing for a swap or something like that.
Yeah, I love playing to swap gem packs with my opponent. We then swap. They open Riptide, and I open like foil Yo-Ho-Ho,
Oh
and I
my
go,
gosh.
man, Armory.
Elly, I just love chaos, which is why perhaps I am so stoked about that new card, Meat Madness.
Me at the Taqueria on Tuesdays, Meat Madness.
Meat
with an A.
Madness. Nothing but barbacoa for Elly, and nothing but flesh and blood for us. We will be back with more Cogs, more Sky Pirates, and also the last round of the day, and of course, more flesh and blood after this. Folks, we've dodged him more or less all day, but we're going to get your dose of gravy bones in this final match because at table 1, it's a mirror show match for the century. It's going to be 6-0 gravy bones, the 2 in the room, deciding who gets to remain undefeated at the end of day 1. Let's go ahead and take a look at those standings, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about right here. So, yeah, the top 2 right here, Anthony Viro Serenzio versus Jacob Clements, and that is going to be the match that we'll see on screen. We've also got a couple Verdances up there. Please, go ahead.
Both players vying for their respective titles. Jacob Clements looking to be the player of the year, and Anthony Viro Serenzio looking to be the poster of the year. And yeah, Bia Budnick in 3rd place. I believe B is playing a Verdant Smear this round. So our XOs are all playing mirror matches from what I understand, or at least a hefty chunk of them.
Without a doubt, Dagan White, however, will be taking on Guy Cohen in that 4th spot. I know that for a fact. And then
Warrior Mirror.
To Bui and Andrew Blackwell will be facing off at a table a little bit lower. We've also got that Romping Club Leviah still staying strong. Going to see if they can hold their own against the boy wonder Brody Spurlock, who is surely on the 2nd page right here.
Who is also playing Gravy Bones, from what I understand. And yeah, his skeletal visage, even though Brody is not present here, does peek at us and let us know that there is still at least something to be said for one of 2 best decks. There's a lot of Slippy, there's a lot of Gravy here in these standings, but there's also a few Prisms hanging in there.
We've seen some nasty stuff come out of the Awakener of Soul. That's thanks to number 12 there. Benjamin Andrews put up a horrible, beautiful display, if you're a Prism fan, against a Valda Seismic Impact, who just thought, you know, maybe I'll try something new. I'll come on the scene and see if I can find a new angle. Prism says, absolutely not. Here's Genesis, here's Arclight Sentinel, and here's 3 Angels with +1 counters on them. Also holding strong is my boy Justin Lewog at number 15, and of course the People's Hero,
the People's
Eugene
Champion,
C. Certainly my hero.
Mr. Armory Deck himself, Rhinar.
That's Dr. Armory Deck.
Dr. Armory Deck, Rhinar,
he didn't go to Armory Deck Medical School for nothing, okay?
That's right. He has diagnosed just what that man needs in the form of a new blue 6.
Oh, you got me, Elly. Michael Fung and Justin Koo also here.
Some members of Team Armory to round out that previous page. And on this page, one more Gravy Bones, a little more Slippy. And we're seeing another Fang, a little bit more Verdance here. I believe one of these 2 X1 Verdances is who B. Budnick is playing this round, as there were 7 XOs, so somebody had to get paired
and Naib
down.
Mobasir, I think the only Ira that we've seen in this top 30, lest my eyes deceive me.
I think there might be one on page 1
Maybe
or 2.
one more, but bottom line, he is the one to hold the line on that hero after taking down a Battle Hardened in the Living Legend format on Ira Scarlet Revenger.
If there is one thing I know about Naib, it's that he likes Ninja and he likes swinging Kadachis.
Folks, we talked about the standings. We're going to give you another amazing game of Flesh and Blood, but I think there's something that you're hungering for even a little bit more. Elly, am I right about that?
I would like to see some spoilers. How about 4 of them?
Roll the video. Prize fighters, legends of the deathmatch arena, you have been begging for support since you have been trudging through hatchets bared, gold on offer through so many trials and tribulations, and here you go. 4 spoilers, all for Olympia prize fighter, who is going to be going to the deathmatch arena now, gallad in gold, like he's going to the Met or something like that. Elly, first impressions.
Oh my God.
What is going on with these cards, right?
Okay, my first impression is this. So Olympia already had a big fridge. He was already kind of built to be this maybe kind of slow and dirtly visit the Golden Anvil deck. But times have changed. You have to be more proactive than that. So how are you going to be getting these golds? How are you going to be refreshing your armor? You can't just sit there and wager all day. So just like Victor Goldmane, who he thought was the richest person in town, the true people's champion of the arena, Olympia, with a full suite of Aurum armor, his golden Galea, Heartplate, gauntlets, and gate here, so that he can block 2 with all of these. They all have temper, so there is a bit of risk in terms of assassins, maybe shredding or T-toxing your gear, but if you can block 2, keep it on the board through a little bit of equipment hate, you can cash out at the Golden Anvil, destroying each one of these as a piece of gold to then, for each gold destroyed, go get a piece of equipment from your sideboard. So you can show up with 8 freaking armor on the board, toss it all aside, and get a fully new suite of equipment, perhaps even custom tailored to the matchup you are presently playing. And yes, that is absolutely why these cards are all legendary. You can only have one in your deck list. Don't even joke about that.
Olympia is giving Teklovasan a run for his money as
That's
the best
true.
dressed flesh and blood character in the game. As Elly mentioned, these count as gold and can thereby be cashed in for a little known card that a lot of people might have forgotten. Visit the Goldmane Estate is not the only place you can visit while playing a game of Flesh and Blood. You can also visit the Golden Anvil, which will cost X. It costs 0, and you can pay X gold in order to fetch equipment out of the inventory and equip it to any open zones. In this case, you walk into the arena with the ability, essentially with a wardrobe in tow, as you said, Elly, at the ready to be converted into whatever makes the most sense for the matchup in question.
And I think that this really hammers home a lot of that fantasy that Olympia was trying to deliver on as this people's champion, grizzled gladiator of the arena. He is there with his gladiator equipment, and what gladiators often did was scavenge after their gear would be destroyed. His armor gets broken, and he picks up his prized Galea. He grabs the next thing he can find. Pretty sweet. Really excited.
Not contributing to the issues that we have with the environment with fast fashion is Olympia Prize Fighter, but perhaps becoming a bigger contender in the meta. We'll leave you to stew on that for a little bit because we've got another amazing Flesh and Blood game for you. Let's head on down to the match arena. And speaking of grizzled folks, how about 2 of them? It's Gravy Bones facing off against, a mirror himself.
Looking in the mirror is the shipwrecked Looter, and we kind of know this to be a bit of an explosive, a bit of a swingy kind of mirror match. I'm curious to see, at Canadian Nationals, which I covered, we saw one of the slowest, grindiest Gravy Bones mirrors I've ever seen because of how people's decks were built. But people's decks have shifted since then. We also saw a pretty explosive Gravy Bones mirror in the top 8 of Singapore, where Michael Hamilton played against Shirui.
It's really hard.
Shirei. Yeah. Well, no, it's not that it's hard. I just couldn't remember if it was Shirei or Shirui. But Shirei Wu against Michael Hamilton. And that game was a slobber knocker. They just hit each other as hard as possible. And it kind of came down to who ran out of reds first.
Yeah, and Shirei really ran away with that game, and that's definitely why I think that this matchup has a little bit of a reputation for swinginess. But, as you mentioned, Elly, there are tech cards that Gravy can bring in to fight himself, because if there's one thing that Gravy needs to expect in the meta, it's more of himself. You've got your Midas touches, a lot of what Gravy Bones is already kind of doing with Golden Tipples, with Saltwater Swells, are already pretty darn good at removing zombies. So it's just finding the right pieces at the right time and perhaps setting up the gold engine a little bit better than your opponent.
Yep. So this is how Anthony's day has gone. Of course, we're going to see a bunch of W's here because both players are undefeated, but he has beaten a Verdance, 2 Prisms, 2 Slippies, and already has won the Gravy Mirror today. So definitely has a plan for basically every matchup you could expect to find at the top of the meta, himself included.
And a little bit unlucky in his gem pairings, but Prism generally touted as a free matchup for Gravy, or at least a very good one on the side of Prism. Generally speaking, I think because the Heralds connect with zombies and then enact the game plan, then, turn on things like Vestige of Soul, et cetera, et cetera. So in general, I think that is tended to be thought of as Prism favored. Jacob Clements, however, a completely different story, taking down a Kano, Florian, another Gravy Bones, a Slippy, People's Champion Eugene C, and also the Romping Club Levia. So Jacob has had a bit of a weird day.
Yeah, I was going to say a very different story on Jacob's side of things. You know, he's mostly played against the off-meta deck, so it's kind of curious. It's pretty interesting to see which Gravy Bones deck. Maybe there's some differences in tech. Maybe there's some differences in how their deck's built, or perhaps Gravy Bones is such a boogeyman that no matter whether it's off-meta or the top tier that you throw at him, he has answers for it all. But first, we got to find out if he has answers for his own pirate crew. As we get into this game, this is turn 0, and going into the first turn for Anthony Vero, I believe.
The clothes are exactly the same, but Anthony has got himself dripped out a little bit better than Jacob Clements, if I may be so bold. That's 2 gold foils to none on the side of Anthony Vero. Let's see what kind of an advantage that gains him.
4 cards to work with. I see some boats in this hand. Question is whether he wants to go straight for Jacob's arsenal. See a saltwater swell in the grip there as well.
Tip
Can't
the
tell if
barkeep.
it's blue. I think it's a blue swell, so he may be deciding on whether or not he wants to do a little bit of gambling.
Is a blue swell, can confirm. Also a tip the barkeep, though. Really important to establish board pieces like Gold Kiss Rum, like gold tokens in general early on, but instead Anthony Vero says, I want to pressure that arsenal that you established on turn 0. Here comes 8, go again, buy me a gold if it connects.
No hook activation, as no gold has already been made on this turn.
Doesn't want to risk that gold-baited hook too early. Jacob has the perfect answer here. It is Blood on the Water, flips a random card off the top, but it happens to be a back alley break line. Not going to generate an action point there because Jacob simply can't generate action points. Not on his turn. Also not going to get any extra defensive value off of that Blood on the Water, so just blocking 4, but that's A-okay with Jacob because as he takes 4 damage, there is no card left in the arsenal for Anthony to destroy. He's just a boy, says Jacob Clements, as the first ally of the game is established in Oyston, Heart of Gold. Back over to Jacob here, who is activating Compass of Sunken Depths, taking a look at the top of the deck, and is, I believe, without an ally on this turn.
Well, he's going to find another blue in his pitch zone thanks to Saltwater Swell, functionally drawing a card and immediately pitching it here, cracking in for 3. Which I believe purchases a block. Oh, it was at Oyston, killing him quickly. I saw the Conqueror move to the graveyard at that time, and I thought perhaps he blocked with it.
Oyston goes to the grave, but he has not really gone from this match because his body has reformed into a gold token on Anthony's side of the board. Call to the Grave is the follow-up for Jacob Clements here. So even though he found himself without an ally in hand, he is going to fill up the graveyard nonetheless. And Swabby is coming out to play. 5 resources in the pitch is the exact sauce that you need to establish Swabby and swing Swabby, which is exactly the game plan that you have to enact against not only any other opponent, but also yourself when you're faced in the Gravy Bones mirror. You got to get offensive capability whenever you establish an ally in addition to that extra pseudo life that they gain by being removed.
This is a little bit why Limpet has started to drift out of decks because she just isn't particularly potent in either direction. She's a 2-1, and she does get that action point. She does have Go Again, but I think Gravy decks have instead compensated in a different direction with a little bit extra rum generation. A lot of people are on 3 sea legs now, and instead just going for those big numbers, both attacking and dying.
And I think it makes a lot of sense because the versatility of the rum, believe it or not, getting drunk in Gravy Bones' case makes him more efficient and more powerful. The rum is able to be used on, either an attack or a non-attack action card. In Limpet's case, it's just 2 damage only if you have the extra space with which to swing with her again. So I really think it's more of like a Swiss Army knife approach that Gravy Bones is starting to take.
Interestingly, we saw Jacob activate Dead Threads on that turn, but I don't think it was used for anything.
You got to do it for fun sometimes,
I think
Elly. It's like rolling scab skins.
I think it was just for fun.
Yep. It is a cardinal rule in Flesh and Blood that if you have an action point remaining and nothing else to do, you must roll scab skins if you have it.
That's pretty fair. What we've learned, if anything, from the top 8 of Auckland, the welcome to Rathe calling it's that Jacob Clements likes to have a little bit of fun playing Flesh and Blood.
Without a doubt, and it's really fun to see, of course. Both these players are friendly with one another. Right before they went to their feature match, they excitedly ran up to us and said, we're going to be talking through the whole thing. We're going to have a blast.
Yeah.
Gold
So
Kiss Rum
cute.
established here as Anthony Vero tips the barkeep and then swing.
Sends sea legs into Swabby.
He did send it. Okay.
Sends the sea legs into Swabby.
Now that is a sentence that is going to be difficult to say many times fast. Let's hope they
Good
don't
thing
make us
I
do
won't
it too
have to.
much. You don't think it's going to happen again?
Who could say?
The day is young, and so is this game. 36 plays 33. It's back over to Jacob Clements, who has a 5-card hand with which to work. Anka in the bin for Anthony Vero. Chum-friendly first mate in the bin for Jacob Clements, who I think is just barely winning the ally race at this juncture. Oh, but there's another Chum that's going to be going into the bin
And
after
a
this Gravy
tipple
Bone.
in this hand that he can discard to Oyston. Saltwater Swell to maybe power things up. Double Chum is definitely not what you want to see on the other side of the table as a Gravy Bones mirror player.
Swabby found on top a little bit ally-rich is Jacob Clements. If he has found a second copy of Tipple, which he has, he's going to be very, very happy here. And this is a game that seems like it might be spiraling towards Jacob's control, but never forget, he still has to establish these allies and find a way to convert them into offensive potential. For now, it's just Golden Tipple the first on this turn. Anthony Vero takes it down to 30.
6 life lead with Jacob as the attacking player, so bit of a mounting difference in life totals here, and Anthony is stuck with no gold on the board and 2 allies in the hand in the form of, I believe, Anka and Sawbones. He has 1 blue for his turn with which to work, and a Conquer of the High Seas and a CNC, so definitely a little clunky without ways to filter. We could see him use Balance of Justice on this turn if Jacob gives him that second tipple as a reason to do so.
I don't see why you wouldn't. The power definitely lies with Jacob Clements in this instance, but it's going to be a Murderous Rabble first. This will be the blue that goes into the bin to unlock
That
his Salty Sea Dogs.
is gross.
3 go again. Down to 27 goes Anthony Vero.
Swabby pitched, I believe, to play Saltwater Swell, grabbing the blue off the top, having 4 resources to work with, and he still has that tipple in hand. I think we're going to see 4 paid into a Chum on this turn since he hadn't put a blue in the bin yet. This Rabble will suffice. He'll get that Chum, play it, swing with it, and arsenal a tipple.
So Jacob not really going for high roll capabilities here, instead playing a very measured game in which he gives Anthony no quarter to activate that Balance of Justice and get himself kind of sort of back online, or the opportunity to actually cast that Conqueror of the High Seas. Anthony, however, just taking it in stride. Balance of Justice blocks 2 on this Chum-friendly first mate. And Anthony takes... Oh, never mind. There were 2 cards drawn still because Jacob activated
yep.
Gravy Bones at the beginning of the turn.
He used Gravy and the tipple. I forgot to.
Chum-friendly first mate has been established for Jacob Clements, and a massive life lead still in his favor. It's back over to Anthony Vero, though.
Find another blue, though. It doesn't look like it. Stuck with 3 allies in the hand is not where you want to be here.
Sometimes it can be okay, but definitely not if you have no gold. Gold Kiss Rum, however, consumed by Gravy Bones, which is why he is tapped there. Probably going to hard cast one of these allies out of the hand.
And then maybe send a Command and Conquer following it. Could perhaps lead with Command and Conquer. With I suppose you.
Is Command and Conquer in the arsenal?
Yeah, his arsenal is presently Command and Conquer.
Oh.
4 years ago. I will swing 7 at you and go again.
Hey, Conquer has go again. Look at that.
Look at that. 7 go again here. The drunken way. So Anthony is probably just coming for that arsenal this way or that way.
I believe the top of Jacob's deck is another ally, but he is flush with tipples, holding 3 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal. He has almost as many tipples as it is legally possible to have in your hand and arsenal in aggregate.
These guys are rolling dice for some reason that we are not privy to.
For turn order.
For turn order. They didn't tell us the result, and that's okay. We figured it out based on what happened before our very eyes.
That's the no of a tired man. I need you to take a game
judge enforcing pace of play there, telling Jacob Clements that he needs him to take a game action. Perhaps the players are having a little too much fun.
Sometimes you've got to buckle down and play the game of flesh and blood like it's your job, right, Elly?
Focus.
Yeah.
Your dad's here.
Oh, God. Please say it isn't so. Blocking 8 on 7 is Jacob Clements with that balance of justice. The head pieces are flying off pretty early in this game. Anthony already having consumed his.
Does Jacob have 2 blue tipples in hand or a yellow? It's a red and a blue with a red in the arsenal blocking with a yellow tipple. I thought he might have, I guess he has some gold right now. I suspect there's an ally on top of his deck from what I understand right now. So I suspect we may see a Gravy Bones activation. So we may see a Gravy Bones activation used to get that ally into Jacob's hand and then discarded to the tipple in Arsenal is kind of what I suspect may occur on this coming turn.
I don't hate that play. It all depends on what comes up from Anthony, though, because if that Arsenal, yes, is the Command and Conquer, then
he can't block this.
Jacob is going to be hard up to keep really anything of use.
Yeah, it's the sauce. It's like playing Monopoly with your grandma.
So probably going to just have to let that red golden tipple go to the graveyard and then go after that play line that my co-caster outlined. 2 block consumed on that balance of justice in order to save an arsenal that was never going to be saved, and that's just the way things broke for Anthony. Golden tipple into the pitch zone, activating a gold and drawing a card is Jacob Clements, assuredly used for this golden tipple. Discard Sawbones and draw a card. Fumble with the dice as well.
Important game action to take every turn.
Oh, no, and here is some of that Gravy Bones tech that I was talking about. Sunken Treasure is going to allow Anthony Vero to turn one of the allies in Jacob Clements' graveyard upside down.
I don't believe we've seen a Sunken Treasure from... We have. Jacob had pitched one and found a second off the top with Saltwater Swell. I know a lot of Gravy players were talking about that being a similar slot to where they might put Fearless Confrontation. So if it's in their deck, I'm curious if they may have cut something else, like Portside Exchange, or not Portside, C4 Salvage. We're going
Draw
to see
here
a Gravy activation, finding an Eye of Ophidia, which will then hit the bin.
And Jacob has a little bit of fun with us, discarding the Eye of Ophidia and then taking it back, just showing Anthony Vero. Both of these players are feeling really good about their position in this tournament, both proceeding into day 2 with a handsome number of wins, but only one can call themselves undefeated going into day 2. 2 chum-friendly first mates is going to have Jacob feeling pretty darn good, especially as he activates the gold-baited hook and swings in with the one established a turn cycle prior.
I would call this a commanding position.
Definitely. You have 2 friendly first mates, and your opponent has
Scuba hitting the bin.
a
for
dead
Vero.
dog and a guy who's being choked out by an anchor.
I love Anka.
I love Anka too.
Anka's one of the coolest zombies.
I also, by the way, I watched you quibble about the pronunciation of Anka at, I think it was Canadian Nationals.
Anka.
I 100% agree with you. It's
Anka.
Anka. Yeah,
Anka.
it sounds like Anchor.
He's an Anka.
Activating the compass is Anthony Vero. Hopefully
No
liking what he
peaks
likes.
on top for us. He's got 2 swells in hand, so for his sake, I hope it was blue, and based on this hitting the table, I presume it was.
Is it revealed anyway? Where's it going? I'm going at this shot.
Blue it is. It's a portside exchange, which means that 5 floating for Anthony Vero with 3 on the combat chain. Going after a chum who is now reduced down to only 3 life. It's okay
Only
for
9
Jacob.
more life on the board to work with. Jacob can do something very mean here and activate the other chum.
Pretty dastardly prospect. He does have the ally in hand, too. A Rigor Mortis could come to the aid of the first friendly first mate in the form of bodying the second. Jacob,
I'm not
however,
actually
thinking
sure
about it.
Vero presently has the
I don't think
damage
so.
to clear the second chum if he activates it. He has an Avast, so perhaps he can get and swing an ally into the second chum, but it's still not.
It's not
6
clean.
damage. I don't see 6 damage somewhere.
That's a really unfortunate position here. And again, going back to the swingy nature of Gravy Bones, this is one of the things that make people say that about this matchup.
And ally has not hit the bin yet. Murderous Rabble
that's
into
gonna help.
that chum, flipping
Couldn't quite see it.
a yellow tipple. He still got that chum up. If Jacob activates the other chum here, this is devastating.
This is a really difficult position here. Jacob still thinking on it, but for whatever reason, wants to hold back that rigor mortis. He still has a priority window here. He's just waiting for the last possible moment.
If he puts the ally on the board, Jacob can activate, saving both chums.
Scuba may be a salty dog, but Jacob is a dirty dog as he maintains this board in the face of what is kind of middling damage from Anthony Vero.
Yeah, nowhere near as explosive as Jacob's, I believe, second turn. He went first, and then his second turn hit hard. It put multiple allies in the bin, drew multiple cards, and Anthony's been basically forced to play catch-up since that very first turn, and they're roughly at the same life total difference. I believe at the time it was 15. Now it's 12, with going over to Jacob's turn promising to be, pretty punishing. He's going to keep this massive lead.
Anthony did thumb the Mage Master boots for a moment, but instead just putting one of Jacob's allies back underneath his deck and generating a gold token for his troubles. That being said, Jacob started Anthony's turn with 2 chums, and he remains going into his turn with 2 chums. This is a really, really difficult board state to answer.
Those chums blocked 9 and lived.
Incredible.
Gross.
Back.
Swell and a couple blues in Jacob's hand. I believe the top card of his deck is Call to the Grave.
Means that swell could get maximum value to start off this turn, but with only an Oisin in the bin,
yeah, he doesn't have
to
much
what
to
end?
spend. He doesn't have much to spend it on, but he does have some gold, so we may see a gold activated and call played to get something else. I guess he can do this first, yeah.
Oistin into swing Oistin.
Has go again from Avasti, threatening a gold on hit.
You would think that final attack with Chum is going to be saved for Scuba.
Yeah, Scuba is likely not long for this world. Murderous Rabble going to flip that blue, taking every possible game action here before cracking a gold. I wonder if he's just going to activate Gravy to put the call in his hand, since he may not have plans for that red swell.
The sequencing is very clean, though, from Jacob Clemens, putting
Very
so much
clear.
pressure up front. He's got his opponent down to 12. 30
he's
plays
just gonna
12.
hold it.
2 chums are just sitting on the board, threatening Anthony turn after turn, and goodbye to the salty Sea Dog. There's only room enough for allies on one side of this board, and our man from England says it's his.
If you'd believe it, the person with an 18 life lead is the person with more allies on the board.
A lot of yellows in the hand of Anthony Vero, but no allies to speak of. 2
Little bit
prismatic
of the
ley
theme
lines.
of this game for him. He's drawn a lot of allies. I mean, not in this hand, but just a lot of awkward resource curves. He had to use a rum because he drew so many yellow allies to make that Conqueror the High Seas work earlier in the game.
Awkward damage numbers as well, because he would have to resolve both of those prismatic ley lines in order to kill one of these chums off of the yellow golden tipple. So things just not really breaking Anthony's way. It's definitely Jacob who is the master of the tides at the moment.
Sometimes that is the way it goes. When you run 9 of the same card in your deck, you kind of put yourself in a position where you need to find it, and it needs to line up pretty well because you're so heavily built around it. And it's just so clear one player has played so many more effective golden tipples than the other. Jacob's played, I believe, 3 red copies and drawn and discarded on all of them. Vero can't really say the same.
And furthermore, Jacob has also generated a good handful of those gold tokens thanks to the gold-baited hook in finding allies with breakpoints that Vero just can't really weather the storm with. Gravy Bones is an amazing deck, but no one would say that he is a perfect blocking deck. So inherently, this is why you see the gold snowball kind of going in the favor of Jacob Clemens here. Sawbones established here Anthony Vero giving a priority window to Jacob Clemens, probably going to try to take out one of these chums while he still has life to do so. At Chum, he says, with a gleeful smile and a cheerful disposition. Which one, Jacob Clemens asks. Choose wisely.
That's just never a question you want to hear. You don't want to hear which chum, and as a friend of mine once said about the Hunted Limited with the card Knife Through Butter, never good to be compared to butter.
Who said that?
I can't say.
You must name names.
Ian Smith, which sounds like a fake name, but isn't.
Sorry, Ian, we've been talking about Hollywood names. I guess yours
Yeah.
isn't one of them in Elly's eyes. Saltwater Swell coming in hot. 3 go again, flipping a portside exchange off the top. I don't think Jacob has missed on a single one of these swells this entire game. 5 resources in the pitch and still a single chum
To be fair, I
established on
don't
the
think
board.
either player has whiffed on any swells. We saw Vero whiff on a Murderous Rabble, but when you're allowed to look at the top card of your deck with a piece of equipment that's on the board, it's a little difficult to whiff on that card. And we've talked about Jacob playing so many more effective tipples than his opponent. Here comes another, putting a Swabby in the bin. And though it isn't a red tipple for attack power, it is a blue to satisfy the condition on Gravy Bones' ability to play Watery Grave cards. Another Swabby in the bin. And I believe 3 cards in Jacob's hand to work with following it.
And the card drawn up off of that golden tipple was a Sawbones, so Jacob has the green light to activate Gravy Bones, find a Sea Legs, and then discard that Sawbones if he so chooses. But this might change things for him. Is it better to have the Sawbones in the bin or the rum on board? Sawbones in Grave, to be sure, because that is what Jacob Clemens does. And Mage Master Boots still have not been cashed in for Jacob, for either of these players for that matter. He's going to keep drawing, go back to the well, see if he can find some more resources. I tend to think that this is going to be maybe double ally turn swing Swabby.
Seems to be something to that effect. We may see the Mage Masters activated.
He's got at least 7 resources at his disposal.
See him just push for lethal. He has a ton of cards in hand, and I believe a Call to the Grave as well. 2 of them. I'm just curious if the back alley break line in his hand is the only one in his deck, because he may not even need to use Mage Masters if he can just go get one with one of those calls and get an action point.
I think I think he has more than one, but he has discarded one, if I'm not mistaken, when he activated Gravy with the Eye of Ophidia in hand.
On 3?
Maybe he's on 3. That could be pretty juicy. No,
just
it's
gonna get a Scuba instead.
Scuba Salty Sea Dog, man's best friend, even after life.
Oh.
Isn't it adorable?
Yeah.
It's a shame they're not packing his favorite companion, Chowder, though.
That's true. That's true. You think Chowder's food tastes good?
I think that Scuba would eat anything.
A dead dog? I mean, an alive dog would eat anything.
Imagine a dead dog. That thing's eating carrots and Brussels sprouts. It doesn't care. Swabby comes out and is established. Jacob, however, playing incredibly measured here, just establishing and swinging Swabby. No need for extra action points here or the cash-in of those Mage Master Boots when your opponent is dwindling on down to 4.
I think if there were a way for him to swing multiple times on this turn, he likely would have taken that line using the Mage Masters to try to slam the door on Vero. But if he doesn't have another back alley in the deck and one is stuck in his hand, it puts him in a bit of an awkward position, because even though he can put multiple allies on the board, he's not going to threaten lethal, and he's 26 life up, so he doesn't really need to push for much pressure to try and take cards from his opponent.
Anthony Vero having a laugh about what his possible win con is here. I think that was because Jacob said, hey, I could always have a heart attack. Probably not going to be the case, though, because Jacob is a healthy young man. Sawbones established here
thanks,
after
Dad.
the play of an Avast G. Swiftwater Sloop in the blue. Coming
Another
at
Eye of
target?
Ophidia trigger, the second one this game. Don't think we can get a look on those at those cards being opted, but one to the top and one to the bottom, as well as an ally dying. Sadly, not a red sloop, so that chum remains. Though Sawbones may have something to say about that.
He is definitely the one to remove the friendly first mate. Famously, the one who would have caused a mutiny during life, but alas, he wasn't able to enact that game plan because...
Is that real war?
No.
Oh.
But it sounded convincing, didn't it?
I was fully in there. I was like, yeah, sure.
No, he's sworn a Hippocratic oath, so he can't hurt anybody.
Do you think Gravy was a necromancer while he was still alive?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, his young art, right? He's alive.
But the people in his crew next to him are also alive.
No, you're right. And
So
actually,
my
now that I think about it,
my
the lore
theory
is that, yeah.
he became this may just be lore. I'm just guessing. He became a necromancer to bring his crew back after he lost them in a tragic accident.
It wasn't tragic. He kind of did it on purpose. I did read the lore on this.
Oh.
But you are right. He didn't get his necromantic powers until then. So what I think we need, Elly, is young marvels of every single one of the allies for illusionist players to pay for as well.
As members of the crew, that would be pretty sick.
I would love to see a Marvel Scuba
Alive
when he was
Scuba.
alive. I bet he was fluffy.
Big old Samoyed.
Oh, my gosh. He was probably so sweet.
Speaking of things that are not sweet, Anthony Vero staring down a 26-life lead on Jacob's side of the board as he, like we talked about last turn, plays Call to get back Elly, which I suspect was the last one in his deck, and why he didn't the previous turn. We may just see the Mage Masters cashed in on this turn. Multiple allies played, and Jacob tried to slam the door in Vero's face here. He doesn't have to push much damage for him to be forced to block. There's a Sunken Treasure waiting in the wings in Anthony's hand.
Vero is seeing it coming, but is there anything he can actually do about it? His hand seems to block fairly well. I think it's bereft completely of allies. He's also got another copy of Sunken Treasure, so a slight bit of Gravy Bones disruption in the hand of Anthony Vero, but is it going to be enough in the face of a 26 life lead from the man?
This game has just been so dictated by who has made the most gold.
100%, and that is...
And it just repeatedly keeps... This game keeps progressing to these situations where Vero is in a tough spot and he can't filter cards out of his hand because of the disparity in how much gold has been generated. Jacob has played more tipples that were more effective. He's activated Hook, I believe, at least once this game.
It's been like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, when one Gravy player has all the gold and the other can't interact in any meaningful way, that's how you get in these positions where you're just 20, 30 life behind and there's no way out because the ability to get new cards and filter your hand is what Gravy thrives on, and Hook really compounds this effect.
Are you saying that Gravy Bones mirrors are a case study in class warfare?
Whoa. Did not say that.
It's so deep.
Said none of that.
It's way deeper than Gravy Bones, even when he's lurking around looting shipwrecks.
Vero forced to block with, I believe, at least one card from hand here.
Sunken Treasure, turning Sawbones in the graveyard of Jacob Clemens upside down, never to be seen from yet, again.
Sunken Treasure just turns a card in any graveyard face down, right?
That is correct.
It doesn't care about an attacking player.
That is correct.
Tough. Getting a chum in the bin, I believe his first one.
Would it be too deep to say, like...
Another gold token generated for Jacob Clemens off of that gold-baited hook. Further change, creating a gap between the economic disparity between these two players. Yes, I'm still on this. Golden Tipple, one of the few that Anthony has resolved this game. He's going to remove Mr. Lanky, otherwise known as Rigor Mortis.
There is his second chum in the bin. Maybe he can also double chum and take the game over in that way.
Tech card Fearless Confrontation from Mastery Pack Guardian, making its way into the pitch zone in order to buy out the friendly first mate from the graveyard. The first one as well that Anthony has been able to resolve, and he's just got 1 life point in order to get through this next turn cycle. It's back over to Jacob Clemens, who has a whopping 30 life points, starting off with a portside exchange, discarding a Rigor Mortis, creating a gold, the 4th one that's on his board, and probably the 27th that he's made this game, and of course drawing a card.
Yeah, because you went back to...
As well as putting a blue in his bin so that he is capable. But before we get there, he's got to deal with a Conqueror of the High Seas coming in for 8 times Vero's present life total. And his hand only blocks for 10, I believe.
Well, that's 8 of it. Does Jacob have any sort of a follow-up? One blue has already hit the bin thanks to Portside Exchange, which means that he has access to chum-friendly first mate. He's got 4 gold tokens. He is gonna start digging, folks. Needs more resources. It's another Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand, though. Has the opportunity to pitch that Swabby, but instead activating Gravy Bones and putting it into the bin. Taking a look on the top of the deck. Is he going to like what he sees? He's got so many more gold. He could just fish for the resources he needs.
So far has enough resources to play and swing Rigor Mortis. The question is whether or not he thinks that will actually get there in terms of closing the game.
Only 1 card left in hand. You have to believe that's the case. It's a golden tipple out of the hand, and that's it. Anthony Vero falls by 30 life points to Jacob Clements, who goes into day 2 in calling Kansas City completely and totally undefeated.
What a game that was. Talk about drowning.
And normally that is something that Gravy Bones might like to do a little bit, I think.
Not in that game.
Actually, that is how he found his, got his necromantic powers and unlocked it. This is actually real. This is actually real. I'm not bamboozling you here.
Okay.
But anyway, that was painful to watch. And that was an example of a very not grindy Gravy Bones mirror. That was an example of get the gold and get the win as well.
Call that a heist, even though that's a mechanologist card.
Heist Seas?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Pretty good? Do I get like a 5 out of 10 for that one?
2.
Here's what gets
Plus
a 10 out of
2.
10. Player of the Year, folks. That's what everybody is competing for here at the Flesh and Blood World Tour. It's for their share of $1.5 million US dollars at 120 iconic destinations, including Kansas City. You can stake your claim on the Player of the Year, and it's not just the person who can get to the most events. No, indeed. There is a regional winner, 3 regional winners for every single region that this game represents. That's the Americas, Europe, and Oceania. 2 regional champions are going to win $15,000 each. 3 second place are going to get $10,000. And of course, a little bit of scratch for third place, $5,000 each. There's so much money, gold on offer. So if you win any of the events on your screen, a world championship, a pro tour, a calling, national championship, or battle hardened, that is your way to get to the top of the leaderboard for Player of the Year. And here it is overall. Elly, break it down.
The present leader of the Americas leaderboard, and I believe the global leaderboard, is Brody Spurlock at the only triple-digit player, I believe, 111 World Tour points, followed by Michael Hamilton and Michael Fung, also a few Canadians. Shortly after, Jimmy Nero Demare and Sean Dollywall tied at 50 points, or 55 points, who Alex T2 in 4th place here is also at 55 points. Just above him is 2-time Pro Tour champion Pablo Pintor. And at the top, who is that we just saw in our feature match area, undefeated in day 1 of calling at the World Tour Kansas stop. Here is Jacob Clements with 79 World Tour points. Lauren Christian Logan, 8th place, also here.
100%. I honestly assumed that Jacob Clements was just a line of text on a screen until I saw him here. He's
really?
real
He's
in
so
the flesh
nice.
and blood.
He's so nice.
I'm
He's
totally
great.
joking. I saw him in at Calling Sao Paulo. He is a very sweet guy, and he is absolutely rocking this leaderboard. I also saw him in the finals of Calling Kobe. So if the proof is not in the pudding from the last match, the guy is getting around and rocking callings all over the place.
We also saw him in the top 8 of Calling Auckland last
100%. In the limited one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Multi-format all-star.
Just an all-around amazing player. Turn your eyes over to Oceania. Nick Butcher, the previous latest victim to my hero, Eugene C., is at the top of this leaderboard, followed shortly by Pudding Tam and Sherway Wu, who absolutely rocked the house at Pro Tour Singapore. Anyone else you know on there?
How about Pro Tour Amsterdam winner Shoma Yamamura? And down in 11th place, we have friend of Team Stroopwafel, CYB Lionel.
Folks, this is the overall leaderboard. As we mentioned before, the U.S. players are taking a bit of a lead, but Jacob Clements has something to say about it, and there are also plenty of oceanic representations up there. But remember that the World Tour offers regional prizing, so it's first, second, and third in whatever region that you represent so that everybody can get some flesh and blood cash.
Yeah, there's a lot of ties on that leaderboard too, which is something I want to point out. A lot of people can get out to your upcoming events. We have so much on offer this year. You can get out to these people on this leaderboard. You can break these ties at this coming August 22nd weekend, Copenhagen and Phoenix, with a calling and a battle hardened in Copenhagen and a battle hardened in Phoenix, Arizona. Orlando, Florida has an LL battle hardened if you're looking to sink your teeth into some of that format outside of your local skirmish and ProQuest season, as well as first week of September in Manila and Munich. Both have classic constructed battle hardens, and same weekend on the other side here, which I definitely didn't miss because it's in 2 rows. Chicago also has a CC battle harden the same weekend.
Following that up is, of course, calling Shizuoka, which will come right at release weekend following the world premiere in Montreal. If we haven't said world enough this stream, Elly, I'm going to say it a couple more times. Flesh and Blood is an international game. We're offering world tour stops all around, and also a world premiere in Montreal, also a world championship in Philadelphia. That's happening in the U.S. this year, and boy, howdy, is it going to be massive. Furthermore, the first ever event in Mexico, in Guadalajara. It's going to be a battle-hardened classic constructed towards the end of September. Also, right on release weekend, so you can bet that Super Slam is going to make a splash and a 6-pack and a half.
Shout out to the Mexican Flesh and Blood community. A lot of great people. Met some of them at, I think, US Nats. A few of them came out to say hi, kind of like scope out the scene. Really excited to see them kind of joining us in the OP circuit. Super duper exciting stuff. Really glad for them.
Folks, we're done for today, but there's so much Flesh and Blood left to be played. It's going to be 5 Swiss rounds tomorrow for everybody that made day 2. If you are in the venue and you didn't do so well today, don't worry. We've got plenty more for you to do. There's a classic constructed battle hardened and plenty of awesome side events. Also tomorrow will be the top 8 cut and Elly.
Another spoiler.
Another spoiler. Oh, if 4 wasn't enough, folks, we've got another one on offer for you. But you're going to have to wait because we love to prolong the magic. There's only so many hours left in your life where you won't know what this spoiler is. And that's a special thing that I want to keep going for as long as I am contractually obligated to do so. Elly, any last words?
See you tomorrow. Why last words? We're not done.
We're not done, but we are done for today. I'm going to go smash some barbecue and get ready for another crazy day at the World Tour in Kansas City tomorrow. Be back tomorrow for more Flesh and Blood, and we'll see you there.